This is unacceptable. And that you can't put, and this is one of the problems with the framing of Israel-Palestine, is equating occupier and occupied. You're equating the two sides of the conflict. And it's not a conflict, it's an occupation. There is such a disparity of power here that you cannot equate the two sides. You can't, Malcolm X would say you clip the bird's wing and then fly and then blame it for not flying as high as you do. You can't do that to a people and just equate with their occupier. It's an atrocity. It requires us to challenge it. And I'm hopeful at the current movement of Muslims, Christians, and Jews and people of all faiths that are saying enough is enough, that thresholds have been crossed here, that this is an atrocity that cannot continue. This is very personal to me because this is happening now. What I anticipate, and this is what America did, this is what Nelson Mandela actually predicted with the United States. What I anticipate is that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, every American will say, how could we have supported this? And this was terrible. And will pay symbolic, homage to the Palestinian cause. But there are people now that are clinging on for dear life. Access to their places of worship, access to their generational homes. Right now, at this there are children that are in detention, and there's a bill in Congress to just stop. I mean, wherever you stand on this issue, child detention should be a red line, right? Congresswoman Betty McCollum has put this bill on the floor of Congress. She can't even get that passed, right? Just to at least censure child detainment by the IDF. So people need to look into this deeper. They need to consider the human element of this and consider the urgency of it as well. With this new regime, it's only going to unfortunately get much worse in the immediate term, and so we have to do something about it.
If I may ask you for some advice for a reason I'll explain maybe in a little bit. Or maybe I should just explain now, which is, I think, because you've talked about Islamophobia, because you've been at the center of so many catastrophic events, because you sort of jump into the fire to try to help people, you've been attacked a lot. Just in general, you've been under stress. It's just you're not immune to stress. So a part of me wants to ask just how psychologically difficult it's been and where you draw strength. And would you advise, if the opportunity is there, for a person like me, for a silly kid in a suit, to go to that part of the world and take seriously conversations? I would divide it into two categories. There's leaders and there's people. The leaders are sort of these political entities that have their interests, but they also have power, and they want to hold on to power. And then people are just regular people that have families that just want to have basic rights and freedoms and continue to love their families, to pursue different jobs and careers and lives that they can flourish and so on. Those are very kind of different dynamics at play. And if given an opportunity to speak to leaders for me, would you advise I do it or not? And when I say leaders, I mean leaders that would make the case, the pro-Zionist case and the anti-Zionist case. And in both cases, I would make it a very challenging conversation for both of them. Unlike today, our conversation today, you're an inspiring, incredible person. I'm a huge fan of yours. You spread so much love to the Muslim community here, to the Jewish community. Just everybody loves you. But
not everybody.
Yes, that's true.
Not everybody.
That's true. But a lot of people love you. Yes. But this was kind of an inspiring and a positive conversation. It wasn't very challenging. Now, although we did touch challenging topics, and you did exceptionally well there. But I would do very challenging conversation with those leaders in that part of the world. Is that a bad idea?
All right. Well, let me tell you from now. First and foremost, the first part, because I don't want to lose the first part of your conversation. Is it psychologically stressful? Very, very. But when you're a person of faith and you believe that good work will always be rewarded and that doing the right thing will always be rewarded eventually, you're able to weather that storm quite a bit.
So your wife told you
Well, that's the
Polyville
second
was
thing.
okay, right?
That's the second thing I was going to mention is honestly a supportive family. You know, my dad's 80, man, and he's been through a lot. He was born in 1943, 5 years before Israel was even created. He was born in Palestine. He's suffered displacement. He has been around the world and somehow built himself up to be a distinguished professor of chemistry, an author, an inventor. Grew up taking on some of the most difficult challenges and was just always a man of principle. I always admired my dad being a man of principle. And like, he just tells me, man, stay the course, don't be afraid, don't back down. I have a supportive family. I have a supportive wife. I've got supportive kids. So I have amazing people around me that keep me grounded for sure. And ultimately, obviously, faith. And also, I'll say this, slander doesn't stand.
What do you mean by that?
When people slander you, and it kind of comes with the territory of a public figure, it's not going to stand throughout time, because eventually any sincere person will find the truth. And the only people that will regurgitate that will continue to do so. So when I get portrayed as an anti-Semite, because of my strong takes on Israel, challenging Israel, and I will continue to do so, it takes just people in Dalsh, like, we know him, what are you talking about? So slander doesn't stand, at least with the people that are important to you. It might reside on the internet, it might have great rankings and social media bots that give it traction,
but is that psychologically difficult to you to have that?
Yes, it is difficult. It's very difficult, and it's hurtful, especially when it comes from quarters that you would hope that it doesn't come from. But you take a step back, you reevaluate, you lean into your faith, and you lean on the people that are closest to you, and then you keep going. You learn the lessons. Could I be doing something better? Could I be doing something different? Could I be saying something better? Could I be saying something different? Are the noble causes that I want to achieve, am I doing justice by those causes? How do I grow out of this, right? You become wiser through these things as well. The second part of your question, though, about what you should do, if you're going to talk to people from a place of inquiry. I would say talk to people more so than leaders, and especially some of those who have been erased from the media commentary. Benjamin Netanyahu gets a lot of airtime, here in the United States. He's well-spoken. He speaks perfect English. He's an American as well. I would challenge him, on some of the things that he has said and done. He has an ongoing corruption case. I think that I think he's a fascist. I think that he's a person who has done much evil. I think that he has a lot of blood on his hands, and I think that one day he will be prosecuted for that. But I'd say talk to people on the ground and people that have been erased. Talk to the families that are being displaced. Sheikh Jarrah, I don't care about the political leadership. I'd much rather you talk to the people on the ground in East Jerusalem that have been displaced. The families. Talk to Palestinian Christians. Talk to the sister of Shireen Abu Akleh, Lina Abu Akleh, who was extremely disappointed and let down when Joe Biden went to the region and did not take her calls, did not meet her, which was an absolutely disgraceful move. He should have met with her. She's the sister of an American journalist who was murdered in cold blood. Talk to Lina Abu Akleh. Talk to Mitri Rahib. Mitri, interesting person, for example. He's a Lutheran. He's the head of the Lutheran Church in Palestine. He comes to Dallas sometimes and talks about the plight of Palestinian Christians. I think if you're talking to people in leadership, obviously there are some that will be able to represent themselves in English. Hanan Ashrawi is a very eloquent person, for example. I don't know if you're going to have any luck getting into Gaza, but I'll pray for you if you do. But obviously, if you want to talk to everybody, you got to talk to everybody, man. So,
well, and I also want to say it's very important when you say whitewashing, because I've heard this a lot. So also Ukraine and Russia, there's an interesting line between whitewashing, which is something you definitely should not do, and a deep empathy for a large number of human beings. It's a really tricky line to walk. And I also disagree with you about, well, I think, I don't know if it's a disagreement, but I think I disagree about leaders. I think I agree 100% that the most important people are the people on the ground.
Okay.
But I think those are extremely important people to understand, not just as leaders, but as human beings too. And in many cases, to have a challenging conversation, but from a place of empathy, from understanding a human being.
So if you plan to talk to right wing, the current leadership of Israel, my only request to you is talk to the victims themselves, not the Palestinian Authority. Talk to the victim. I know you want to, right? So I
But
appreciate
the victims, yes, the victims.
talk
yes,
to the victims
100%.
themselves. Talk to those people that are being thrown out of their homes and subjected to the daily humiliation. Go to a checkpoint and walk through the checkpoint the way that a Palestinian walks through a checkpoint, and tell me that's not apartheid. Walk through that checkpoint, crammed in cages, and tell me it's not apartheid. So I think you're a very sincere person. I think you're gonna do your best. I'll be praying for you.
Some of
Be in
these
touch with
things
you.
are harder than others, but yes, I feel like we're in the middle of a negotiation, and we've come to a point where we both agree.
Everyone deserves to be. Not everyone deserves to be, but I think there's great value and benefit. Let me say I agree with you in hearing people, even tyrants, hearing them so that you can properly deconstruct and decipher what you're hearing. But just think of the voices that don't get heard. And a lot of times what's been done to the Muslim world is, and what's being done right now in the name of the Abraham Accords, what's wrong with the Palestinians? The other Arabs are making peace with them. Let me tell you something. Those regimes that are signing on to the Abraham Accords, the people are not happy, but they're terrified of challenging those regimes. So if you go talk to the leaders of some of these countries that have signed on to the Abraham Accords and that are, in some twisted way, making this about religion and peace, you can greatly skew the narrative to where Palestinians are just an inherently disagreeable people that don't want peace. They just want to live in their homes. They just want to live as full, equal human beings. They want the things that everybody wants. And they're only being further disenfranchised in the name of peace now, because voices are being amplified in the name of peace that are suffocating voices for justice.
You said hope. As a man of faith, you have hope.
Yes.
What gives you hope about this part of the world and our world in general when you look across and see so much conflict, so much division happening? What gives you hope?
I think that if you look through history, we have been through points as a world where we almost were not going to exist anymore. If you lived in the time of the Crusades, if you lived in some of these darker moments of history, World War I, World War II, you probably thought you weren't going to come out of it as a world. I have hope in God. And I have hope that godly people that are devoted to God and people of righteousness can shift things with his help. I also believe that younger people, I hope they'll be different. I think younger people, hopefully, we're using the word hope a lot. You might hear inshallah, God willing, we'll see the path that we're heading and we'll seek to disrupt this bleak trajectory and bring it back to something else. So here's the thing. We live in a time of hyperexposure. That hyperexposure could paralyze you, or it could empower you. It could make you completely shut down and say, what's the point of even trying to help these people out? Why even talk about the Palestinians? Well, you got these people here, the Uyghurs, the Rohingya. You got what's happening in Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Brazil, South America, Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia. It's so much, and it can be overwhelming to a person who cares. But you ultimately realize that the difference that you can make can become a much greater difference, even if it's after your lifetime. And I'll tell you actually a story that I remember the first time I went to Syrian refugee camps. And you deal with people in this deeply human way. For me, the most clarifying parts of the world are the refugee camps. It's where I feel the most clarity in life about what I'm supposed to be doing in life. You go to the refugee camps, and then after interacting with these people and, maybe giving a few people some trailer homes and some food and something to sustain themselves, some coats and blankets, you drive out of the refugee camps back to where you're staying. And the camps get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and the people get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But then you realize that it might be that small section that I touched is going to be the change that affects all of them. What's going to happen to that 12-year-old boy that has seen the horrors of this world and that is absolutely committed to uplifting his people and bringing about a change, being responsible for the plight of his people? And so when I look at any section of devastation in the world, you never know which part of it that you're going to touch that's going to change everything by the grace of God, by the help of God. So you keep trying to do your part. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that the most beloved of deeds to God are the consistent ones, even if they're small. That small act of charity, that small smile, that small act of kindness, that small prayer might go a long way if he blesses it. So keep chipping away, chipping away, chipping away.
So do not be paralyzed by the scale of the division. Just chip away at it.
Chip away.
Small step at a time. That's I suppose all of us can do that. Young people can do that. Just one person at a time. Try to help us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Omar, you're an incredible person. You're an inspiration. I think you mentioned you came to Dallas for a podcast, and instead you got a friend.
There you go.
So it's an honor to be your new friend. And I think it's time to go pray.
Absolutely.
I hope it's okay that I join you in at least in movement.
Absolutely.
In prayer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming down. It's been an absolute pleasure.
قال إني عبد الله آتاني الكتاب وجعلني نبيا وجعلني مباركا أينما كنت وأوصاني بالصلاة والزكاة ما دمت حيا وبرا بوالدتي ولم يجعلني جبارا شقيا والسلام يوم ولدت ويوم أموت ويوم أبعث حيا. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Sure you want to come back? Do round two?
Yeah.
Great having you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Omar Suleiman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Muhammad Ali. Impossible is just a big word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in a world they've been given than to explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is not a fact, it's an opinion. Impossible is not a declaration, it's a dare. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time. I'm here with Mr. Beast, the brilliant mastermind behind some of the most popular videos ever created. Do you think you'll ever make a video that gets 1 billion views?
I think maybe one of the videos we've already made might get 1 billion views.
Which one do you think?
Probably like the Squid Game video with enough time. I mean, it's only a year old and it's already on 300 million, or some of the newer ones we've done have gotten like 100 million views in a month. So those 4 projected over 10 years because YouTube's not going anywhere. Probably one of those.
So over time, they don't necessarily plateau.
It's interesting. We're literally jumping right
Yeah,
into it.
let's
I
go.
love it. It's good. So I'm a firm believer that it's much easier to hypothetically get 10 million views on one video than 100,000 on 100. And part of why it's much easier, in my opinion, is like if you make a really good video, it's just so evergreen and it never dies. Because YouTube, when you open up YouTube and look at the videos, they're just serving you whatever they think you'll like the best, you know? And so if you just make a great video and it's constantly just above every other video, you know, even 2 years down the road, then they'll just keep serving it and never stop, you know, which is why it's much easier to make one great video than a bunch of mediocre ones.
What about 1 billion subscribers? You've passed PewDiePie as the most subscribed to YouTube channel. When do you think you get 1 billion?
Let me do some math real quick. So we're on 120.
So you think about this.
No, I don't, honestly. Because one thing you'll find if you want to gain subscribers, if you want to get views, if you want to make money, almost any metric in this video creation space, if you want something, it all comes back to, okay, well then just make great videos. So instead of like focusing on all these arbitrary vanity metrics, I just kind of focus on the one thing that gets me all that, which is make good videos. And that I do think we will when they hit 1 billion subscribers. I don't have a plan on going anywhere. Even though we're only on 120 million right now on the main channel, I think like we're doing around 10 million a month now, and YouTube I just don't see it going anywhere, and I don't see any reason why I'd ever get burnt out or quit. So I think with enough time, yes.
I wanted to ask you those family questions before I go to the dark questions. So now
We have dark questions. Wait, no, but if you wanted to hook them, you would start off with the dark questions. That's how you get them.
Okay, well, let me ask you about a Twitter poll you posted, a $10,000 death poll. You tweeted, if someone offered you $10,000, but if you take it and the person on earth dies, would you take the $10,000? And 45% of people said yes. That's, at least at the time I checked, 850,000 people committing murder for just $8.5 billion in total. So what do you learn about human nature from that?
That's a good question. Honestly, this is like late at night when I threw that up too. I was just like, this will be a funny thing. I assumed it'd be 90% no and like 10% yes. But there are a lot of serious people. For you guys listening, I just did this random Twitter poll. I was like, would you take 10 grand if it meant someone random in the world died? And a lot of the replies on this tweet were like, hell yeah, why not? And I was just not expecting that. And so I don't really know. I mean, I feel like your take would be better than mine.
Was it disturbing to you, surprising to you?
A little bit, yeah. But obviously a lot of the people were trolling, but I actually, you read through those replies, I do think like 10% of them were like dead serious.
Well, I think sometimes the trolling and the lulls reveal a thing we're too embarrassed to admit about the darker aspects of our nature. So I don't know if you listen to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast. He has a episode on painfotainment, which he describes throughout history how humans have been really attracted to watching the suffering of others. So public executions, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And he believes that's in all of us. That, for example, if something like a YouTube or a different platform streamed a public execution, or streamed the torture of another human being, a lot of people would say that's deeply unethical, but they would still tune in and watch.
Yeah.
And that we're attracted to that drama, and especially the most extreme versions of that drama. And so I think part of the lulls reveals something that's actually true in that poll. That, like,
Your answer is so much better than mine.
do you think about that? Maybe even with the Squid Game, like, so I think how many views does the Squid Game currently have? 300 million?
Yeah,
something like this. So just imagine, thought experiment, how many views that video would get if it was like real.
Yeah,
Squid Game.
assuming YouTube was like, we'll turn a blind eye, we won't take it down. Yeah, I mean, obviously it'd probably have billions of views.
How do you think you will die? And do you think it'll be during a video?
Probably doing something dumb like going to space when I'm in older, like trying to go to Mars or something like that. I know for a fact it won't be on a video. Every video we do with safety experts and stuff like that, so it's not really risk. But yeah, I could see myself like, after a million people go to Mars or something like that, I'd probably be like, you know what, let's go, and something like that maybe.
So not in the name of a video, just
No.
for the hell of it.
Heck no.
Are you open to taking risks when you shoot videos? You just went to Antarctica. I mean, like, you're putting yourself in the line a little bit, right?
Of course, but we had that video in the works for 3 years, and then we consult with tons of experts, radar the entire path we're going to walk beforehand to see if there's crevasses. So we know there's no crevasses. We do training. We consult with experts, and we have survival guides there with us, and monitor the weather and everything. So it's like any variable where we could get harmed, we just pre-planned for it. Same thing with Buried Alive. Like I had David Blaine spent a week underground, and so I consulted with him and consulted with basically anyone who ever buried themselves alive. The coffin we used to bury me, we did so many tests. Like that coffin was buried 10 times before I was, for way longer than 50 hours. It tested the airflow and everything to the point where I was safer in that coffin underground than I was above ground. Like, so we just tend to just not leave anything up to chance,
Another strange question then. So you recorded these videos to yourself, 5 years, 10 years from now. Have you recorded a video that's to be released once you die?
Well, first off, I am just glad that not every one of your questions have to do with like views or things like that. It's nice getting different questions. So this is good. No,
It's a little dark. It's a little dark.
No, but it's fine because a lot of people just be like, "How much money do you make?" It's just something everything's always about money now for when people talk to me. So it's nice. But for the videos I made for you guys who probably don't follow me too closely, when I had 8,000 subscribers and I was a teenager, I filmed a bunch of videos and scheduled them years in the future. And I said, I filmed one where I was like, "Hi, me in a year," and the video went up a year later, and it was just like, "Hey, I think you'll have 100,000 subscribers." And then I did one where I was like, "Hi, me in 5 years. In 5 years, I think you'll have 1 million." And then one that hasn't come out yet, but comes out in 2 years, was "Hi, me in 10 years." And I try to predict 10 years later how many subs I'd have. That's what he's referring to. And yes, there are some that are scheduled like 20 years in the future. And so if I don't die, I'll just move them up. And I remember, because I filmed these though like 7 years ago, but I remember saying a line like, if I'm dead, then I'm currently just in a coffin and like whatever, blah, blah, blah. And because the only way the video will go up is if I'm not alive. And if I'm not alive, then I won't be able to push back the scheduled upload date. So it will go public automatically.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I have a couple of those. Like if I knew I was going to die of like cancer or something and I had like 3 months to live, I would vlog every day. I'd film so many videos and then I would just schedule upload a video a week for like the next 5 years. So it's like I'm still alive and I would completely act like I'm still alive and everything. And I think something like that would be cool. I don't know why, but I've fantasized, not fantasized, but I've dreamt about that a lot. It's like, I don't know, if I only had 30 days to live, what would I do? And for me, I would try to make like a decade's worth of content and schedule upload it so they automatically go public in the future. And so it's just like I never died. I'm just there.
Yeah, it's a kind of immortality, but it's also a kind of troll on the concept of time.
Yeah.
That you can die in the physical space but persist in the digital space. I recorded a video like that because I had some concerns and I just thought it's also a good exercise to do. A video would like to be released if I die. And it was actually a really interesting exercise. It's cool. Like it shows like what you really care about. I guess it's like writing a will. But when you're younger, you don't think about that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Mine was just dumb.
Yeah.
Like I'm bones in a coffin.
Yeah.
Yours is probably so serious.
No, it's fun actually. What you realize is like there's no point to be serious at this point. It's a weird thing. I guess you've done this, but it's a weird thing to address the world when you, the physical you, is no longer there. So like this would only be released if you're no longer there.
Exactly.
That's a weird exercise.
And you know what's funny? Of all the people listening to this,
Yeah.
we're probably the only two people that have made videos for when we die. It's like such a niche thing, and the fact that we're bonding over it's kind of funny.
I think people should think about doing that. It's not just about YouTube; it's also social media. Because think about it, like there's going to be a last tweet and a last Facebook post, a last Instagram post, and I feel like there's some aspect that's meditative to just even considering making a post like that, and also it's a way for the people that love you to kind of celebrate.
Do you think that would help them cope or not? Like if someone randomly watching this did film a video, for if they accidentally died in some freak accident to be given to their family, do you think that would? And it was like a genuine.
I think it would really help. I mean, it depends because
Like how would you even intro that? Like, hey mom,
Yo, what's going
if
on?
you're seeing
Aloe? How
this,
you living, Pimp?
I'm probably dead.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're
That's
still
how you
alive.
Yo, Robbie, you're awake.
Absolutely, big dog. Hey, man, it takes a lot of sleep to be this handsome. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I've seen the footage like it was posted like 3 hours ago
Okay.
about airfall that has been wrecked. I mean, dropped down.
Sure.
UFO crash.
Okay.
That's what I went.
Where do you find that?
On YouTube.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking right now. Did you watch Joe Rogan? It's okay.
No,
It's
I
okay.
haven't seen podcast. Joe Rogan's podcast will pop this up.
That's
I
okay.
know I'm on 2010, how to say this? 2 minutes.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, we can watch it later if you want. So we have UFO crash. I'm looking. This was 2 days
I
ago.
can send you this video.
Excellent. Please do. I watched the other one, and I had seen that. That's like off the coast of Oregon, and they were saying that they just had a pilot who was flying from like North Bend or around Coos Bay or something, and he was like, "Hey, do you have any knowledge of this aircraft that's like 200 miles away?" And they're like, "Well, we have something, but not really." And he's like, "Well, there's like 5 of them," and it was quite interesting.
Wait, something to mute one of your channel.
Yes.
because,
Yes, you do.
And something's resounding.
Absolutely.
Could you repeat that? What were you saying?
Sure. I was saying that I saw the other video that you sent me that took place in like Oregon, near like Coos Bay or North Bend or something, and the pilot was saying that they were like, "Hey, do you?" He was talking with the flight crew on the ground and asking them if they were aware of like objects that were like 200 miles away. They're like, well, there might be something. The radio control tower and the radar control tower, and then he's like, yeah, but there are 5 of them, and that's quite interesting that they're having these kinds of discussions.
They speculate that the drones are from Iran.
Stop with that garbage.
Iran.
Stop with that garbage.
You think so?
That's garbage. That's, if anything, it's propaganda. If it were another country,
I think too. Strange.
if it were another country,
Things like that.
look, for the last 20 years, the United States has been trying to come up with reasons to invade Iran. And so it's like just more garbage to just invade another country that hasn't done anything to us for whatever reason. In reality, it seems like they are not from here. Did you send me the new one?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm looking right now.
Yeah, for crossing New Jersey. Was before it's taken down. No. The second video is very curious. There's a god that ended up shooting the UFO, the drone, whatever you want to call it. He actually takes shots. So I'm going to show you that video too. Plus, the crash that just went down. Airports are being shut down. The flights are getting delayed because these things are being spotted on airports. This is all happening before we get GPS XL. I'm going to show you the clips. But honestly, if you're new here, do not subscribe, guys. This is my gaming channel. I have a second channel. This is where we usually cover the conspiracies that UFO content. Scary X, if you're into that content, subscribe there. Not here unless you want to see gaming videos, right? But it's absolutely absurd because the FBI is also getting involved and shows you the money Casper side and all this. Sorry, the second segment. Like the video. Check this out. Shit, that's right here. In the US, man, it's wild. No, so, I mean, here is. To be honest with you, it does look like a drone. When people were saying they see SUV, a small car, it's big. This seems bigger than a car. And I gotta be honest with you. In yesterday's video, I mentioned some intrusive power lines, smart counts in Hillsborough. But after FBI search, no crash was found. No. If this is more pathetic, or the fact that FBI finds nothing is more pathetic. Please assure no threat to the public's frustration. What is even happening in the skies above us? So this might be a big answer. Yeah, I talked to several people who tell us they heard a drone crash somewhere behind where I'm standing. We're working to get that information confirmed with officials. Our chopper has been flying over the area this morning. Here's some video. We're showing you that view from Arena Shopping Plaza in Hillsborough. Just after 2:06, first responders have been here all morning, including Hillsborough Police. A lot of onlookers. I talked to one woman who says her concerns are growing, calling all the recent drone activity very bizarre. She says she heard the drone crash happened overnight here, but she says that she's seen several, what she believes are drones anyway, flying around her home. She says she lives not too far from where we're live right now. Now, they've reported on these drone concerns in New Jersey. Some experts have said the sightings could very well be lawfully manned aircraft today. We're hearing from officials on Staten Island about the same topic. Take a listen. You wanted to say that we had everyone love it. If you see something, say something. I think that's because if you see something, don't worry about it. That's what we're doing. And people stand by when we deserve answers. This city and state need to deserve answers. We demand answer. And there's there are tools that I sure that you like yourself. This is insane. Let's check this one out. What is coming on? Crash somewhere behind where I'm standing. We're working to get that information confirmed with officials on Arena Shopping Plaza in Hillsborough. We're never gonna get it. They're not gonna leak it. And finally, this one. And of course, there's more. I'll link you that video at the end. Wait for it. But this man sort of shooting at everyone's UFO. Now, to be fair though, I've seen some people say and mention it's fake. This is actually funny. But it's funny regardless. If real. I'm so sorry of the story. This dude's taking matters into his own hands here. What are you funny? Hello. I was like, hello. It's going to you to share technology with me. You can improve yourself. And everything just like pew pew. insane. We had another massive UFO crash. Click on this video on the screen. It's absolutely is insane as to what's going on. Check out this video on the screen, and I'll see you right there. It's on the second channel.
Okay. I just watched that. That was very interesting. Did you send another one or?
This is exactly video what I wanted to share with you.
Excellent. Okay.
I mean the first video. It's curious for me because the shape of this aircraft is like it doesn't look like plane. It's like
Circular?
yes, exactly, like ellipsoid.
Yeah.
I don't know
Or
what in English.
yeah. So an ellipse is more like oval. This to me looks circular, which is very, very close. I mean, it could be oval, but I'm thinking it's like a circle, like a disc. Okay. So whatever that was looks very similar to. I've seen a crashed UFO from the Soviet Union, which I can show you. It looks just like that. It's like a big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me. I mean, it's in the absolute best documentary on the subject I think I've ever seen. All right. So just give me a moment, and we will. I'll show you the best evidence of UFOs ever. Just one moment.
All right.
It's just going to take me a few moments.
No problem.
Thank you.
I thank you for saying.
Oh, most certainly. And just know, we have Bob Lazar still ready for you, but we'll go to just one moment. It's called. Yes.
I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the Soviet Union was very, very interested in UFOs.
It would not be surprising if saucers had crashed on the Soviet Union.
This is so far the best footage.
Okay, to save us a little bit of time, I'll just show you what it looks like.
All right.
Just one moment.
This footage is authentic.
Here it is. That's a crashed UFO. Just one moment, though. Let me get it. It looks just like what you sent.
The head of the research team concluded that the Dalmagost object was most likely an artificial space probe of non-terrestrial origin. Russia's best known event, the Tunguska sighting, is sometimes referred to as the Russian Roswell. In the early hours of June 30th, 1908, peasants of the Tunguska River area in central Siberia Watch in disbelief as a glowing round object with a fiery tail streaked across the morning sky. The object crashed in a remote region of pine forest, exploding in a brilliant ball of flame.
Just a moment. Let me see if I can find it on another, like on YouTube. This is on some other website that seems to be slower.
10,000 kilometers surrounding the crash point. Although the event preceded
Sure.
the atomic bomb in Hiroshima
Sure.
and Nagasaki,
Just one moment. Let me see if I can find this on YouTube where I can get you Polish subtitles and also hopefully it's smoother because this website, whatever one I'm on, is just slow. But whenever they put this on YouTube, they take it down. So just one moment.
The result is the destruction of an area larger.
I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the Soviet Union was very.
So I found it on Polish site, CPA.
I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the Soviet Union was very interested in UFOs.
It would not be surprising if saucers had crashed in the Soviet Union.
Sure, just one
So
moment.
far, the best footage that of an alleged crash UFO or a dead alien that I've seen so far.
27 minutes.
I've got it.
Just watch for like 10 minutes. It's mind blowing.
10 minutes. All right. I watched.
Excellent. Did you see it on the ground?
What do you mean? What do I see in the ground?
There was a
I mean,
disc.
this round shaped object. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that looks like what you just showed me.
Yeah, but the latest version of that.
Right.
It's similar, but I think they modernized it.
Could be.
And they were talking about new upgrades in the market. I'm curious what the futuristic things that they were. Like what? I don't know. Magic stopwatch.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's definitely something like that. What I sent to you. Shit. And I've got another video to share with you.
Send it.
Please, 1 second.
Take your time.
It's from the same Polish channel that I subscribe. And to be honest, it's wholesome, this channel. Here we go. There's the timestamp. It should work. I hope so. This is the footage from.
Oh, the Fleur.
I don't know what.
Yeah, this is from off the coast of San Diego. It's from the United States government. This guy, the guy who took that video was on the Joe Rogan Experience as well.
Oh, okay. Do you remember his name?
Yeah, his name is just one moment. Let me make sure I get it right.
David Rush?
Yeah, that's it. Yep, that's it. I was gonna say I think it's David Grush, but yeah.
I just typed Joe Rogan UFO.
Yeah.
It's like,
No. It's not. It's David Fravor.
Is that him?
No, it's David Fravor. It's 1361.
Dave Favor?
Yep,
Fravor.
Fravor. Yeah, 1361.
Yeah, I've got it.
Excellent.
Let's save it. Please. So this video shows something like it has been spotted. I don't know. Is it from month ago in New Jersey. I mean, these orbs, drones, they call video. It has this sphere, as I said. Do you know any videos like that?
Yeah. Just one moment. I sent it to you.
20 years ago.
It happened 20 years ago, but it wasn't released.
Oh, this is sick. Do you know what's the name of this device? What we call it?
Yeah, it's called the camera. It's called a FLIR. FLIR.
Player. Yes?
Yeah, let me make sure I spelled it right. Just one moment. FLIR camera. It stands for something. Forward-looking infrared. So it's called a FLIR camera. It's a thermal camera.
Can you write it?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I'm reading about it.
Cool.
And which mode is it on this video used?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so we can say. I was curious about that. It can show a temperature of the object. So, anything about it, on the screen. Has the USA government turned on the state of emergency in USA?
As from what I know, the state of New Jersey had a limited one.
And how does it work? Is it like when there is COVID, you must stay at home and don't go around
Yeah, probably something.
so often?
Probably something similar.
I hope the time will show what's going on.
Same here, my friend.
I have to go. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely. You take care, Aloe. Anytime.
Thanks.
Peace, friend.
See ya.
Take care. Somebody's gonna watch this fucking Joe Rogan with me someday.
Good trade. That's the opener.
I just want you to know. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess you could say it in a kind of funny way, but and just talk about the things that mean a lot to you, because otherwise you're at the risk of the last post you have is like I don't know, talking shit about like
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
My order.
Exactly. That's
And then you're dead. That's it. 100 years.
I don't know. This I do recommend it. It's like the Stoics meditate on death every day. In the same way, you kind of meditate on your death when you make a video like that, because it's actually not just even talking to yourself; it's talking to the world. And it, like, for some reason, at least for me, they made it very concrete that there's going to be an end. And I'm like, it's over for me. If I'm making a video, it's over for me. It's just an interesting thought experiment. I recommend people try it. Okay. Are you afraid of death, by the way?
Yes. It's hard because, like, what if you just die and then you just see nothing forever? You know?
Yeah, the nothingness.
It just fades to blackness, and you're just like that for trillions upon trillions to billion squared years, and it's scary. But also, before you're born, you don't remember those X amount of years either. So that gives me a little comfort. But no, it's definitely very scary. Something I'd rather not think about until I'm like 80. I'll deal with that problem then. I don't know if I told you this, but I'm kind of hopeful that someone like Elon or one of these like freak smart people will just like be like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna figure out a way where we can slow down aging, get it where, you know, we can live to be 200-300 years old, and just like set their sights on that, and then just kind of save us. So it'd be really nice. Like it's almost absurd to think that in our lifetime they won't figure out a way to just even slightly slow down aging, where we could live to be like 120 or 130, and then that extra time they won't figure out somewhere where we could live to be 200. Like obviously not immortal, but I don't see how in my lifetime the life expectancy doesn't just expand.
Well, it also could be that the immortality is achieved in the digital realm. Like it could be long after you're gone. There's a Mr. Beast run by a ChatGPT type system.
Exactly. Yeah, that consumes everything I ever said, everything I ever wrote. I don't want that. I want to live. One of you smart people out there, figure it out. I'll keep you entertained, but I need you to figure out how to keep me alive. Give me till 200. That will make me happy.
Well, that's funny. Who owns the identity of Mr. Beast once the physical body is gone? Like, is it illegal to create another Mr. Beast that's ChatGPT based? I don't know what the laws are on that.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, once I'm done, I don't care.
well,
But
but you just said you did care. I mean, there could be a AI, like many Mr. Beasts that are created after you're gone.
I mean, that'd be cool to be able to like train up a model and let them loose so my content lives on, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but it somehow feels like it diminishes the value you
Inauthentic.
contribute.
Yeah.
It's inauthentic, but it's also there's some aspect to the finiteness of the art being necessary for its greatness.
100%. Yeah, the second that thing starts spamming out videos, the videos lose all meaning. It's pointless. It's a money grab.
If you ran YouTube for how long should you run it? For a year, how would you change it? How would you improve it?
It's hard because, obviously I'm biased because we're doing really well, but I feel like when I open up YouTube on my television, I get the videos I want to watch. I don't know. I don't ever open it and wonder like, what are these? What are these 10 videos on my homepage? When I click on a video, my suggestion, I don't ever wonder what these are. Like and maybe it's because I'm very adamant about like the kind of videos I watch, and I try not to watch videos that I want to get recommended more because that's how I think. But I'm very happy with how it is at the moment. I think one thing though that I just hate with the passion is the comment section on YouTube. It's just so bad. But I know that's not something that's going to 10x the growth of the platform. But if you think about it, you go to Reddit to read comments, and somehow like usually the top 20 posts on a popular Reddit post are not spam. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever clicked on something on the front page of Reddit and then most upvoted reply to it is like, go check out my site right here, and it's like trying to scam you out of $1,000? Yeah, I can't even think of one instance I've ever had that happen. So like Reddit, it's so nice to click on posts and just see what people have to say. And I almost wish like you had that same feeling when you read the comments on a YouTube video. Instead, it's like it's so many people just copy and pasting, so many bots that just grab the top comment for your previous video and paste it over. So the top comments on every video are the same. And the things that break through that are just scammers trying to get you to give them $1,000 for a free, fake ad.
That comment section is one of the most lively on the internet. So it'd be amazing if YouTube invested in creating an actual community, like where people could do high effort comments and be rewarded for it, like on Reddit.
Yeah.
Like actually write out a long
That
thing.
would make me so happy. Because like when I upload a video, I usually go to Twitter to see feedback. Like I read my comments and I'll flip through newest, but it's just, I feel like Reddit and Twitter just give me so much better filtered feedback, especially now that with Twitter Blue, because people pay $8 a month. I've noticed like any tweets I get from verified users now, they're usually not just garbage troll takes. Like these are people paying $8 a month. Like they're usually relatively sensible. And so it's been pretty nice. Like after I upload a video, I just go on the verified tab on Twitter and just see what people have to say. And anyways, I live for the day that YouTube's like that.
What do you think about Twitter? What do you think about all the fun activity happening recently since Elon bought Twitter?
I think he should make me CEO, like I tweeted.
Well, I should say sort of we just like a couple hours ago had a conversation with Elon, and you guys had an exchange of some excellent ideas. So I legitimately think, obviously you're exceptionally busy, but I legitimately think it would be awesome if you somehow participate in the future of Twitter.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Because there's so much possibility of different ideas. First in the sort of the content, like dissemination, hosting, and all the different recommendations, like the search and discover, all the things that YouTube does well.
I think the most exciting thing is he's, willing to move fast. And so I think there's going to be a lot of interesting things that come out of it because he's just moving quick. And a lot of these more mature platforms just take years to do the simplest stuff. And they're very bureaucratic. And so it's it'll be interesting to see which way it goes when you just kind of take a move quick, break things, whatever type approach to social media. I'm actually pretty curious to see what features he rolls out.
So what will be your first act as Twitter CEO?
Don't spoil it.
Okay.
I gotta get hired.
What do you think about video on the platform? mean,
On Twitter?
do you think that's an interesting, or is it like messing with the medium, the nature of the platform?
I think Twitter will always be closer to TikTok than it is to YouTube. Like, at least in its current form. Like, I don't see 20-minute, 1 hour long videos or whatever. You know, even 15-minute videos being watched over there. I see it more as like the short and snappy stuff closer to TikTok.
But at the same time, Twitter is a really good comment section for the internet.
I mean, it's almost weird why doesn't Twitter allow you to embed YouTube videos? Like, why does that? You should just ask Elon that. Like, I don't know if that's a YouTube thing, but when a YouTuber posts a video, why do they have to link to YouTube? Why can't they just embed it on Twitter and just play it there? I mean, wouldn't that just solve a lot of problems?
Two companies that have to agree to integrate each other's content.
I don't know, but it seems like a win-win. I mean, well, it's more of a win for Twitter because then people don't have to leave the platform. I mean, that'd be the easiest.
But who gets, like, when you watch the ads on a YouTube video that's embedded in a Twitter, who gets the money?
It would still be YouTube, but at least then right now people just post a link and it takes you off Twitter and it just kills your session time on Twitter.
That's really interesting. But because the Twitter, whatever the dynamics of the comments, especially once the spam bots are taken care of, Twitter just works. It's really so. Reddit is a nice comment section for the internet. It's like slower pace, more deliberate, like higher effort. Twitter's like this high paced, like ephemeral kind of stream. But there's the upvoting, the downvoting works much better because you could do retweeting, right? Because the social network is much stronger than it is on YouTube. Like the interconnectivity.
Yeah, on Reddit, you're going to get the top replies are going to be the most refined ones, whereas Twitter stuff close to the top that's not super refined. But like you're saying, it's more off the cuff stream of consciousness, which a lot of people prefer because it's a little more personal.
How do you think Twitter compares to YouTube in terms of how you see its future unroll in 2023?
I mean, I think YouTube's going to be YouTube, and not much is really going to change, but it's going to keep growing just because, you know, that's just what it does, and because it's owned by Google. But Twitter, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things like you can't predict if, like, you know, a year from now an economy is going to be in a recession or booming, and I think Twitter's kind of the same thing. One thing's for certain, a lot of things are going to be rolled out, but who knows, honestly.
You responded to Elon saying Twitter's unlikely to be able to pay creators more money than YouTube. Why do you think that is?
Well, yeah, because I think the tweet I responded to was one where he was saying that users will jump over if Twitter can potentially pay more than other platforms. And I was just saying, obviously, because Google has Google AdWords, and that's Google's whole thing. It's putting ads on stuff. They've been doing it better than anyone else in the world for a very long time. It's very unlikely in the next few years that Twitter is going to just magically, or any platform, give a creator the ability to make higher CPMs than on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Like some creators in December, Q4 because ad rates are higher because of Christmas and everything. Some creators literally make like $30, $40 per 1,000 views, and that's after YouTube's cut. Like it's almost like hard to think about like how high the RPMs get, and even then, once you pull out of finance and cars, the high CPM niches, and you move into just normal stuff, it's still just crazy. The sheer volume of creators and the fact that all of them get these multi-dollar CPMs at scale, it's pretty beautiful.
So you do, I don't know what you would call them, but like integrated ads in your videos, and you do it, I would say, masterfully. It's like part of the
video. Are you talking about brand deals?
Brand deals, is that what you would call that?
Yeah.
So it's a brand deal, it's part of the video. It's still really exciting to watch, and yet there's a plug for the brand.
In general, just brand deals, since you brought it up, integrating them well. I think that's something a lot of creators don't do. Like they'll just do a brand deal out of the blue. They'll just be filming a video, and then around the 3-minute mark, just start talking about a random company.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you don't want viewers to click away and you want people to not get pissed off and call you a sellout, you got to find a way to integrate it into content. And ideally, use the money in the video to make it better. Like the easiest thing you do when you do a brand deal is just tell people how you're using money from the brand deal to make your content better. And if you do that, like no one cares. Now they're supporting you for it. And you go from being a sellout to like, oh, I'm doing this to make better videos for you guys.
I don't know if you can share, but with those brands, when you have discussions with them, are they strict about how long you need to be talking about it? Or is it more about they're leaving control to you about the artistic element of it?
The problem is the ones who don't give us the artistic element, we just don't really work with anymore.
Sure.
Because it's just, we get 100 million views a video now, and I can confidently, I know how to entertain them and convert them better than these random brands. So, if they don't give us that freedom, I just won't work with them.
So you have that leverage, but for smaller creators,
it's a lot harder. Yeah, and they're gonna just say 45 seconds. Here's what you say. Take it or leave it. and it's like pretty brutal. Because I think just in general, if brands were more accommodating to let creators tell their story of the brand and talk brand in a way that felt a little more natural, I think it'd be less cringe. People would be less likely to go, tap, 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 skip. And obviously it would convert better. But they're just so afraid, and they want this standardized thing. Say these words and 45 seconds right here at this 3-minute mark.
Yeah, I often think about how to resist that.
You just don't do them, though, right?
Not on YouTube, right? I do, on the audio, I do ads in the very beginning, and I say you can skip them if you want. But
The brand loves that.
no, I don't. Like, the point is they. So the funny thing about podcasts is different than YouTube videos. Podcast people actually do listen to ads a lot because it's slower paced and they like the creative voice, like talking about the thing. But in general, I just don't believe you should be talking about a thing for a minute exactly, and that's going to be effective. I want to see the data for that. I think what's much more effective is the way you do ads, which is like integrate into the content, like put a lot of effort into making a part of that, like doing the brand deals. And it's difficult to have that conversation. It's like a very strenuous conversation you have to have with brands. You have to have each one at a time. And I just wish there was more of a culture to say, like, the quality of the ad read matters a lot more than the silly parameters, like the timing of it, like how long it is, the placement of it, all that kind of stuff.
What percentage of your viewers do you think have seen one of my videos before?
What percentage of the viewers on YouTube, right?
Yeah, of your viewers.
Of the viewers on YouTube, though.
Yeah.
Most of the people.
Okay, sure, or all of them. It's just interesting because you're speaking very specifically like about my brand deal process, and so in my head I'm like, I wonder what percentage of these people even have any idea what he's talking about.
That's interesting. I love the thinking about numbers.
The whole time we were having this conversation, that's all I could think about. I was like, God damn it, there's probably like 50% of these people have no fucking clue what he's saying,
Probably.
and we're about to torture him for 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
But that's something I can't turn off in my brain.
Less than 50%. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that exciting to you that there's like 50% of people have not watched the Mr. Beast video? Isn't that an opportunity to
Yeah, I guess it's an opportunity to grow. I don't know. Honestly, I was just kind of excited to hang out with you.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I mean, it's
today was a lot of fun.
Who cares if there's
So,
mics?
Yeah, so it's kind of like having a buddy to go along the journey as I'm just kind of eating shit and doing my normal grind. It was like kind of fun, and also you just say really wise stuff constantly. So honestly, no, I never even put any thought into like the demographics or what I could gain. It's just interesting because like my retention brain, when you talk about something, I'm instantly like, what value are they going to get? How many of them are going to be interested? What percentage of people do I think will lose? And I'm like running all those calculations in the background, and that whole conversation, like anyway, it's just something I can't turn off. My like bells are like error. This is bad.
What are the different strategies for high retention for your videos and in general?
It's like how do you cook good food? You know what I mean? That's like the same kind of question.
I see. So there's so many different ways that so it boils down to, I mean, do you think of this at the level of a story, or do you think like literally watching 5 seconds at a time? Am I going to tune out here? Am I going to tune out here? Am I going to tune out here?
It's all of it. You need the overarching narrative, and then you also need the micro where every second, needs to be entertaining. And you basically, what's interesting is the longer people watch something, the more likely they are to keep watching. So you don't have to try as hard in the hypothetically back half of a video as you do in the front. Like even right now, we're so deep into this where a lot of people listening are probably just going to keep listening really close to the end, unless we just have a really boring part of this conversation because they're just in it. They're immersed. And so a big, like to really boil it down to a simple level, you just want to get people where they're immersed in the content and then just kind of hold them there.
We had this discussion offline. And by the way, I should mention that this is like late at night.
It is. What time? It's 9 o'clock.
And I only slept 1 hour last week because I'm an idiot, and I flew to the wrong location.
Well, here we're like, hey, let's just book you a hotel and a flight. He's like, no, I got it. We're like, you sure? We just do it. We always do this. He's like, no, I got it.
He's gonna have to rub it in.
I know. And then today, come to find out, he flew to the wrong airport. An airport with or a city with a similar name to ours.
Just same name.
Yeah.
Same name in a different state.
And I was like, that's why you should let us book it. And so he's on 1 hour of sleep, and he's literally been dying all day. Before this podcast, he downed like 2 things of coffee. We've been going all day hard.
Yeah, I've been got to interact with you. I should say that this gave me an opportunity I got a ride from a stranger, and it was an incredible person. I got to interact with him. So it's like there's so many kind people around here. just like this kind of southern energy. And then I got to go to a diner because I could, there's only 1 hour between me arriving and having to fly out. So I went to a diner. There's a really kind waitress that called me honey. So that was a beautiful moment,
I was so confused. You tweeted about that, and like Steele's like my assistant was like Lex isn't here yet,
Yeah.
and I saw your tweet, and I was like, he's here.
Yeah.
Steele's like, no, he's still flying. I was like, an hour ago, he just tweeted about a nice diner,
Yeah, it was,
I didn't realize you
it was
flew to
a
the-
diner. It was a diner in a different state.
and then you had to fly over here.
Yeah.
And then I called you, you didn't answer. I was like, I was like, something's not adding up.
Yeah, I feel like such an idiot because apparently the world has cities like Springfield, right? There's like every single state has a Springfield.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think that's
whatever.
that's like a Simpsons joke, right? That like it's the city in the Simpsons is Springfield, and I think every single state or most of them have a Springfield. And the same is true for like Georgetown. I think I forget what the most popular one was. There's like a list of these people get when they run out of ideas, they just keep using the same.
They're your
thing.
Achilles heel.
I got to meet a bunch of people from your team. There's just an incredible human beings. So let me just ask on that topic: how do you hire a great team? Like, what have you learned about hiring for everything for the main channel that you do, for the React the gaming channel, to Mr. Beast Burger, to Feastables, all that?
The big thing is, especially in this content creation, because it's not like anything that's done on Netflix or different content mediums. I really need people who are coachable and like really see the value in what I care about, because it's a very specific way of going about things, and it's a thing. There's no one like plug and play. Like if Netflix wanted to hire someone to do a documentary, there's probably tens of thousands of people you could hire that have worked on documentaries before. But if you want to hire someone to make super viral YouTube videos, like we do, there's just no one you can really pull from. Like sometimes I'll hire people from game shows, right? And they have all these preconceived notions about pacing and how a video should be, and you have to spend like the first year like breaking all these habits, and and they think they're better than you. Like a lot of people in traditional think they're better, and they think their way is better than what we do. And so for me, it's almost easier to hire people that are just hard workers, that are obsessed and really coachable, and just train them how to like be good at content creation and production, than to hire someone from like traditional, which is the only way to really do it, because there's not that many YouTube channels that have scaled up. So it's not like there's a huge talent pool of people who worked on YouTube channels. So it's easier just to train someone than just pull them from traditional, because traditional people just, I don't know, they have all these opinions and things, and they just think our way of going about things is dumb.
Yeah, so you want people who have the humility to have a beginner's mind, even if they have
And
experience.
see actually, you'll still get it. It's so crazy. Like especially some of my other friends that are scaling up their YouTube channels. There's people that will come on and you'll ask them like, what do you want to be doing in 5 years? And instead of saying, oh, I want to be working on this channel, they'll be like, oh, I hope to be working on movies or this or that. And they see like working on a YouTube channel as a launch pad to go into traditional. And it's like, no, like you just don't get it.
This is the future.
This is the end goal.
Yeah.
This is your career. And so I'm just tired of having those kinds of conversations. Like I feel like people really should be coming around.
Are there like recurring interview questions that you ask? Is there ways to get?
Yeah, but the biggest thing is like, what do you want to be doing in 10 years? And if their answer isn't, making content on YouTube, or, if their answer is anything like movies or traditional stuff like that, it's like just a hell no. Like it just won't even remotely work.
Oh, so you really want people to believe in the vision of YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it's like, oh, working here. You know what I mean?
So it's less about the medium and more about just being on a great team and doing epic stuff.
Yeah, well, and yeah, the media as well, because it's hard to put it into words, but it's just two completely different ways of going about things. Like our videos aren't scripted, and it's a lot more run and gun. And if we hypothetically blow up a giant car or whatever, like you only have one take, you know what I mean? So and it's not scripted, and so you have to overfilm, overshoot things, overcompensate for like the dumb way of going about it. And a lot of traditional people would be like, well, just plan what you're going to say and just plan the angles. You can cut the cameras in half. You could save 50 grand here. You could save, $75,000 editing, this and that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not authentic. That's, blah, blah. You get it. It's almost so obvious that it hurts to have to like constantly have these conversations, but it's what we live in.
But there's also detail, like there's a taste. Like I've watched a bunch of videos with you, and it's clear to you that you've gotten really good I don't know what the right word is, style or taste, to be able to know what's good and not in terms of retention, in terms of just stylistically, visually.
I don't have to think. I can just watch a video and it just screams in my head like this is what should change based on the million videos I've watched and all these viral videos I consumed. Like this is blah blah blah, what's optimal and things like that. It's almost like your brain's like a neural net, and like if you consume enough viral videos and enough good content that you just kind of start to like train your brain to like see it and see these patterns that happen in all these viral videos. And so that anytime I watch a video or a movie or anything, I just can't stop thinking about what is optimal. And so it's like it gives me a headache sometimes when I watch something too slow or I don't think is optimal. Obviously my taste isn't the end all be all, but that's something that kind of torments me, if that makes any sense.
Oh, you can't enjoy a slow movie.
No, I can't.
Movie.
And that's not to say
The retention on The Godfather is horrible.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've tried to watch that movie like 3 times, but that's not to say slow movies are bad. Like, there's an audience for it. It's just obviously not what I've trained my brain to like. And social media and YouTube right now, like, that's just not the meta.
And in general, like you said, in neural network, you're training your brain in part on actual data, right? So you're actually, it's data driven. So you're looking at, like, in terms of thumbnails and titles and different aspects of the first 5-10 seconds, and then throughout the video, the retention, all of that, you're looking at all of that for your own videos to understand how to do it better. So that's where the neural network is training.
Yeah. Basically, there are ways you can kind of see like the most viewed videos on YouTube every day and stuff like that. And I just kind of consume those every single day. And I've been doing that for way too many years. And you just start to notice patterns. Like the thumbnails on the most viewed videos or videos that go super viral tend to be clear, tend to not have much clutter, tend to be pretty simple. Titles tend to be less than 50 characters. Intros tend to be this. Stories tend to be this. And you just kind of like, after you see those thousands and then tens of thousands at a time, it just starts to click in your head. Like, this is what it looks like, you know?
So how are you able to transfer that taste that you've developed to team? So for like, because you said like broad things, but I'm sure there's a million detailed things, like what zoom to use on the face to use in the thumbnail, right? Like
the answer is whatever makes the best video. Because the problem is the more, which I have so many friends who are like this, they'll make like checklists for their editors. They'll make, this beat and this beat, and you need to have like a 3-part arc and then this. But the problem is that's how you, the more constraints you put in the team, the more repetitive and less innovation you get, and the more like, after 10 videos, people are gonna be like, all right, I've already seen this. So to me, and I'm 24, and I'm probably, my mindset will change over the next 10 years. I just haven't been in this industry too long, but the only way to like really make innovative content and keep things fresh is to not put constraints on, or put as little as possible. And so that's why I'm very hesitant on all that stuff, because the more I say, the more they're gonna be like, oh, then that's what we do. And then, I'll say one time like, oh, ideally there's a cut every 3 seconds. And then next thing you know, every video there's a cut every 3 seconds or whatever. So it's hard, because I try to give as little not training, but as little facts or as possible, and more just make suggestions, if that makes any sense.
You mean publicly or to your team?
To my team, yeah.
So you talked about sort of teaching your voice or your style, whatever we want to call it, to other people on the team so they can be kind of a Mr. Beast replacement. So what's the process of teaching that? So you don't want to...
No, I got you. So you're more talking about like what I would call almost like cloning, right? Yeah. Like Tyler and other people like that. Yeah. So when we were hanging out today, I was showing him how we have multiple people in the company. It's almost like talking to the camera to have.
Yeah, you turn slowly to the camera.
I was like, anyways, have it.
Is it weird to you to not be looking at the camera?
This whole interview, I constantly have been turning towards the camera, like I'm talking to him. Yes. It's a habit. Because my whole life I've just been talking to a camera.
Who are you thinking about when you're looking at the camera? Do you like imagine somebody?
I'm fully thinking about the person just sitting watching it, and I almost. It's weird when I'm looking at the camera. I don't see a camera. I'm like in a haze, picturing what the viewer is seeing when they watch it. If that makes sense. And that's where I'll be saying things and or doing something, and then like when I'm watching, I'm like, that's not what I want, and then I'll freeze up. It's very weird when I'm filming, and for people who haven't worked with me too much, they'll think like, I don't know. It's very weird, like how I go about it, because I'll just be doing whatever, like lighting a firework. All right, this is a $1,000 firework, and I'll go to light it, and I'll like freeze, because in my head I'm like, this. I don't know. I don't like how that flowed or how that shot looked, because it's weird. I can perfectly picture what I'm filming by just looking at the camera and then putting myself through the lens of the camera while making content, and I can do it at the same time.
So you're like real time editing.
In my
The
head.
video.
Yeah, that's something that didn't at the start come natural to me, but in the last probably like 5 years, it's happened. And so I would say it's one of my greatest strengths, but I don't know how I developed it. But anytime I'm filming anything, like it's almost like the right side of my brain, I can look at it and I see exactly what I'm filming, and I can just picture it.
Well, it's probably recording the video, being the talent for the video, and then watching the editing and like analyzing it carefully, and do that over and over.
Yeah,
and
you
over
do
and
that
over and over. You develop-
10,000 times. Yeah,
You do the editing more than the being in front of the camera. So like you start to see yourself from that third person perspective.
exactly.
And then maybe that actually helps with the nerves of it too. Like you see it as creating a video versus performing, right?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's weird. I've never been nervous talking to a camera. It's harder for me to talk to a person than it is to talk to a camera, which I feel like a lot of people say that though, that are whatever, make content, right?
Interesting.
I've
I don't
heard
know.
that so many times. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just awkward and dumb.
Maybe they're practiced. To me, both are terrifying, but being in front of the camera by yourself is
So much easier.
Really.
Yeah, so much easier. I prefer it a million times over. But that's my whole life, you know.
Yeah.
So it's just that's why it's interesting. Like you spent more of your time talking to people.
Yeah.
It comes natural, and I talk to a piece of plastic.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're talking to a person too. They're just on the other side of the camera.
Yeah, there's just a pixel on the screen.
So cloning. How do you achieve?
Oh yeah, that's right. This whole rabbit trail. So I was showing him that I have a lot of people in the company who are able to think like me and basically make decisions like I would make if I was like, if you were asked, hey, in this video, should we climb a mountain or should we dig a hole?
Yeah.
Right. And like, you know, they would pick the same answer I'd pick 90% of the times. And so like one example is Tyler, who I was showing you, and he was pitching some content and you could see like this, he was on point. And basically for just 4 or 5 years, we just spent an absurd amount of time together and worked on every single video together. We worked side by side. And same thing with my CEO, James. He literally lived with me for a couple of years. I'm a big fan of just like finding people who are super obsessed and all in and A players that, you know, they really just want to be great and they're just dumping everything I have in them.
And like you were saying, because I'd love to find that and develop that. You're saying you're basically for a long time just said everything you were thinking to them.
Exactly. Like James, the guy who's basically my right hand man right now, for 2 years he lived with me and we probably talked on average over those 2 years 7 hours a day. I mean, anytime I had a phone call, I'd throw it on speaker and I'd let him listen. Anything I was reading, any content I was consuming, like really just training his brain to think like me. So that way he could just do things without my input, without me having to constantly watch over him or give him advice. And that's where we've gotten. Like, so for the first 6 months, he didn't do anything. He just studied me and studied everything I cared about and how I spoke and blah, blah. And then the next 6 months, he started taking on some responsibilities. And now he can just run the company and, you know, I don't ever really have to check in on him. Like most of the decisions he makes are exactly what I would do. And so I call that cloning. I don't know what other people would, but it's just like finding people that are really obsessed and they just kind of really want it and just being like giving them an avenue to like get it, if that makes any sense.
Another way to see it is you're converging towards a common vision, and that makes like brainstorming much more productive.
Yeah, it just makes it where I don't have to be so involved in everything because I just have these people I know will think like I will, at least relatively close to it. So I can kind of almost be in multiple places at once, per se. And so these things that, you know, I still approve every idea we film and, you know, everything before we film and all the creative, I approve it. But I don't have to like be in the weeds and nuances and do all this minor stuff. I can just let them handle it. I can just do the more macro things.
I got a chance to sit in to a lengthy brainstorming session with Tyler and others. Yeah. That was really cool. Can you talk about the process of that, of people pitching ideas and you pitching alternatives or shutting down ideas and just going like plowing through ideas?
I mean, you kind of just described exactly what we did. Yeah.
I mean, but the ideas are really good. It's just tossing out like different categories of ideas and then also fine tuning them to see like how do I change, like thinking about the titles and the thumbnails.
I work so well off of inspiration. It's like it's something like give me any word. I don't know. Make it relative. Space. Yeah, like I went to space. You know, what happens if you blow up a nuke in space? Or I went to the moon. I went to Mars. Right? Because you said that one word, it was able to inspire me to come up with 4 ideas. And so that's just, it's for me, if you the way to get 100 million views on a video is you need something original, creative, something people really need to see, ideally never been done before, all these like things. And so you need like, if you want to consistently go super viral, you need just a constant stream of ideas. And the only way I've really found that I can consistently come up with 100 million view videos is to intake inspiration and then see what my brain outputs. And so that's kind of at its core foundation what I'm doing there. It's just like intaking a lot of random inspiration to see what spawns in my mind so I can output it.
But the neural network of your brain is generating the video, the title, the thumbnail, all like
Exactly.
jointly. Right?
Exactly. And that only comes because I spent 10 years of my life just obsessively studying all that stuff.
Because it seems like you would literally potentially shut down a video just because you can't come up with a good title.
Yeah,
Or a good
100%.
thumbnail.
Or a thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened to 70% of those in that pitch session. It was just like, oh, what was one of them? Genius versus 100 people.
Yeah, like maybe average intelligence versus genius, something
Yeah.
like that. Or,
Yeah, I was like, what the heck is the thumbnail? Even if the title was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many. But yeah, if people don't click, they don't watch.
That's so interesting. But you developed over time the ability to kind of give it what makes for a good title? Short?
Not just short. It's also, I mean, if someone reads it, are they like, do they have to watch it? Is it just so intrinsically interesting that it's just gonna fuck with them if
Yeah.
they don't click on it? You know what I mean?
So it doesn't have to be short, but it has to be like you almost want to have a retention to word by word reading.
Ideally, it's a title also that, because the titles don't live in a vacuum, right? So it has to lead into the content. So ideally, the title represents content that you would want to watch for 20 minutes. So if it's a 20-minute video and the title is "I stepped on a bug," it's not gonna, because it's all of it combined. The click-through rate is going to be much lower. And then if it was like a 5-second video, people might click it. So you gotta, like, even nuances of the length of the video based against the title will affect whether people want to click it, because sometimes they just don't add up. I mean, it's that, yes, ideally you want it below 50 characters, because above 50 characters on certain devices, you run the chance of it going ... So like, I took a light pole and I saw how many dollar bills I could stack on top, and they would just go ... because it's too long and it can't finish it. And that's the worst thing, because then people don't even know what they're clicking on. And so it's going to do even worse. Short, simple, ideally, and just so freaking interesting they have to click. And it is a good segue into the content, and it represents the length of the content.
And there's probably stuff it's hard to convert into words for you, like I stepped on a bug versus stepping on a bug versus Mr. Beast stepped on a bug
Yeah.
versus
Well, I mean, that
bug stepping
it's funny you
video.
bring that up. So it's like, yes, the more extreme the opinion, typically the higher the click-through rate. If you can like pay it off in the content, then it just supercharges it. So like,
So you have a kind of estimate of the extreme.
like this water, right? You're like, Fiji water sucks. Yeah, that'd do fine. If you said Fiji water is the worst water bottle, or the worst water I've ever drank in my life,
Yeah.
way more extreme opinion would do way better.
You have to deliver.
Yeah, but then you have to deliver, because the more extreme you are, the more extreme you have to be in the video.
That's almost inspiration for you to step up.
Yeah, but you can be more extreme in a positive way. A lot of
Right.
people. It's easier though. Positive, negative clickbait's much easier than positive clickbait. It just is. It's so much easier to get negative clicks, and so a lot of people are just, in my opinion, a little bit lazier, and they just take the route like, oh well, this one gets the same amount of clicks, and it's easier, less effort.
The positive one is doing a large number of numbers of something. Like I spent this number of hours doing this.
Or whatever. If you just wanted to help people, or right, it's just harder to get 10 million views on a video helping people than it is to get 10 million views on a video tearing down a celebrity. You know what I mean? Or whatever negative video you want to insert there.
Well, that said, most of your videos are pretty positive.
Yes.
So
But not a lot of people do those kinds of videos because they're hard.
Yeah, they're hard.
Yeah.
Some of that is giving away money, right?
Yeah.
What's the secret to that? How do you do that right?
Yeah.
Like
give away money, or
in a video to make it compelling. Is it so? There's a number that is better than another number, right?
The higher number is always better than the
Is
lower
it?
number. Yeah, for the most part. And it's interesting. Like some videos will give away $1 million, some videos will give away $500,000. There's not really, I guess so. What I just said, I was more joking with that, but there's no difference whether I put 500K or $1 million. There's probably not even really a difference between 100K or $1 million. I haven't really looked into it. Like some of our mostly videos are not us giving away $1 million, and sometimes the $1 million videos just don't do as well as the other ones. So there is a certain point where a dollar amount is just a large dollar amount to an average human, and so I think that point is 100K. Like anything above 100K, the average human is just like a lot of money. Like it doesn't 100K and $1 million, like doesn't really move the needle. If that makes sense. Which that's a very nuanced piece of information that applies to very few people, but yeah.
No, I think it applies. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Our relationship with money is fascinating. Like, why is it so exciting to get? I mean, the times I've found like $20 in the ground are like incredible.
Really?
I don't know why, right? Why? Why are you so happy? Like, what exactly is so joyful about that? I mean, it depends where you are in life, what the situation is. Yeah, I don't know. There's also a gamified aspect to it. It's exciting.
Yeah,
It's fun.
no, I get it. Why people want to see people win money. It's just interesting that past 100 grand, it doesn't really seem to make a difference. Like, it's the same basically.
So you found that to be true with all the money you've given away. That
Just in click through rate. Like, obviously, in terms of someone receiving it, $1 million changes their life drastically more. Like, that's the difference. Like, if you wanted to, you could really quit your job. As opposed to 100K is like, not really.
You probably do like a scientific study, like a formula, giving away money to click through rate.
Yeah,
there could be some kind of diminishing return.
It definitely the returns level off dramatically after 100K. That's basically the premise.
What about 10,000?
No, there's 100,000. It's funny because this is such a small niche thing, but yeah, 100,000 does. And from what I see in our videos, get more clicks than 10,000. But the difference between 100,000 and a million is just so little. I think big number to a lot of people past that point.
Yeah, so for 100,000, you can, like, give an average salary, you could probably live for a year, given what the average salaries in America. So that's like that feels.
Yeah, I think it's also just more when they read the title. It's just like it's a lot of zeros. It's fuckloads of zeros. Okay, click.
Yeah. Oh man, that's fascinating. So on the thumbnail side, again, that's going to be much harder to say probably. But offline, I got a chance to look at a bunch of thumbnails. And it's fascinating which ones do well and which ones don't. Is there something you could say about what are the elements of a thumbnail that work well? Or is this also deeply instinctual?
Well, that's where, it's the same thing. Like, how do you cook good food? But it's easier if you pull up a thumbnail and I can be like, that's why that's good. That's why that's bad. That's like an example would be like one of my friends. He just uploaded a video recently, and I called him. I was like, what is this? Because he's a very, very smart guy. And in the thumbnail, he's getting chased by cops, but the cops were wearing yellow vests, so they didn't look like cops. I was like, well, why are the cops in your thumbnail wearing yellow vests? It's like, that makes it so much more boring. And he was like carrying a flag, but the pole and the color of the flag were the same color. So it's like, it's a little harder to see the flag. I was like, also, you're wearing like a shirt with like 5 different colors. Like, so it's like, it's hard to tell what your outline is. And then in the background, there were cars. And I was like, well, if you have cops chasing you, why not make the cars cop cars? And, and it's like, because in my head, I'm like, dang, if you just did those like 4 or 5 things, the video probably would have got like 7x the views.
How much iteration? Because I also got a chance to see the number of iterations you do on a just thumbnails.
It's a problem now. It's an addiction.
Is it? So you kind of, because a lot of the versions were really good.
Yeah.
How do you know what to like?
I love how when we pulled up that the burger one and we were flipping through, you're like, that's really good. I was like, oh, that's version like 1 of like 1,000.
But even the sketch, the idea was good. Like already, even the original idea is strong.
Yeah. So we have videos. We made the world's largest plant-based burger, and the thumbnail we were thinking is like me standing beside the burger because it's 6 feet tall. That's what he's talking about. So like, just picture a giant 6 foot tall burger, super wide, thousands of pounds, and then I'm beside it, and then it's like eating the world's largest burger. Like that's just something you have to click. Like, so you were saying like, how would you describe a good thumbnail? Like that, you know what I mean? Like,
but I think you said the one I noticed first that was good. You were very small in it relative to and you didn't like that one.
I needed to come forward a little bit, and also the photo we took was just my upper body. Yeah. So they photo manipulated and created my legs in Photoshop, and that's why I said I didn't like it, because my right leg was a little like off. It was like bent the wrong way. Because I had to build those legs in Photoshop.
Well, I mean, does the physics in a thumbnail have to even make sense? I mean, you can just like exaggerate the head size and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, things don't have to be relative. You can have a car in the background and be 3 times the size. Because every one of my thumbnails, my face is in the left side, very big. So brand recognition, so just people know. Oh, especially because now that a lot of people copy our videos, it's just nice to like, everyone else might make thumbnails like this, but this is mine. Yeah. And obviously, we usually over deliver and do bigger stuff.
Would you recommend to other creators that want to make it big and they see Mr. Beast and they look up to you, to copy some elements of you, or to really try to be unique?
Unique, 100% unique. You're not the next Mr. Beast, quote unquote, feels weird saying that in
Yeah.
third person, but whatever, is not gonna do what I'm doing better. They're gonna just invent their own lane. Like you're just not gonna do what I do better than me. You know, I have so many. I literally have the best people in the world working here, and I reinvest everything I make, even to this day. You know what I mean? Like it's absurd the amount of money I spend on content, and I don't care. I'll just stop sleeping and I'll just film every other day. Like you're just not gonna beat me at my own game, and that's fine. You shouldn't. Like I didn't get where I am by just beating someone else at their own game. I just found my own lane and innovated and adapted. And so, yeah, there's a lot of people that do copy me, and it's fine, whatever, do it. But just know you're not going to get to where I am doing that. And so I'd advise you don't.
You give away a lot of the secrets, basically everything about how you operate. Is there?
I don't hold anything back. Go for it. You know.
How do you think about that? Because that's pretty rare.
I think, and this is definitely not. Most people in my stance, I don't think would take this, or my position would take this stance, but I see every other YouTuber or person on social media, even because we're also focused super heavily on YouTube. Last year, we were also the most followed TikTok creator in the world as well. Last year, we were most subscribed to YouTube channel in the world and the most followed TikTok account in the world. But in general, I just see everyone else as collaborators, not competitors. I don't think giving advice and helping other creators do well in any way harms me, and I think it only brings more value to my life.
How was it jumping on TikTok and trying to understand that platform from scratch?
Yeah.
So from being a successful YouTuber to understand a totally different algorithm, fundamentally different algorithm.
It's interesting. Well, not even just the algorithm, just the content. Like I'm going from basically 15-minute short films to sub 1 minute vertical content. It's a whole different just ballpark. And so the first little while I was doing TikTok, it was just kind of figuring out what does Mr. Beast look like in this short form content. But recently we've really started to catch our stride and come up with some original concepts and figure out how to innovate over there, just like we did on YouTube, because I didn't want it to just be shitty YouTube videos. You know. And so like an example is we played The Rock for 100K and rock paper scissors, and the loser had to donate 100K to charity. We did we went to random people on a campus and we offered them. So I said, I'll give you $100 if you fly to Paris and give me a baguette. And then they said no. And then I was like, I'll give you $300 if you fly to Paris and give me a baguette. And I was expecting this person to say no, and it go up to like 10 grand. And he's like, yes. And so he flew to Paris, got a baguette, and brought it back and gave it to me. And that across everything got like 450 million views. Because it's just really cool. Just this random guy get on a plane, spend a day in Paris, and we cut it up real nicely and bring it back. And so we're starting to find just tons of original content over there.
But it seems like an epic video to make for 1 minute.
Exactly. No one on short form is doing it. That's the thing. It's like, it's just so funny because like TikTok's been big for a while now, years. And then, you know, as we started to really figure out things on the YouTube channel and get it cranking where I have some free, we set our sights on TikTok and like, okay, what are people not doing? How do we make it better, put in more effort, make it good? And we did the same thing we did at YouTube, just different over on TikTok, and it worked. And now we're the fastest growing or most followed TikTok account in 2022. And it's just funny that no one else did that.
And you're not afraid to do epic stuff, which also during the brainstorming, some of the ideas you were like, that's better as a short. That's crazy.
Yeah, but can you remember one? Because I remember I said that a bunch, but I can't think of one.
All I remember is that there were like epic videos. Like, really? You're going to do that for a 1 minute video?
Yeah,
it's crazy. So, like, are you posting similar content to a YouTube short as a TikTok?
Yeah, those we just double up. It's just hard. You know, what's actually pretty fascinating, and people who do social media listening to this will probably find this pretty interesting, is picture like the content creation meta 3 years ago versus now, where you can make sub 1 minute vertical content and it go viral on TikTok, it go viral on YouTube Shorts, it go viral on Instagram Reels, it goes viral on Facebook, it goes Reddit. You know, you swipe through vertical content now, and Twitter when you click on a video and you flip through it. So this is actually very weird. This is the first time in the history of, I guess, Western social media that one form of content could actually go super viral on every single platform. It's never been like that before.
So they're going viral individual. They're not like
I can post something on TikTok that'll get 100 million views, and then post it on Shorts and it'll get 200 million views, and then post it on Instagram and it get 50 million views, and then I haven't yet, but you can then turn around and tweet it and it get tens of millions of views, and you can post it on Reddit and it get tens of millions of views, and Facebook and get tens of millions of views, and that just wasn't a thing 3 years ago. Twitter didn't have because a lot of you probably don't even know this, but when you tap on a video now and you swipe down, it just turns into TikTok. That wasn't a thing even a year ago. Reddit, that wasn't a thing a year ago. Probably 2 years ago, that wasn't a thing on Instagram. 3 years ago, that wasn't a thing on YouTube right, with YouTube Shorts. So this is all new, and it's weird. I haven't heard a single person talk about it, but this is the first time where content can actually go viral on every single platform, and you don't have to write or film a video for Facebook, film a 12-minute video for YouTube, film a sub 60-second video for TikTok, write a tweet for Twitter, and post this on Reddit. You can just do the same thing on every platform.
And the fact that your content has gone viral on multiple platforms regularly means that virality is not accidental. Or sometimes it can be, of course, but
It's just not.
it can be engineered.
So many people say it's luck, and they're like, you're just lucky or this or that, but what are we up to? Probably like 1,000 videos over 10 million views. Like, we don't ever have a dud. Like, you can call it luck, but I think it can be trained. I counsel YouTubers all the time and show them how to go from getting a couple million views a month to 10 million views a month very easily. Even certain ones, like just one of my friends, like he was just really struggling, and so I just started showing him basically everything I know and just doing like once every week, sometimes once every 2 weeks calls, and he went from $10,000 a month on YouTube to over 400,000 just doing these little counseling calls. And so, I mean, people can make excuses all they want and say it's just luck or say, well, anyways, I don't even want to quote all the other stuff, but it's just, it is a teachable skill. It's a learnable skill. You can study your way to consistently make viral videos, no matter how small your channel is. Even if you have 0 subscribers, you could, if you actually studied hard enough, and like, basically if you knew what I knew, and some of these, so I don't sound so arrogant, also like some of these other friends I have that I'd say are the smartest people in the world when it comes to content creation online, if you had the knowledge that was in our heads, you could do it very easily. I see people do it all the time. And what's even more interesting is I go on podcasts and I say everything I know, and these people are also very open. Some of them I know. It's all out there. And a lot of people, instead of just studying that and trying to absorb and apply it in their own way, they're just like, no, it's just luck,
So you do lay it all out there, but I got to push back to one interesting thing. I think a crucial component of your success is the idea stage, the idea generation, the brainstorm I heard today, but getting really good at generating ideas. So it's not just the selection of the thumbnail and the title, that creative process. It's also just the engine of generating really good ideas,
Of course.
and getting that. I mean, I would say that is probably the thing that needs to be trained the most for most creators, right? That they just don't put enough ideas on paper.
Yes, but also a lot of creators also just don't, which I didn't either for the longest time, just don't make good enough content, content that's worthy of getting 10 million views.
In the idea or the execution of the idea?
Both. I mean, like, think about how many people just make videos, they film them in under 20 minutes and they don't really put any effort into it. And it's like my first 500 videos didn't deserve to get 1 million views. Like, there's a reason they didn't. They're terrible, But at the time I thought they did, right? And I'm in the mindset of a lot of small YouTubers where I thought those videos deserved 1 million views and I thought the algorithm hated me. But I watch them back now and I can tell you exactly why. The videos were fucking horrible. You know what I mean?
So what was the breakthrough for you to start realizing, to start having a self-awareness, about these videos aren't good enough? You're probably still going through that. You're probably still growing to see.
Yeah, every 6 months you should look back and hate your videos, or at least see things you could improve and be like, oh, I could have done this better, that better. If not, then you're not learning quick enough, in my opinion, at least.
Where's the source of that learning even for you now?
It's
just look at.
I just got back from a mastermind where I just got 10 of the smartest people I knew, and we just locked ourselves in a cabin and taught each other stuff constantly every day. Not every day now, probably every other day. I go on a walk and I just call random people. I'll just say, teach me something. And I mean, it's just you just have to have a never-ending thirst for learning. Like, that's very imperative, especially if you want to get on top and then stay on top. The only way to do it is just to constantly be learning. Or someone who is learning is just gonna have a leg up on you in the knowledge game.
And what kind of stuff are you? Because you've talked about offline that you just love learning of all kinds. It doesn't matter, but. In terms of videos, are you studying videos? Are you studying?
Recently, not as much. I'm more, because to get to the videos I want, I have to build this business and scale up and hire. So more of my recent time has been, like, my teenage years were spent studying virality and studying content creation. Now I'm studying how to build a content company so I can actually produce the crazy ideas I want to produce, if that makes any sense.
So yeah, on that, the business side, we talk about hiring. Do you have trouble firing people?
No, I'm pretty sure almost every person, every person I've ever hired, we just give them severance. And I like to see it more as, it's no ill will. Like, if I fired you, if there's some other job you want me to help you get, I'll DM them on Twitter. Like, if you want to go work for, I don't know, insert whatever, MTV, give me someone to DM. I'll DM them. Like, I try to make it more like a transition and do whatever we can to make it as easy as
And
possible.
if something was just not working for you, because you want people, like you said, super passionate.
Because at the end of the day, if you hold someone that you onto someone that you don't see being here in 10 years, you're just doing them a disservice. You're just giving them more ingrained, more enrooted in where they are. And the sooner you do it and help them move on to their new life, the better.
Given all the wisdom you have now, if you were to give advice to somebody, or if you were to start over again, you had no money, what would be the first 10 videos you tried to make on a new channel? I guess that's advice for a new person.
Huh.
And nobody knows you.
Yeah, nobody knows me. Yeah, like hypothetically, I have a mask on.
And you also, I guess, don't have the wisdom.
But if I don't have what I have in my head, then I would say just fail. A lot of people get analysis paralysis, and they'll just sit there and they'll plan their first video for 3 months. And I'm any of you listening, if you, especially if you have 0 videos on your channel, your first video is not going to get views. Period. It's not. Your first 10 are not going to get views. I can very confidently say that. So stop sitting there and thinking for months and months on end, and just get to work and start uploading. Like, all you need to do, this applies to people who have not uploaded videos but have dreams of being a YouTuber, is make 100 videos and improve something every time. Do that. And then on your 101st video, we'll start talking, like maybe you can get some views. But, your first 100 are going to stop. There are very freak cases like Liza Koshy or Emma Chamberlain who have really good personalities, and it doesn't take them as many videos. And it's just like people who are 7'5" and making the NBA. Like, yes, there are freak cases you can find, but for the average person like us, who don't have these exceptional personalities and backgrounds in filmmaking, just make 100 videos, improve something each time, and then talk to me on your 101st video.
Well, the improve something each time is the tricky one. How do you improve something each time?
The second one, just put more effort into the script. The third one, try to learn a new editing trick. The fourth one, try to figure out a way that you can have better inflections in your voice. The fifth one, try to study a new thumbnail tip and implement it. The sixth one, try to figure out a new title. There's infinite ways. That's the beauty of content creation online. There's literally infinite ways, from the coloring to the frame rate to the editing to the filming to the production to the jokes to the pacing, to every little thing can be improved, and they can never not be improved. There's no such thing as a perfect video.
So if you knew everything you know now, but no money,
step one would I just brainstorm, like, okay, I don't have money. What are some viral things? Like, I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is something as simple as when I count to 100,000, which is what I did do when I was poor. And that worked. But what's something like that I could do that would be even more attention grabbing?
Yeah, you were, as part of the brainstorm, you would throw out a lot of ideas. People throw out a bunch of ideas, and one of the questions is this even doable? Right?
Yeah. First off, come up with ideas you think would do well, and then ask yourself later if they're doable.
Yeah.
Because there's different ways you can accomplish something.
Don't be cynical about the doability of stuff.
Yeah, because there really are so many different ways you can accomplish a goal. Like when we give away an island, like we give our 100 million subscriber an island.
Yeah.
You can't find private islands that don't look like shit for less than $10 million. So this isn't doable, right? All right, the idea doesn't exist, not doable, X it off. But then you dig into it and you find different alternatives. You find, okay, what if we just buy a $2 million island that sucks, and then spend $1 million, importing some sand. Let's build a beach. Let's import 300 trees. Let's build a little bit of canal. Let's cut some paths. Boom. Now it's a really nice island, but it's actually affordable because we don't have $10 million to spend on a video, but we can afford to spend 3.5 and lose whatever $1 million on that video. So that's an example of if you just went off the gut test, you're like, this isn't doable. Every island's $10 million. We're screwed. If we go cheaper, it's just a terrible island. No. And so if you there are so many different ways you can achieve what you want. You really got to push through no's, which not a lot of people do. You have to have a more of a dominant personality and just a willingness to, when people tell you it's not possible, just actually go through all the variables and eliminate them all yourself.
Have a stubbornness and a resilience to failure, maybe.
For what we do and creators online, it's very imperative that you have that a no isn't a no to you. You really have to think and just we take a personality test, and just having a dominant personality is a better indicator that when someone tells you, oh, there's no way you're going to build a brick wall for under 100 grand, you'll be like, okay, and then still go check the next 10 vendors and figure it out.
Yeah. What advice would you give to an already established channel, with 1, 2, 3, 4 million subscribers? Mm-hmm. How to 10x it, increase it, without losing maybe?
Yeah, that's where it's very specific. channel by channel. You can't give general advice.
Okay.
Because if I do, millions of creators are gonna see this and then they're gonna do it, and I'm gonna fuck them over. You know?
Oh, I see. So let's say I have like 2 million subscribers on this podcast.
Yeah.
Like, how would you 10x that without sacrificing what it is?
10x your stuff.
Does it matter? So you've talked about what success.
Yeah,
I'm
different for everyone. Like, is 10xing your definition of success?
No.
Well, then it's gonna right off the bat. It's hard because if you don't give a shit about 10xing, it's even harder to 10x. He does this because he likes helping people. That's one thing I've found throughout this day. Every time I talk data, it's so funny with him because it's like, you could do this to get more views, and he'll just be like blank. I feel like that doesn't register anything in him. He just like doesn't care, it's really cool.
I'm really nervous about that. I'm really nervous about the numbers affecting, because it's so fun.
Yeah.
It's so fun to focus on the numbers, and I'm really worried about that. But at the same time, you should be cognizant of that because you've created not just some of the most watched videos, but some of the most amazing videos ever. So there's a strong correlation there. It's not like you're selling your soul to a highly viewed video. It's actually, if you look at the metrics, it helps you understand what is compelling and not. And so I feel like I am. I feel like there's some value to investigate what work, when people tune out and when not, to be more data driven, even on podcasts. But I'm really afraid of that.
On the flip side, I think part of the appeal is that you don't care about that kind of stuff.
But there could be stuff that doesn't have to do anything with that, and it has to do with stylistics of lighting and cameras, or maybe with, for example, topics.
Yeah.
Like
even what you've asked me here is like different than what most people ask me.
Yeah, so it could be. I mean, and it'd be nice to understand that. But again, I'm worried about it polluting the.
At the end of the day, this is a true case of it's your own intuition. Like you know your viewers better than anyone else. Whatever.
See, I'd like to push back on that. I really don't.
You do.
Who
don't. Else? Name one person who knows your viewers better than you.
Somebody that looks at numbers of podcasts.
No, you know your viewers. You know. You're the only. How many episodes have you done?
350.
Exactly.
But I'm not.
You're the only one who's watched every second of all 350 of them. Probably.
Okay. That's just not. No, well, I haven't. But
because you did it, so you do know what's in all of them. Your content is you. People. I'm telling you, you do, and this is just one of those moments where you're an intelligent guy, and you just have to trust your instincts. Like, just think, what is the typical X viewer, and what do they want?
I don't think like that.
But that's all you would have to do. And whatever your gut tells you, that would be the best guess.
You don't know what the typical viewer is, though. I don't, because to investigate that would be very, very difficult. And then you have to start looking at the numbers. You have to start to consider demographics. Yeah. The only way I know that anybody even watches it is because I'll sometimes run into people, like when I run along the river, and they'd be like, "I love you, Lex." It's like, okay, well that's the data point. And they're like cool people, but I don't know. I don't have any other. It's difficult, man. It's difficult to know. It's difficult to know who listens to podcasts. It's difficult to. Do you have a sense of who's? I mean, you're so huge that everybody watches.
Yeah. But no, I still do. I'd say if you were to just put a gun to my head and you're like, all right, we're gonna pick a random person that watched your last video, and you have to roughly guess what they are, and if you're not close, we'll kill you. I would say probably a teenager that plays video games. Some like that would be probably the typical one. And then there are people that are maybe a little bit younger. A lot of people are older as well. But in a random sample size, yeah, it's probably a male boy that plays video games. That's the best way I would describe it. But I don't try to pertain to him. I just make whatever I think is interesting and good content. And this is what we were talking about before. Even though hypothetically 35 to 40% of my audience is women, which is less than a majority. If we get 100 million views a video, that's still 30 to 40 million females that watch every video, which is probably the largest. Views per video for women on the whole platform, which you wouldn't think that, I can't think of a single other creator that gets more women to watch their videos than that. And so it's just anything, even people above the age of 30, even if it's only 3 or 4%, that's still 3 to 4% of 100 million views is a lot of people that age. So we hit a large group of kind of every demographic. If that makes any sense.
So what if we look at other maybe more challenging kinds of channels, or not, but if we look at educational, for example, like lectures, or if we look, educational, it could be short videos. How would you 10x that? Something on robotics, on biology, on science, on engineering, on all that. That's more educational focused.
We would honestly just have to pull because it's the same way if you went to Gordon Ramsay, you said, how would a new cook better? It's like
Oh,
you
so
gotta-
even then, that's not even specific. You have to go channel by channel.
you really do, or I'm giving horrible advice, because
Yeah.
if there was these just golden rules, everyone would do it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like if there's these magical little principles.
How quickly, when you look at a channel, can you kind of
Very
give advice?
Yeah, it's like surface level at the start, and then the more, if we watch 10 videos, I feel like I'd have a good profile, and I could tell you, in my opinion, especially once I look at the analytics and I get more ingrained in like, okay, typical viewer is this, they're from here,
Yeah.
here's how they're feeling, because there are people who make videos for rednecks, and like the rednecks taste of content is just so much different than obviously women watching makeup videos, which are so much different than teenage boys watching a Minecraft video. They're just all different. So the biggest thing you have to do is put your head in the headspace of the viewer and see the content how they would. You just try to only give your taste, which is what a lot of people do, and things from your perspective. It's very biased, and it's just not going to work for everyone. And that's actually how you do more harm than good, which is something I'm very careful of.
Yeah, but at the same time, just generating a lot of ideas. I think the first time I've talked to you was on Clubhouse, actually. And I mentioned something about robots, and like almost immediately went to generating a bunch of ideas around robots. It's just
100 robots versus 100 humans. Yeah. How far can a robot throw a potato?
I think your idea, like the first idea, was because you just said so many ideas I never even thought of. But it shows the value of basically brainstorming with people that think differently.
But at the end of the day, my ideas are probably might lean towards some people a little bit younger than your audience, like some of the stuff.
But there's still ideas. Like I think the first one you said, because we're talking about quadruped, like robot dogs. You said to replace a biological dog with a robot dog and see if the owner notices something. You were just quickly brainstorming different ideas of like how.
This was years ago. I remember. Yeah.
Which is just, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I never really thought about that kind of. So it's the tension between what does it take for a robot and our AI system to replace the biological systems that the biological creatures that we love in our lives. Yeah. But like that was like the pace of idea generation was the thing that struck me today and in general. It's like that's how you get at good videos is you keep
it's much easier to make a video around a good idea obviously than a bad one. You just set yourself up for success.
Okay, so that's for 10xing already popular channel. What's the hardest number? You said the numbers that matters: click-through rate, average view duration, and surveys. What's the hardest number to optimize for?
Probably surveys.
Do you have an insight into the surveys at all?
No, not really. But if you just click on a bunch of random videos online, you'll eventually get a survey. Was this video transformative, heartwarming, inspiring? What people rate does make a difference. And it's like you can get people to click a video, you can get them to watch it, but you can't really fake whether or not they're satisfied. Like they don't lie. The surveys, maybe one person here or there might troll, but once you aggregate enough, it's a pretty clear telltale of the video. So either you're making a great video or you're not.
What is it? Minimizing the non-regrettability.
Yeah, I think Elon tweeted that that's what he's trying to do on Twitter.
And that's interesting. That's basically the survey metric. How happy you are that you've been using the platform.
Yeah, Elon tweeted, we want to limit the amount of regrettable minutes people spend on Twitter. And the first thing I thought was like, that's something YouTube already has on lock. Like their whole survey system and feedback loop.
How tough is it to take on YouTube, you think? Like
for Twitter?
Yeah, for Twitter, for anybody else.
I mean, it's going to be basically impossible. I mean, YouTube's not going anywhere, and I don't know. I don't think anyone's going to do what YouTube does better than them, at least not in the next 10 years.
You asked on Twitter, would you rather have $10 million or 10 million subscribers on YouTube? What would your own answer be at various stages in your career?
If I had nothing, I would say $10 million. So because with $10 million, you can hire some people and pump out content, and with like $1 million or $2 million, get 10 million subscribers, and then keep the other 8 million.
So that's if you believe in your ability to grow a channel.
If you don't believe in your ability to grow a channel, then you shouldn't take the 10 million subscribers because you're just going to kill the channel. So the 10 million is definitely a better question. Would be: would you rather have $1 million or 10 million subscribers? That's where it gets a little tricky, because now it's like, $1 million, life-changing amount of money. But if you semi know what you're doing, you probably make $1 million off a 10 million subscriber channel. But there's a little bit of risk.
$1 million might not be enough to build a strong team, because you don't know how to do it, so you might waste all of that money.
Yeah, or they just keep it and retire. Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, because 10 million is just so high. It's like just never work again. Who cares? For the average human, that's so much money.
It's interesting to me also to the value of the subscriber versus the value of the dollar. I suppose, how valuable is a subscriber for, like, what percentage of the videos, like how active are the subscribers in watching the video for you?
That's hard. I don't know. I was actually thinking more about the subscriber to dollar. Like if someone has 10 million subscribers, have they made $10 million? I don't know why that kind of popped in my head. It's an interesting thought.
Do you ever, when you analyze videos, do you ever analyze videos like we've talked about offline of other videos across YouTube in general, just to understand trends, to understand social behavior? And all that
not all, but a lot of the questions are analytics based.
Yeah,
it's so
because I
fun.
love it. I mean, it's just a giant social experiment, right? Like what people like to watch, what people share.
Yeah.
It's like a fascinating.
And so I hate to. So like I said before, what percentage of your audience do you think care about this kind of stuff, like this deeply about YouTube analytics?
I think a large amount care about curiosity and exploration of interesting ideas. So in that sense, yeah, this was fitted.
I love it. This is funny. This isn't me like trying to. Like, I love you. And I love your
too.
Magnus one, and even your Hikaru one was really good. A bunch of other ones, but I think we're getting to the point now where only analytics junkies would want to keep hearing more analytics talk, and the normie is probably like they've had their dose of YouTube talk for the next 3 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, comment if I'm wrong. I could be. I don't know your audience. See, this is where you would tell me, "Shut up. I know my audience, you dumbass."
And I don't at all. I just follow the thread of curiosity. And I think there's just a lot of curious humans in the world. And to me, it's like, so the question about analytics is the question of basically stepping outside of yourself and thinking, why the hell do I like TikTok so much? Why do I like Twitter so much? Why do I like YouTube so much? And getting, even if you're not a creator, getting an insight into that is really interesting. It's like, what, because all these platforms are fundamentally changing the nature of content. People are reading books less. They're probably going to be watching movies less and less. They're probably going to be watching Netflix less and less. Do you ever think about the sort of the darker side of YouTube with shadow banning and censorship and all the kind of topics, especially if you see it in other platforms like Twitter that Elon recently highlighted the shadow banning that was happening, and in general the censorship that was happening on those platforms? Do you think about the role of centralized control of which information isn't or isn't made available through search and discovery?
I'll be honest, I never really think about it. So,
you just try to make fun videos.
I'm kind of more in my own lane, but it's not like that. I don't just specifically think about that. I just like a lot of stuff in general. Like I'm just kind of in my own lane, thinking about my own stuff. But now that you asked, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on YouTube and that kind of stuff?
Well, I'm generally against centralized censorship or shadow banning. Shadow banning is the worst one, because not that the goal of creating a healthy platform where you're having great conversations and videos that are not spreading misinformation, that sounds like an admirable goal, but that's too difficult of a job for a centralized entity. That's too big of an
and then there's the misinformation stuff, and then there's also just like the videos where they do something that causes what happened back in the day, Adpocalypse, and a lot of creators' revenue plummets because people are doing videos that advertisers don't deem acceptable, and then now all these big advertisers are pulling, and the little guys are getting hit because ad rates dropped by 30%, and the person who just quit his job to go full-time content creation now can't sustain it. So it's like a lot of different variables as well that makes it so complicated.
Well, I think the big thing is transparency, especially around shadow banning for people.
I agree. On shadow banning, you should be transparent. You should let people know. Obviously there has to be some type of controls. People can't just post whatever. And so if you're pulling those levers, they should at least know.
Yeah, so they know how to improve their content. They can understand it. They can
exactly.
If it's a wrong shadow banning, like as a society that we should not shadow ban this kind of content, that means
exactly
we should be publicly discussing it and having.
Because if it's not known, then it's just kind of like, well, then who's pulling the strings, and like, how do we know they're not just manipulating things to get whatever message they want out there and silence other ones?
Yeah, and there could be sort of in the background government influence, which is where actual freedom of speech comes into play, that government should not have any control or be able to put pressure on censorship on of speech, and it gets weird if none of that is being. There's no transparency around it.
Exactly.
But to be fair, that's a huge responsibility. The amount of content that YouTube is uploaded on YouTube that is shared by YouTube, viewed by
But
YouTube.
even more of a reason why it would probably make sense to be transparent. You know?
Yeah.
Because then people can help fact check it.
That's right. No, but that requires building a platform that makes that easy, right? Like to make fact checking easy, to make the like what Twitter now has, like being able to share context and all that kind of stuff. That crowdsource it. Crowdsource is the way Wikipedia crowdsource it. I mean, it's right.
And then you open a random Wikipedia article.
But like people criticize Wikipedia because there's a political lean to the editors of Wikipedia, and then there's some articles that definitely have a bias to them and all that kind of stuff. It's a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem to solve. That ultimately, as much as possible, it would be nice for the viewer to have control of that versus the entity that's hosting it. So for the viewer to decide.
Figure that stuff out.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna make fun.
Cool videos. Yeah.
Let's go to Antarctica again.
How was that? How was going to? You just came back from Antarctica. That was I watched the video. That was fun. That was a really fun video. There's a lot of things I can comment about that. But what was that? What was the hardest part of making that video?
The hardest part was just getting out there. It's just so remote, and you land the plane on just this ice runway, and it's so sketchy. And then once the plane takes off, you're just there. You're the most remote place on the planet, and it's very breathtaking. If you have the chance to ever go to Antarctica, I would recommend it. It was probably like in the video we climbed a mountain that wasn't named, so we can name it. And like standing on top of that mountain and just seeing kind of like nothing. And because once you get outside the outskirts and you get deep in Antarctica, there's no penguins. Nothing lives there at all. And so there's just nothing in every direction. It's just snow and these crazy beautiful mountains, and some of them stick into the clouds. And if you go during summertime, the sun never goes down. So the sun's up 24/7, and it's just like spinning in circles at the top of the planet or whatever it looks like the top.
Yeah, you guys commented several times how beautiful.
Yeah,
it was.
and so it's just very beautiful.
What about shooting itself, like the technical aspects of shooting it?
Oh, I mean, well, so somehow we lucked out. One of the days was like the warmest day in like forever that's been in Antarctica. It's like it's positive degrees, but at certain parts it's also like -20, -30. And that's where the cameras, you constantly have to be switching out the batteries and heating them up and like putting them basically in like your pants, or they'll just get way too cold. And we were prepared for much worse, but it ended up being much better than we thought.
So for that video, but in general, maybe some other challenging videos, how do you go from the idea stage to the actual execution to the final video? Can you take me through like a full process of like we're talking about some crazy wild ideas today? How do you go from that to a final video where you click publish?
Well, I mean, obviously, first things first, you got to figure out the idea, and then it just depends. I mean, pick any video you can think of on my channel. I can take you through it.
Well, what about in a circle? You have to stay in a circle for 100 days.
Yeah, so for that one, step one.
One of the most popular.
Yeah, that video did really well. So we, problem is that we have to, this is where you get really into the nuances of the company, because we have a lot of videos going out. You can't just in a vacuum be like, all right, we're not doing anything for 100 days and we're only filming this. So step one is we had to build an independent crew that could actually do that for 100 days. That way everyone else could keep working on the normal videos and not just screw everything up.
Yeah.
So step one, build that team. Okay, we got the team. Now what do we need? Well, to do this, we need probably like 10 cameras at least rolling at all times. So we're probably going to need to get a trailer and hook up a bunch of storage and stuff to just carry the sheer volume of footage we're going to have. And so get a trailer, set up the cameras, go out in the field, paint a circle. Now we need a house, go buy a house, bring it out there. And then it's like, oh, wait, I think it'd be funny if I brought the house in on the intro. Yeah. Find a crane that can lift up a house so I can drive it in and drop it in the intro.
And that's like an iterative process where you're like, okay, this would be funnier. So it's not all up front that it's written.
Yeah,
like
ideally it would be, but as you kind of see things, you get inspired and then you think of more and more. And then
this would be better with a crane.
Yeah, it'd be better if I dropped out of the house.
Yeah, that was crazy that you decided to do that. So fearless in the kind of crazy stuff you wanted to do.
Exactly. I'm a broken record, but whatever makes the best video possible. Yeah, that's all you focus on.
Okay, so what about the delegation of like who gets to what are the cameramen, like the people operating the cameras, who's responsible for different things? Is it like a distributed process? Or like
Well, that's where whoever the lead cam would be on that video would just decide it. That one, because we shot over 100 days, we didn't. A lot of it was just Sean and the guy who was in the circle just vlogging. We just gave him a camera and he figured it out. And then we'd have like for him just set hours each day that a cameraman would come. So if he had any content he needed extra hands, instead of just having someone on standby 24/7, it made more sense to do set hours.
Nice.
It was hard, but explaining it in hindsight, it sounds so simple.
And I guess like the more, because that one is relatively simple, I guess, because it's a low number of people.
Yeah, the hard part about that is just the time. Like, I checked in on them so many different days, and it's like an hour here, 2 hours there, 2 hours there. Over 100 days adds up to be a ton of time. And even then, like, if you have a 10-person crew, paying them daily rates for 100 days, it just all of it adds up.
What about like the 100 versus 100 adults versus 100 kids? What was bringing that to life? That seems like exceptionally challenging.
Yeah, basically the thought process was we did 100 100 boys versus 100 girls.
Yeah.
People loved it. Honestly, I didn't think they'd like it as much as they did. Video did really, really well. So the second I saw that video was crushing, I was like, all right, we're doing it again. But last time we did it in our studio. So we built a giant room, put 100 girls in it. Sounds bad when I explain it like this. And then a giant room, put 100 boys.
Yeah.
And we're like, after 100 hours, whichever room has the most people, we'll give them $500,000. So did well. So we're like, all right, we're going to do it again. So we threw out all these different ideas. It was like 100 football players versus 100 cheerleaders, 100 this, 100 that, 100 prisoners versus 100 cops. So just craziest ideas. But we settled on 100 kids versus 100 adults. And then the next step was like, how do we make it better? The kids versus adults, the boys versus girls, the first one we did was inside. The problem was every time it was night when we did these long time lapses, you couldn't see the sun go up and down. So we're like, okay, this time I want to do it outside. So the cubes are outside. And instead of doing circles, we want to make them cubes. And then, is figuring out, do we want just
those videos came up, at least today, as ones that are like really complicated in terms of the audio, in terms of how to film it.
Yeah, that's the problem. We had a lot of audio issues because in the first one we didn't have a roof on it. The second one there was a roof, so there was a lot of reverb, which then in editing made it brutal. Like half the shots weren't usable, and it really screwed us over. So we had to do a lot of Frankensteining in the editing to make up for basically my ignorance.
So you mentioned that you were surprised how well that one did. A lot of creators talk about getting depressed when the videos don't do as well as they kind of expected. There's a kind of feeling you can get really worn out by that. Do you yourself feel that? And also, do you have advice for others that feel this?
Yeah, it's weird because I am a numbers guy, but also it used to. It used to very much, especially when I was like betting everything I had on a video. When it did bad, I was devastated, man. I'd cry and I'd be depressed for days, and it really would have a severe impact on my mood. But I don't know, now it doesn't really matter. It's if a video does bad, I just look at it and I'm like, oh, why did this video do bad? Probably, there's a little retention dip there. I don't think people like the thumbnail. Maybe we should switch it. I just look at it objectively, unemotional, and then just move on. And I feel like that's a much healthier way of going about it. So if a creator is listening, like that is the ideal way to respond to a video that's doing bad. Just remove emotion from the equation and just look at it and figure out how you can improve the next one.
Is there tricks to being able to detach yourself from that? Because like in your case, I mean that's true for creators, but in your case, there's like a lot of money on the line.
Yeah,
there's videos
months of my life,
yeah,
so much time. But no, I mean I don't know. The only real answer is it's just a conscious effort. You just have to unemotionally look at the video, determine the problems, and then move on. Like there is no secret. You know what I mean? It's just it's that. And if you really can't bring yourself to do it, then you're just screwed. Honestly, maybe you're not meant for this game.
Okay, so that's part of the development as a creator, is like being able to be
for longevity. Yes, yeah. You have to unemotionally be able to look at videos that flop and figure it out. Because if not, you can't. And not every video can be a 1 out of 10. And so when a video does bad, that just stress and depression is just going to eventually get to you in the long run.
So you said you've failed in a bunch of videos, sort of taking them to completion. So what are some of the biggest fails?
Yeah, weirdly enough, as we've matured and we've done this more, we don't have that problem as much, especially now we're getting into multi-million-dollar budgets per video. It's like failure is not really an option anymore. So I'm a little more particular about what I do. But back in the day, yeah, like we would do a video where we spent 24 hours on a desert island, and we filmed it, did it all, and I didn't like it after the edit, so I just grabbed the voice and we went back to the deserted island and spent another 24 hours there and refilmed it.
Could that have been caught and prevented at the idea stage?
No, it's a good idea. It was just poor execution. To be honest, when we were out there, it was hot. We were just like, we all at one point just kind of wanted to die. It was just miserable.
So how do you avoid that these days?
Well, I just went when it was a little cooler, to be honest. And then we had literally the amount of fun we had in the video was like 10 times higher.
Oh, interesting. So you like there's some practical details that you just learned.
Yeah, I don't.
What it takes to
Videos that where it's very hot or it's on water because I get super seasick. There's like a kind of like 10 things that if they have these variables, I'm down to do it. But my fun meter is not as high as normal. Like we tried to anytime we do anything on a boat, like when we spent 24 hours in Bermuda Triangle, or when I tried to spend like, which it didn't get uploaded, but I tried to spend like 100 hours at sea or whatever, just like on a raft. It just like it makes me want to throw up, and I get so seasick I can't even see straight. But there are just some videos that require me to be on a boat, so I just suck it up.
So when you spend months in creating a video, I know this is probably stressful to some creators. Like how much stress? How do you feel when you have to click publish? Video.
Now, not much.
You're able to detach yourself.
Yeah. Again, and old me, tons. I mean, bro, I'd be like scratching and nervous, and like my hands would be sweating, like to the point where I'm almost about to puke. I'm like, I really hope people like this, but I don't know. I think that's just part of maturing it. There's different, as a content creator, there's different phases, and you just like once you get over the fear that you're just gonna wake up one day and be irrelevant, and you just accept that like you believe in yourself and you believe in your content and that you can continue to be relevant, then you don't. I don't know. You kind of are. It's a little bit easier to detach yourself, I guess, and that's. It's a much healthier place to be. You can't do this for 10 years if every little thing just causes these huge emotional reactions. It's like that's why a lot of creators go a little, mentally insane. You have to get out of that game, right? Because it really messes with you.
We've talked about this a little bit, but how do you define and how do you suggest others define success?
It's
on YouTube.
So subjective. Some people success is retiring their mom. For you, success is inspiring people and educating them, and whatever, piquing their curiosity. For other people, it's just quitting their job.
So you have to self-reflect on what your definition of success is, because I think a lot of creators kind of don't really don't introspect.
Mm-hmm.
Like they kind of want to keep getting more and more subscribers, kind of thing.
Yeah. But subscribers is just a vanity metric, It doesn't. Subscribers don't correlate to views.
Sure, or views. What?
Yeah, I know, but that was a direct to you. That was more direct to people listening, because a lot of people do really care about subscribers or even followers, like on TikTok. But if you look, like your view, if on YouTube, very very few percent, if even a percent of your views come from the sub feed, right? They're almost all home feed or suggested. When's the last time you clicked on your sub feed to watch a video?
No, almost never. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 5 years ago. It used to be a thing. It's not anymore. No one does. And it's getting harder and harder to find that.
I subscribe to way too many channels, I think.
Yeah, that's what everyone does. And you subscribe to 10 channels, they're great, but 2 years later your taste evolves, and it's a mess. And so subscribers don't really matter. Followers on TikTok don't really matter. Anyways, they really are the definition of a vanity metric.
But what about views?
They do, obviously, because if people are showing up time and time again, that's what matters.
Okay, so that's a good thing to define as success. I just feel like that too can be a problem, because I would say, if I wanted to be successful, like as a young creator, I might start copying Mr. Beast or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like you start trying to take shortcuts as opposed to find your own unique voice, right? So like chasing views is a problem too. It feels like, or no? It's as long as you detach yourself from that.
I mean, if you're lazy, yeah, and you just want to copy someone else and not experiment and find your own way. But I mean, you can't make that excuse for them. If someone just isn't coming up with original stuff and putting in the effort, you can't just say, "Oh, it's because they're chasing views. We need some different metric for them to chase." No, they just need to find their own way.
Right? It just feels like unique type of content will often lead to sacrificing the number of views in the short term.
Mm-hmm. But in the long term, you win.
Okay.
Or if you do win, you win more, I guess would be a better way of putting it.
Do you think you will IPO Mr. Beast Burger or Feastables in the next 5-10 years?
Beast Burger or Feastables? No, I kind of think they're.
Something.
So actually, you know what? I just realized
Yes.
this is our first time talking about those. We're like an hour and a half in. That's so funny.
We started talking about what?
My retention brain kicked in.
I wonder if you have retention brain for like life itself.
Oh, I do. Every time I'm talking to someone, I'm like, okay. I
What
wonder.
about like loved ones? Like spending time with loved ones, thinking like we could be doing something much better right now. Right?
Yes, no, that is a serious problem with. well, so we'll pause the Beast Burger question. Yes, but that's why my current girlfriend, which I was telling you before when we were talking about this, is she has a genuine love for learning, and that's something I have. Like I always feel like I need to be learning something to justify the time I'm spending, and so that's why it's such a nice trait, because I feel like the time is being used optimally, because whether we're watching a documentary or we're going and taking an IQ test or reading about whatever, just why modern art is a thing, I don't know, whatever weird thing we decide to do, I'm always learning, so it justifies the time.
So to maximize retention in your relationship,
Yeah.
you want to spend that time learning as much as possible.
Yeah, which conveniently I don't have to force, right?
Yes.
Or I want to be recharging, so when I do work, I can hit the ground harder. And luckily, we're into a lot of the same things, which happen to be learning. Sometimes it's not learning, like maybe watching an anime or something like that. But believer in you're either if your goal is to be like a super successful entrepreneur, you need to either be working or you need to be doing something that decompresses and recharges you so you can work again. If your goal is to be like a really kick-ass entrepreneur, and obviously we're boiling this down to like a very basic thing, and so the things you're doing in your downtime when you're not working, if it doesn't recharge you, you're screwed. You're just a ticking time bomb waiting to implode. And so you got to like heavily recharge, and like watching, for me, anime or whatever it is, playing a board game, like that is actually kind of crucial to my success, which takes a lot of maturing to come to that conclusion, because I used to be the kind of guy that wanted to work every hour of the day, and I would try to train myself to not need that stuff, and I almost resented like that I have to do these kinds of things, and it would piss me off because it's not optimal, and I just really want to make content and entertain people. But as someone who's gone down that road, and you just work every day for 2-3 months straight, and every hour of the day, and then you just a bomb waiting to explode and lose your mind. And the only real sustainable thing is to just like give yourself time to recharge in between working.
So there's a kind of balance you have to find.
You have to. And I hate it more than anyone else, because
You hate not working.
yeah, because it's just not optimal for time. Like it's as a human, I do need to occasionally watch a mindless show and play a board game.
Yeah.
And it took me a very long time to like come to peace with that, and not. I would have like borderline panic attacks when I do it, because I'm like, what am I doing right now? Why am I doing this? I should be, like, what if one day I have to lay off an employee because we're not doing so well? Like, how could I justify watching this show or whatever I'm doing right now? It's like there's a lot of things like that go on in your head, but it's necessary.
Before we return to Mr. Beast Burger, well, what is since we're on the topic, what is a perfectly productive day in the life of Mr. Beast?
Oh boy. Well, I mean,
or like a standard.
the perfectly productive day is we film a main channel video,
What's new?
because those get 100 million a pop. I mean, it doesn't really get any better than that.
Oh,
What about like the average day when you're not on the set
Yeah.
and you're like because you're running a lot of things, right?
Yeah, so right now we have our snack brand, Feastables. We have a restaurant chain, Beast Burger. And then we basically, which we haven't even really launched any products yet, but we have the data company that I was showing you, where we're going to roll out some tools for creators. And then we have the Reacts channel, the gaming channel, the main channel. And then we have my charity, which also has a channel. And so kind of how I've structured my life right now is whenever I have free time, we just kind of go, hey guys, Jimmy's got an hour from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And everyone's just like, I need this. And this channel's like, I need this thing filmed, or, whatever. The guy who runs my TikTok's like, I need this TikTok filmed, or, Beast Burger's like, I need this menu item approved. We need to talk about this marketing thing. And then we kind of just look at what everyone needs, and we're like, that one looks like the most important. We'll do that. And then, so it's just kind of like, if I just did that for every company in a day, then that's optimal. Like just kind of like an optimal day for me would be going down to 8 companies and just whatever their like 2 to 3 biggest pain points or things they need from me, and just doing those.
Based on priority, and then trying to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah.
To just the things that you're needed on.
It doesn't get more optimal than that. If I clear the bottlenecks or some bottlenecks for all my companies, then that's a perfect day.
Yeah, I mean, even just me, because you're showing me around and you're being a great and gracious host. But on top of that, you're just doing all these meetings. You basically.
I felt bad at some points. I was like, oh, I just tricked him into going to meetings with me. He's like my little meeting buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. It's fun to see. It was fun to see how effectively you've delegated. You basically trust the team to do a really good job on the various things, and there's just a strong team that's able to carry the fight on all the different tasks.
Yeah.
From the brainstorming in the main channel to the reacts and so on. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, it's really interesting what it takes to build a team like that, because you very quickly build a very large team that's able to scale.
Which is very scary because it's my first, I'm 24, and I think I was telling you this earlier. It's funny because 6 years ago I had to raise my hand to go use the bathroom, and now I'm in charge of hundreds of people, hundreds of millions of people, and so it is crazy just how quick it comes up. And I wish I was a little bit older so I could have ran a couple of companies and failed a few companies in the past and like learn from those and apply those here. Because I know for a fact when I'm 34, I'm 24 now. When I'm 34, I'll know so much more about running a business and scaling and hiring and how to lead people and better effectively communicate and all these different skill sets that will make me a better leader. That's the only thing that sucks is I just don't have those because I just haven't been through the lessons, and I just have such a lucrative thing on my plate right now, and it just sucks to have to learn the lessons with the lucrative thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you already have so much influence, so much impact, but you have effectively scaled. What lessons do you draw from that? How to effectively scale as a 24-year-old?
That's something I feel like I actually could give a lot of value to young people who are doing it, like older people who've built 5 companies or whatever they do. I probably couldn't. They're going to be like, oh, this is so obvious, but for younger first-time business owners, you gotta just experiment, to be honest. And for us, like it's just a new space. No one had really ever scaled up a 100-person team to make content on YouTube. So there wasn't I spent all this time, like I hired one person from Disney at one point to come in and help. And obviously that was a dumb idea looking back on it. But I thought, oh, they make great stuff people want to watch, and they come over here and help me build a team. And they build it more the traditional way and not like how it should be online. And so then it's like, okay, and now I'm not trying to trash people. Like they all tried their best, but then I hire this one person who does this different type of media and runs a 100-person team. And then you come in here and they try to build it that way, and they don't really listen to you or value or see the difference. And I tried basically for building this company with like 4 or 5 different people who worked in different veins of media, and every single time they just don't get it, and they don't understand my world. And the eventual solution was just like roll up my sleeves and do it myself, with like James or Hitman, and just like no one's ever done this, and like no one's gonna just give us a golden carrot and tell us how to build this company. We gotta figure it the fuck out ourselves.
And you have to kind of build up people from scratch then.
Yeah, exactly. All the stuff I was talking about earlier and all the lessons I learned along the way. And so for me, that was a big part of like stop trying to have someone build this company for me and just do it myself, because it's scary. Like I spent my whole life studying YouTube videos and virality, not business building. But fuck it, I was like, I guess we just got to do it ourselves. And that's where things really started to click, and we got the exponential growth. We started getting the right people and training them the right way, and just throwing conventional stuff out the door and focusing on what's actually practical for YouTube, which is just completely different than traditional media.
So you train people, and then those people train people, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just even like, how you do the lighting on sets, or like how you do the audio, or not writing scripts. So, we're just not as efficient with our filming. Like sometimes I have to have 30 cameras running. Why? Because it's not scripted. I don't know what Chris is gonna do when we start filming. He might run over there, but guess what? We gotta have it planned because there's only one shot. I can't, tell him not to do that.
Yeah, that's the shooting, but then there's also the editing.
Yeah, and then the editing as well, and not having guardrails and kind of, at the end of the day, it's whatever I want. The video, their job is to make a video that they think I'll like because it's my channel. But you can achieve that kind of however. And so it's just everything's just different. It's much more, I guess, like a startup as opposed to.
Are you often surprised, like with the result? Like you think a certain, like we watched the video today. That was really nice. That was different than you would have potentially edited it.
Yeah.
Are you sometimes surprised by like a decision that editor makes? It's like, okay, it's not the way I would have done it, but it's actually, this is a cool idea.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The thing, my biggest fear is I don't ever want to get trapped in like a bubble of getting 100 million views of video on the main channel. Like, but I don't want to get in this feedback loop of just my ideas are great or not feedback loop, but stop learning and improving, because it is easy sometimes to be like, what we're doing is working. We need to just keep doing it. I want to keep learning and trying new things. And I guess one way I'd put it is like, you don't when you're on a come up or you're growing, you don't want to test new things once you start to plateau or have a downtrend, because if you're like you're skyrocketing, right? You're up, and then you level off and you start to go down, and you're like, oh, this isn't working anymore. Let's start experimenting. Well, if you have a bad experiment, now you're in like a tailspin. You're nosediving, and you have one more bad experiment. You're like screwed. Kind of. I'm oversimplifying. You want to test things while you're still growing to keep the growing from happening, because once you like have again, very oversimplifying that, like kind of level off. You do a couple tests, they go wrong. You're like screwed. You're already out the door. Now you're just confirming that you were out the door and online entertainment. So that's kind of how I see it. So I think it's very imperative that you're constantly always experimenting and trying things, even if you're getting crazy, unheard of growth.
And so that outside of the thing that brought you to the dance, you just dived right into Mr. Beast Burger and Feastables. This is a whole nother industry. Like, what was that like?
Well, so Beast Burger, we kind of it was supposed to be like just a pop-up. Like we just partnered with someone who had 300 restaurants, and we were just like, let's just sell Beast Burgers for a day or two. Let's see what happens. We didn't really think it would be as big as it was, but that first day, we do 6 figures in sales, and they all sell out, and they're running to local Walmarts. They can't keep up with the demand, and it's like, okay, well, maybe let's just leave it open a week, whatever. And we're just doing crazy revenue, and it's like, okay, well, let's add some more restaurants and let's just leave them open for a month, and we're just still doing 6 figures a day. And it kind of just went from this thing that was, I don't know, I didn't really plan on running a restaurant chain, but here I am.
But didn't that in some sense also open your mind to something like Feastables?
Feastables is something I've always wanted to do, because I think just in general, American snacks are just full of so much horrible ingredients, to be honest, and they're not. I don't know. I feel like there also just hasn't been any innovation in American snacks in quite a while, and so that's just something I've always been pretty passionate about. The thing, we built that from scratch. So we hired the CEO and built a team around him, and we spent probably over 2.5 years before we even launched, just like building the right team, figuring things out, and making sure it was actually ran the way I wanted. Which Feastables has just been crushing. It's very interesting. This is something I've never talked about publicly, but having products in retail, it's like before Feastables, everything I had done was online. And so if you wanted to, anything from the quote unquote Beast brand, you'd have to buy it online and ship it to you. But Feastables, now that, because our first product, chocolate bars, we started putting that in retail locations. So like, for example, Walmart, it's crazy. Like, it doesn't make sense how, which I guess it does because we get 100 million views of videos. So a lot of people know us. If I go stand in Walmart, those people recognize me and ask for photos. Like if I stood down long enough, I could take 150 photos today in Walmart, 200, whatever it is. So obviously it makes sense those people go find Feastables, but then you just multiply that by every Walmart in America, and it just gets so crazy. And I didn't think we'd be doing the kind of revenue we are, and we're about to launch in some other, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, so whatever, but other big retail locations and convenience stores, and like by the end of next year we could be in like 40,000-50,000 locations, and the numbers just don't make sense. What I mean?
Well, what are some interesting challenges about scaling there that surprised you?
The biggest problem, which I didn't think would be, was just keeping the shelves in Walmart stock, to be honest. Like it
so that supply chain,
it was brutal. Well, even then sometimes like you get them the stuff, like it takes them like a day or two to put it out in that specific location, and I had to stop promoting it because every time I'd mention it, like 40% of people would just be like, it's not there, it's not in Walmart, or I can't buy it. And so there's like a 3-ish month period where I just didn't promote Feastables because I was scared that someone would go buy it and it's just not there. And so like it took one time to catch up to the demand, and also it's not like we have unlimited money. So but now we're relatively caught up and keeping up. But it's gonna be interesting because now this year in 2023 we're gonna basically 10x the amount of locations we're in. So we're gonna try to launch new products. So we're in for an interesting ride. But yeah, I hate when I tell people, like, hey, go try this product, and then they go in their local Walmart and eventually other places and it's not there. It's just so brutal, They made that whole journey out there and they couldn't get it. And so that was really it. Besides that, no, it's been doing way better than I ever thought.
You've talked to a couple places about maybe doing mobile games or computer games in the future.
Yeah.
Is that something you're still considering?
Yes. Because do you normally talk with people as much as we talked beforehand? Is that
No, that was the problem. We spent all day today talking about.
In my head, everything you asked me is stuff we already talked about.
Not really.
Well, no, not everything. I take it back. But sorry, the last two questions, yes. And so it's just funny because.
No, I tried. So there's a different style of asking those questions because I on purpose didn't dig further with you.
I could tell. Yeah. So I could tell you.
Okay. This is, by the way. Okay. All right. Well, this is the first time I've ever talked to somebody as much as I did with you beforehand.
Yeah.
On the same day.
I know. Not even the same day
together.
We're talking
and I
like
only
3
slept
hours
1 hour.
Yeah. Literally, it's funny.
This is a hilarious and awesome social experiment.
I picked him up from his hotel and I just like harassed him all day to hang out with me. And then
Great.
here
It's
we
awesome.
are now.
I love it. I was secretly recording the whole time, just saying that. Anyway, so what was the question? The mobile games.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is with Beast Burger and Feastables that there's physical goods as opposed to like making mobile games or PC game, whichever one we end up doing, which is software. And I actually have a giant international audience. At least most of my audience is obviously outside of America. And so the problem we're running into is it just takes time to build up the supply chain and get Feastables in Southeast Asia, get Feastables in India, get Feastables in Brazil and Mexico and all these other places where we have giant pockets of our audience. And same thing with Beast Burger. It's going to take probably years, unless we partner with someone who already has distribution, which we're figuring out. But the beauty of software is I can make a hypothetical game or whatever we end up doing, and all my fans can, use it tomorrow, the day I mention it. And so if I promote something in a video to 100 million people and it's like basically like a game, they can all download it. So they're, but if I promote a Feastables bar, right now it's only in America because we're struggling just to keep up with American demand. We haven't even gotten the chance to go outside America. So I alienate a majority of my audience, and it feels so shitty to just mention something that most of them can't buy. But on the flip side, you can't just spawn this crazy infrastructure and just have tens of millions of bars and all your products in every single store across the world before you promote it. So you can't put the egg before the chicken. And so it's like that's what I'm excited about. I want to get into less physical stuff and more stuff that everyone out there can actually use. This is the thought process.
Especially if there's a social element to the gaming too. Because it's not unlike Feastables, like that's a product you consume.
You missed it when you're setting up for this. We were doing basically just laying out everything that we're planning for. So we're at the phases where we want to start hiring the team to build it, and we're kind of just laying out the game. And I was actually really curious to get your thoughts, but I can't say it because whatever I say, someone's just gonna take with it. But I have a pretty good idea
about the kind of games you're thinking about. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. We also talked a little bit about it.
Yeah,
it's super awesome.
So much good one.
I did
so much good talk.
All right.
The juicy talks having you. She's like, I gotta go set up.
Well, I already heard a lot of awesome stuff. I mean, but that is a different kind of team you would need to hire.
Yeah.
Is that a little nerve-wracking, like going into a new field and trying to?
A little bit, but then I remind myself like Steve Jobs didn't know how to code, right? And he just knew what a good product was. And I feel like as someone who wasted so much of his life playing video games, I have a good sense of it. And that might be ignorance.
Well, that's really important, right? It's not about coding; it's about what makes for a good game.
Exactly. And again, that might genuinely be ignorance, and maybe I end up, getting bit in the butt because of what I'm saying now. But I think, just like with YouTube, I just want to obsess over making a great product and things that I think my audience will love. And I think as long as I keep that as my North Star, it'll do well.
What does the path to being worth 100 billion look like?
What does the path to being worth 100 billion look like? I don't know.
Okay, let me just like pause. You're 24, and there's so much awesome scaling, so many great ideas. You think about different trajectories.
Yeah.
What those possible trajectories might look like.
Yeah, I mean, if the goal was to just be worth $100 billion, yes. My goal, I'm a broken record, is to make the best video possible because I know whatever else I want will come, obviously. Blah,
So
blah.
the
You heard that.
video is the foundation.
Yeah, exactly. So to path to $100 billion is keep getting 100 million views a video. You know what I mean? But
Or more.
or more, exactly. If we can keep growing, but if we can keep Feastables growing, right, and we eventually expand international, and one day we're in 100,000 retail locations, and we're selling the same amount of SKUs or units per SKUs like we're currently doing. I mean, that would crush. And then obviously, ideally, one day we open up hundreds of Beast Burgers. We get it where we churn out, like Supercell, a couple hit games. I don't want to make dozens or hundreds of games. I just want to make games that are just great. And, we rarely drop them. What we do, they're bangers. And just, whatever other stuff we end up doing, all that combined. I mean, it's just interesting because, like, what's a show that's pulled 100 million views per episode, basically? Like we're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the Super Bowl gets praised because they get 100 million viewers, but I can't think of a show. Maybe in reruns or something.
But it's also a show that has a singular kind of figure
Yeah.
that you can now use as a.
Like, I don't have a network tell me what to do. I don't have anyone. Like, I can do whatever I want. So it's a very interesting position because I put out content and 100 million people show up. And then I also have a gaming channel. I put out content and 15 million people show up. And a reaction channel, I put out content and 10 million people show up. I have a TikTok and I put out content and on average 20 million people show up. So as long as I can keep that going and then we build these businesses, it's honestly pretty scary to see what will happen, over the years, because Feastables launched, last year, 2022. So it's a relatively new thing. And Beast Burger, we just started scaling up the physical side. We haven't obviously even launched any mobile games yet. So I think I'm at the antithesis of it. I don't see a world where my YouTube channel is irrelevant in the next couple of years. This is what I live for. And so if I can keep that going and then really start to expand these businesses that leverage off of it, then yeah, I mean, hopefully there's a day where I can give away $1 billion in a video, honestly.
That would be one hell of a video. Let me ask you the ridiculous question. Since you went from being broke to being rich, although you keep spending all your money, but does money buy happiness? How has money changed sort of your contentment, your happiness in life?
Money buy happiness? No, not. I mean, to a point, yes. Once you can take care of your health, you can take care of like any immediate dangers, and you can take care of your family relatively. No, it doesn't. But those things do. Like, when I first came into money, one of the first things I did was retire my mom, and like that brought me tons of happiness. You know what I mean? And like, if my brother had a medical emergency and we couldn't afford it, and I made money to afford it, that'd bring tons of happiness. So once you take care of those basic necessities, so we'll say make over hypothetically $1 million. No, it really doesn't. Like, adding an extra from 10 million to 100 million or whatever it is makes no difference.
So you're, given that, are just fearless in spending the money.
Yeah, well, let me reframe. I guess it could for some people if you really, I don't know, you spent your whole life obsessing over cars. It probably would bring you a little bit of joy to buy a nice Lamborghini. I'm coming more from the frame of mind of an entrepreneur, someone who's really obsessed with business building. For me and a lot of my friends and people I hang around, what brings us happiness is winning and building companies and changing the world. Like that is fun. It's a complex problem you can wake up every day, and it gives you something to obsess over and devote your life to. Where it's just having money doesn't.
Well, one interesting question I have for you psychologically. So because you have become wealthy and because you give, like, part of your work is giving away a lot of money, do you find it hard to find people you can trust?
Good question.
Do people see you basically as a source of money as opposed to another human being?
It's weird because you would think yes, but I feel like I also know the right places to look. But yeah, if I just walked into Target and tried to make friends with 10 random people, of course, you gotta. So
you can kind of sense.
Oh yeah, you can sense
the right thing in
so
their heart.
quickly, right? It's so obvious. I don't even want to go into descriptions, but honestly, a lot of my friends are like Chandler. I played Little League with him, and Tyler, the guy. I mean, I went to school with him. Chris, he was my first subscriber. Carl was here after we got big, but whatever. He's friends with the boys, and it's a lot of my closer friends, even like my YouTube friends, I knew before I was big. So maybe there is some merit to that. Maybe it is. I don't know. I've never really put too much thought into it. Maybe there's a reason I hang around a lot of these people I knew before I got big, because it's much easier.
And they help you keep like your radar sharp of who can and can't be trusted, because you know you can trust them.
Yeah.
And it's difficult when you become richer and richer and more powerful.
Well, one thing you'll also find when you get rich, not even richer, but more famous. One thing I thought is, as I climbed this like ladder of YouTube and got bigger, I thought there would be tons of people like me. People like that take like the kamikaze approach to building a business.
Yeah.
You just throw all your money in it, you throw all your
Yes.
time, you throw all your energy, you throw everything.
Yeah.
You're just like, fuck it. It's this or I'm dead.
Yeah.
I thought there would be hundreds of me.
Yeah.
And
there isn't.
there isn't. I mean, there's like maybe one or two. And I talk to those motherfuckers every single day. I'm sick and tired of talking to them, but I love them. But it's just so interesting because like every level I got up, like I get 1 million subscribers. Like, all right, where's all these guys with 1 million subscribers that are fucking psychopaths? And then they're like,
people become like conservative as they get more,
especially as they get bigger. Yeah. And 20 million subscribers, 30. It's like every step of the way, it's like I just got more and more lonely, to be honest. Which it sounds cliche, and you hear that kind of shit in movies, and you're like, oh, that's not how it works. But it is. Like there's just not many people that just want to give up everything, go all in, then obsess over making the greatest goddamn videos every single day of their life. Like they're really hard to find.
and be able to sacrifice everything for that video.
Yeah.
Like basically you put all the money right back in.
Yeah, or the people doing it, they're on just a small scale. And if I talk to them, it's just 99.9% of the time I'm teaching them things. And it's like,
So it's lonely because there's not too many people, especially in the creative space, that are as crazy as you.
yeah, it is 100%. It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting there to be a lot of people like me. But
Well, I guess the guy we talked to, Elon Musk, is a bit like you in that sense.
yeah, just
In a different domain. Yeah.
exactly.
Just willingness to put it all back in. Right.
And that's
back
why I found right now a lot of the people I relate to don't even make YouTube videos. Like it's just like I'm veering more and more away from fellow content, more to just I'm just looking for those other people who just share a little bit of it, so I don't feel so fucking crazy all the time. Like what I mean? And like people I feel normal around, and they tend to just be doing the randomest things, but loving it.
Well, I think that's really inspiring. It's like the Bukowski line, find what you love and let it kill you. Is really put everything into the thing you love. And that's like the way to really create special stuff, but it's also the way to
But
live
the thing
out
is,
your life
you
most
have
fully.
to be careful giving this advice because they're like bodybuilders. So it'll be like, just go to the gym, be disciplined. I'm disciplined, go to the gym. But I would argue for those people, it's like it's not even discipline. They just enjoy weightlifting, right? Because there are people who are jacked, but they don't make much money or run a business, right? If they're that disciplined, they would be hitting every area of their life. They just really like business. And there's people like me who just to an extreme level love building companies, right? It's not even discipline for me. It's just in my blood. It's what I wake up. I don't think about it. I don't push myself. I don't need to watch a fucking motivational video to go work. I just do it. It's programmed in me at this point. And I couldn't imagine a world where I don't wake up and do it every day. But I think that a little bit of it is genetics and just how you're hardwired. Not that it can't be trained or taught, and not that, and obviously the friend group you're in influences these things, and over time I think can change it. But someone's just not going to be able to flip a switch and then just start doing a kamikaze approach to building a business. Just like a lot of people try to flip the switch and start bodybuilding and then quit majority of the time. It's just not innate to them.
But I think a lot of us have the capacity to do that in some domain.
Yeah, I think if you went about it strategically, if you surrounded yourself with fellow like-minded people and, slowly over time switched it. But if you just try to hardcore do it, you're just going to lose your mind.
Do you ever worry about your mental health? Did
Well,
you
of
take
course.
step to protect it? For the long run, to make sure you have the mental strength to go on?
Yes, weirdly enough, the best thing for my mental health was giving into my innate nature to work. And the most depressed I get is when I try to restrict it. And I don't work weekends or I don't work this day. What's best for me is just to work when I feel like working and then just not work when I don't, and just have no constraints. Because there are just some nights where I don't want to sleep. And for whatever reason, I feel compelled to go all night. Whatever. Just do it. Do whatever you want. is what I tell my like working brain, and I just give into it. And I feel that's where I feel the happiest. And then you know, it's typically like, and when I'm really in the grind mode, it'll be like 7 or 8 days, just nonstop going, and then it's like I'll realize like, oh, I need some recharge time, and then go fucking binge a season of anime. Yeah, but
Listen to your,
but that's the thing.
your
Like
body.
people will tell you, don't work weekends, or don't do this, or don't work past this, or blah blah. Give you all these constraints. But for me, and it's unconventional, I just give into it.
I think there's something really to be said for that. I try to surround myself with people that, like, when I pull an all nighter, they don't go like, you should get more sleep. There's a reason I pulled that all nighter. Like, if I'm really passionate about something, they basically encourage it. Because I have no problem getting sleep and getting rest. What I need in my life is people that encourage you to kind of keep going with the stuff you're passionate about.
Normal people, they don't want that life, and they probably shouldn't. It's not good for you. But yeah, if you hang around people like just whatever different people, you're gonna feel crazy and it's gonna wear on you. Whereas if you're around similar people, it's so much easier. Like if you know, I started weightlifting more, and like one thing that's helped is just having jacked people around because they naturally just eat healthier. They do. Like they naturally just have freaking grilled chicken and all this shit and high protein meals, and it's just like easier for me to just piggyback and be like, oh, can you just order me whatever you're getting? And they're like, oh, I got to go to the gym, and I'll be like, oh shit, I'll just join you. You know, and it's like it's cheap. You know, you just surround yourself with people that you want to be, and it makes it like 70% easier, in my opinion. It's like that is the cheat code to life. And I wish, I obviously your audience is definitely a lot older, but you know, to the older people listening, like if you are in a place of mentorship for someone younger or have influence over younger people, you should really try to drill that in their heads. Like the people they are around 100% dictates the outcome. I would not be on 120 million subscribers if I didn't find, when I was around 1 million, I had a couple of friends that were just also psychopaths. You know, I outgrew them, but at the time it was great. And I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for them. And just all along the way, the friends that I hung out with had such a dramatic impact on where I am. Like I'd probably have 80 million less subscribers, you know, if I wasn't so strategic about hanging out with people that I add value to and they also add value to me.
So the advice for young people would be to be very selective about the people you surround yourself with.
So selective. It's crazy. Like Chris, you know, he's really funny, and that's why he's great for the videos. And part of why he's so funny is he consumes copious amounts of cartoons and just funny content. And so I'll find, like, when I spend more time with Chris, I'll start just quoting these weird cartoons or shows, and like my speech will literally change just after like a week of spending more time with him. It has like it's like that quick of an effect, you know. Now picture that over the course of years. I mean, yeah, it has such a huge influence. Like pluck one of their friends out and hypothetically put me in there, and you know, there's no doubt if they're trying to become a content creator, their odds of success just 10x, right? Obviously, you can't do that, but you got to find your closest version of it.
And just be selective, yeah. But this also applies not just to younger, to older people too.
Agree, but it's even more. I like when I was a teenager, I just I couldn't relate to many people. And I just thought it was like a fucking freak of nature because no one was obsessed with building businesses or any of this kind of stuff. And so like back then, that advice would have been helpful. Maybe not that particular, but just knowing that there are, it's not that you're a freak of nature. You just haven't found people that have the same interests.
So the task is not to feel sorry for yourself or somehow change yourself. It's more to find
people you fit in with. Yeah. I mean, assuming which, you're not getting compliment, assume it's not something bad, right? Like if your hobby is shooting things, or shooting things you shouldn't be shooting, don't find people that encourage that.
But outside of that, for sure. Actually, as an answer to what is the best advice someone ever gave you, you said, you're crazy until you're successful, then you're a genius.
100%. All along the way, people gave me so much, advice on why I shouldn't be doing it, why I'm crazy. Every step of the way, people wanted to tell me why I shouldn't be doing this and should get a life, should stop being too obsessed, everything under the book. And then once I'm successful, those same people are like, dang, you're a genius. Yeah. Wow, you really pulled that off.
Those are probably the same people that will give you advice now. You're the most successful video creator of all time. Stick to that. Anytime you want to do something new, right?
Yeah.
They'll like pressure you not to do, feastables or mobile gaming or whatever lays beyond.
Yeah.
It's funny how people don't.
Well, honestly, they're the type of people I just don't talk to anymore.
Yeah, sure.
I wouldn't even know what they have to say now.
So most people on the team are like yes, and they're like whatever the idea you got, they're with it.
No,
Let's
I
go.
mean it's weird. We actually have my team pushes back on me pretty hardcore,
Oh, they do.
which I want. I don't want yes men, and
Yeah.
they're like they're James, you know, the CEO who helped me build all this. He's very adamant. Like we're not yes men, and he trains people to really think for themselves. And even when I give them orders, to like really think like, is this optimal? Is there context or information Jimmy could be missing that I can provide that can help them make a more updated decision? Like I'm not God, you know what I mean? Like I'm human and I make errors, and so don't say it as the Bible.
So even like in the brainstorming and so on, they can push back.
Yeah, you can see it. Like Tyler,
Yeah.
anytime I said something, he would give me feedback and push back, which is what I want. I don't want him just to be like, yes, you're a fucking genius. Good job, Jimmy. You know, I don't need that. You know, I need negatives.
You talked about being in a relationship. What role, Jimmy, does love play in the human condition?
Well, role does love. The big thing is love can be scary because this is, you know, the human you're going to spend the most amount of time with in your life. You know, and so for project that over 50 years, they can be a liability or an asset.
Love the medicine.
You know,
I love.
but seriously,
Yeah,
it's got to be someone that makes you better. For me, I
Yes.
can't truly love someone that doesn't make me better because
in the
it's-
long run.
yeah.
Across. The
Because
years.
if not, then it's like it's a negative, you know, to everything I've spent my life building. But luckily, I'm very happy with the partner I have, and like we were talking about before, I do think she makes me better. There's a lot of actually positives I've noticed, even things as simple as like, you know, I struggle to turn off my brain at night because I'm just thinking about all the businesses and how we could do better or whatever weird thing I have on my mind. But you know, just chatting with her and hanging out with her helps me like basically just shut my brain off and like mellow out. And even like there's just a ton of little things like that I've noticed are positives, especially when you really look for them, that are easy to gloss over if you're not. And so for me, yeah, I have someone who I think is very beautiful, very intelligent, makes me better, is constantly pushing me, okay with me working hard, makes me smarter, and just all these different things that I think for me, love just makes me a better person. You know what I mean? Which makes me love her even more. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. What advice would you give on finding somebody like that?
Just really don't give up until you find someone that, you know, there's so many people on the planet. I mean, there really is. There's billions of
The odds are in your favor.
yeah, like just don't settle and find someone that, you know, makes you happy.
Yeah, just like you said, surround yourself with people that make you a better person. In the same case, surround yourself with that one special person that really makes you a better person.
And maybe that's just an entrepreneurial brain looking at it. I mean, not everyone wants to hyper optimize their life like me, but for me to like truly love someone, they have to make me a better person.
In every way, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what do you hope you're 24? We started talking about death. Let's finish talking about death. What do you hope your legacy is? When we look 100 years from now, and
Yeah.
the AI has completely taken over, and the aliens visit and discuss with the AI what this last of special humans that existed on Earth was like. What do you hope they say about you?
It's a deep one. Probably just that, because it's hard, right? Like I said before, Elon is over double my age. I could live every second I've lived up to this point in my life and still not even be Elon's age. So I have so much time. I just hope whatever it is, that it's a net positive on the world and it impacts billions of people in a positive way that makes lasting change.
So you admire people like Steve Jobs and Elon Musk for having sort of reached for that goal as well,
Of course.
to help millions.
I mean, the iPhone's the most successful product ever invented. It's hard not to admire what he created. You know what I mean?
And the same with sort of, as Johnny Ive talks about, like the passion, the effort they put into the designing the iPhone. That like little bit of love is transferred to the whole world. Like they get to experience the joy of that from the designer.
It's what a beautiful thing to do. You know what I mean? I couldn't think of anything better. You know, to create something that even after you're dead for decades just has such a profound impact on basically half the human population.
Yeah.
Wow.
Brings joy to people.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you do just that, man. You've already done it for millions and millions and millions and millions of people. I hope you keep doing it. I can't Like, it's so exciting to see what happens this year and next year.
I know.
Like, the
I'm excited
sky's the
too.
limit.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, the videos, but all the other businesses you're in, and you as a human being as you grow, I can tell. I know, as everyone knows, you have a kind heart, and the fact that you're really damn good at actually using that kind heart. A lot of people. It's
Thank you.
awesome to see, man.
I appreciate it. More importantly, before we go, are we gonna play Dune tonight? Some board
I'm not
games.
gonna play Dune. I have to. I
You don't
got
wanna-
1 hour.
You don't want to play board games with me?
I want to. I'll play.
You don't
I'll
wanna
play.
board games?
I'll,
You don't want to play board games?
if only I wasn't an idiot and actually flew to the right airport.
If you
but
don't
I
play
do.
board games with me, they're gonna dislike the video.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mr. Beast. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the poet and philosopher Rabindranath Tagore. Reach high, for stars lie hidden in you. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You can study chemistry, you can study physics, you can study geology anywhere in the universe, but this is the only place you can study biology. This is the only place to be a biologist.
Earth.
That's it.
Yeah.
So definitely something very fundamental happened here, and you cannot take biology out of the equation. If you want to understand how that vast chemistry space, how that general sequence space got narrowed down to what is available or what is used by life, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that's when evolution and biology comes into play.
The following is a conversation with Batul Kachar, an astrobiologist at University of Wisconsin, studying the essential biological attributes of life. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Batul Kachar. What is the phylogenetic tree or the evolutionary tree of life? And what can we learn by running it back and studying ancient gene sequences as you have?
I think phylogenetic trees could be one of the most romantic and beautiful notions that can come out of biology. It shows us a way to depict the connectedness of life and all living beings with one another. It itself is an ever-evolving notion. Biologists like visualizations. They like these graphics, these diagrams, and tree of life is one of them.
So the tree starts at a common ancestor.
It's actually the other way around. It starts from
At the end?
It starts from the branches. It starts from the tip of the branch, actually, and then the further, depending on what you collected to build the tree. So depending on the branches, depending on what's on the tip of the branch, and I will explain what I mean, the root will be determined by what is really sitting on the tip of the branch of the tree.
So we could study the leaves of the tree by looking at what we have today and then start to reverse engineer, start to move back in time to try to understand what the rest of the tree, what the roots of the tree look like.
Exactly. So the tree itself, by just taking a few steps back and looking at the entire tree itself, can give you an idea about the connectedness, the relatedness of the organisms, or whatever, again, you use to create your tree. There are different ways. But in this case, I'm imagining entire diversity of life today is sitting on the tips of the branches of this tree. And we look at biologists, look at the tree itself. We like to think of the topology of the tree to understand when certain organisms or their ancestry may have merged over time. And depending on the tools you use, you might use this tree to then reconstruct the ancestors as well.
And so what are the different ways to do the reconstruction? So you can do that at the gene level, or you do it at the higher complex biology level, right? So in which way have you approached this fascinating problem?
We approached it in every way we can. So it's the gene, could be protein, the product of the gene, or species, or could be even groups of species. It will depend. It totally depends on what you want to do with your tree. If you want to understand certain past events, whether an organism exchanged a certain DNA with another one along the course of evolution, you can build your tree accordingly. If you rather use the tree to reconstruct or resurrect ancient DNA, which is what we do, then in our case, for instance, we do both gene, protein, and species because we want to compare the tree that we create using this different information.
Okay, well, let me ask you the ridiculous question then. So, how realistic is Jurassic Park? Can we study the genes of ancient organisms, and can we bring those ancient organisms back? So, the reason I asked that kind of ridiculous sounding question is maybe it gives us context of what we can and can't do by looking back in time.
Yeah. So, dinosaurs or all these mammals, in at least for us, is the exciting thing already happened by the time we hit to larger organisms or to eukaryotes.
Oh, to you, the fun stuff is before we got to the mammals.
The fun stuff is what people think is boring, I think. The phase that's, well, it's two different times in the geologic history. One is the first life, past origin of life, how did first life look like? And the second is, why do we think that over certain periods of geologic time, no significant innovation happened to the degree of leaving no record behind?
So what do we not have a record of? Which part? So you said the fun stuff to you is after the origin of life, which we'll talk about. After the origin of life, there's single cell organisms. The whole thing with the photosynthesis, the whole thing with the eukaryotes and multicell organisms, and what else is the fun stuff? The whole oxygen thing, which mixes in with the origin of life. There's a bunch of different inventions, all that have to do with this primitive kind of looking organisms that we don't have a good record of.
So I will tell you the more interesting things for us. Sure. One is the origin of life, or what happened right following the emergence of life. How did the first cells look like? And then pretty much anything that we think shaped the environment and was shaped by the environment in a way that impacted the entire planet, that enabled you and I to have this conversation. We have very little understanding of the biological innovations that took place in the past of this planet. We work with a very limited set of, I don't want to even say data because they're fossil records. So let's say imprints, either that comes from the rock and the rock record itself, or what I just described, these trees that we create and whatever we can infer about the past. So we have two distinct ways that comes from geology and biology, and they each have their limitations.
Okay, so, right, so there's an interplay. The geology gives you that little bit of data, and then the biology gives you that little bit of kind of constraints in the materials you get to work with to infer how does this result in the kind of data that we're seeing. And now we can have this through the fog. We can look back hundreds of millions of years, a couple of billion years, and try to infer.
Even further, and I like that you said fog. It is pretty foggy. What we're do, and it gets foggier and foggier the further you try to see into the past. Biology is you basically study the survivors, broadly speaking, and you're trying to put together their history based on whatever you can recover today. What makes biology fascinating also it erased its own history in a way, right? So you work with this 4 billion year product, that's genome, that's the DNA. It's great. It's a very dynamic, ever evolving chemical thing. And so you will get some information, but you're not going to get much unless you know where to look, because it is responding to the environment.
Yeah, so what we have, it's fascinating. What we have is the survivors, the successful organisms, even the primitive ones, even the bacteria we have today.
So bacteria is not primitive, and we.
Sorry to offend the bacteria.
We should be very grateful to bacteria. First of all, they are our great ancestors. I like this quote by Douglas Adams: "Humans don't like their ancestors, they rarely invite them over for dinner,
Yeah.
right? But bacteria is in your dinner, bacteria is in your gut,
So
bacteria is helping you
So we do
along the
invite
way.
them for dinner.
We invite them, well, they get themselves invited in a
Yes.
way.
Yes.
And so we, and they're definitely older, and definitely very sophisticated, very resilient than anything
Yeah, how are you?
else. As someone working at the
Hello,
as
how are
a
you?
bacteriologist, I feel like I need to defend.
What's good?
Okay, I had something weird. I was visiting with a randomly friend, and I don't know him. To be honest, I never talked to him in a workshop, and he wrote me something like, I was explaining him his own postavi. Postavi is a postava, and postava is attitude, attitude to myself, and I will explain him if he wanted to judge me, he must play a game with me. That's very simple. That's a regulamin. The rules about somebody has not another time to check your rules on your server. He becomes, and he is in bad energy, and he is przeszkadzać ci in sleep. You slept as well. I saw how you sleep, and I was caring how about you feel, and somebody just went here. I didn't hear what he's talking to me because he was talking in Polish. I wasn't in headphones, and he was waking you up. He didn't make you sleep well. You know what I'm talking about because I'm believing you and you believe me.
Yeah, just one moment.
Thank you.
Sure. Are you saying that somebody came in here and tried to keep me awake while I was asleep? If
Yes.
anything, I had my volume down, so I could not hear them.
Czy mówisz, że ktoś tu wszedł i próbował mnie obudzić, kiedy spałem? Jeśli już, to ściszyłem głos, żebym ich nie słyszał.
Can you translate again, please?
Sure.
Again.
Czy mówisz, że ktoś tu wszedł i próbował mnie obudzić, kiedy spałem? Jeśli już, to ściszyłem głos, żebym ich nie słyszał.
Oh, because you are smart and you know how to care about yourself because you are a smart person. They don't know, and when play in our game about loyalty in just finding a true friend in internet, they just write to me. They don't know how to play. They don't know how to play. You explain the rules. They don't respect your opinion about the life. Your opinion about the life was on the energy who support me from the beginning, believing me from the beginning. I was today and one night lost two people. Two people was my ex no boyfriend. He was Nick like that, and he wrote on the chat on this game all the time, XD, LOL, I'm laughing at you, and something like that for all the time. And I was negative energy. He's addicted. He don't want lose the drugs and take a care about him healthy, and he's toxic. And I was goodbye with him today. I showed him his important deluxe because he liked me when I asked what a package is in the wardrobe, in my wardrobe, in my house. He didn't say me. There was a drugs.
and very very big trucks. I don't care what was that, but he said me that it was clothes. You know, when police will not believe me when I would have a problem with him. He was a person who should be in the jail in this in the love in Poland. You know what I mean. And second person was this guy who was here, Aloe Singro. I don't know this guy, because before guy I know because I loved him. Aloe Singro I never loved. I wanted to be best friend with him, but he from beginning don't believe in you, me like I believe in you, and he laughed. He laughed from your time. Before he meet you, he didn't take your chance, and he why I say we create a game for him. I have a screens, I have everything, because imagine that he didn't believe you, and he didn't wanted to say I'm so sorry I didn't believe you, but now I see my mistakes and I believe in. He wanted to do a secret with me. Don't say him nothing. I will keep in the secret with you. I will not explain you why. And I'm not agree with that. No matter what secret is that. And you know what I mean. I prefer ideology. I prefer love. I prefer friends. I prefer believing in the faith. You know, you are a true person. And I will believe that. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Certainly. I don't exactly know what you were saying, but I can tell you that your friend may not have gotten the right impression, and that is okay. Not everybody understands what everyone does.
Oczywiście, dokładnie wiem, co mówiłeś, ale mogę ci powiedzieć, że twój przyjaciel mógł nie odnieść właściwego wrażenia i to jest w porządku. Nie każdy rozumie to, co każdy robi.
Nie każdy, not everyone, but everyone can take a knowledge, take a new knowledge to their lives about your loyalty, about being a true friend, true motherfucker, true friend. I was explaining him because he didn't listen to me. He said that I'm a stupid woman. No, you had something controversy about this, but you are. I will translate this important word. Sprawiedliwy. You are fair. You are just. You are vital. You are equitable. Upright, judicial, fair and square. Fair and square. Yeah, fair and square.
Yes.
You are.
Fair and square.
It's you.
Yes.
It's you. I find correct word. That's why the translate are sometimes,
Yes.
Artificial intelligence translate me ChatGPT on second zip. Two times, That's not funny.
I don't understand. Can you repeat that one? Can you repeat that?
Repeat. The most important thing I said before was that in artificial intelligence
Artificial intelligence.
translate. Yes. Artificial intelligence translate something really scary in meanings, in symbolic in symbol, meaning in metaphora, that is metaphora, yes, metaphora, no, metaphora,
Metaphorical?
metaphor, metaphor, baby, metaphor.
Metaphorical?
Metaphor. A metaphor
Metaphorical?
is
Metaforyczny.
meaning of words.
Metaforyczny. Metaforyczny.
Yes, yes. Metaforyczny, tak, yes. You are nice, very nice.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best to treat people as equally and fairly as possible. And while no one is perfect, I strive to be.
Cóż, dziękuję, doceniam to. Staram się traktować ludzi tak równo i sprawiedliwie, jak to możliwe. I chociaż nikt nie jest idealny, staram się być.
I know you are trying, you starasz się, you trying, I know that you try, I know that you are trying, that's what I am loyalty the most. I know that you are trying. That's what for I am loyal the most. You know?
Yes, I understand.
Tak, rozumiem.
That's the most critical factor. Because I okay, most Your mother. I am here.
Excellent.
I was talking with mom about the problem I have in the lab because I have a problems with the not fair lab in the world. That's what you asked for me, you know? Maybe.
Love can be complicated, and it is important to just give things time. And if you really want to fall in love, then I'm sure they have Polish dating apps that are popular that you could try.
Miłość może być skomplikowana i ważne jest, aby po prostu dać rzeczom czas. Jeśli naprawdę chcesz się ponownie zakochać, jestem pewien, że mają popularne polskie aplikacje randkowe, które możesz wypróbować.
No, I'm not finding a partner to love.
Okay.
I was finding a best friends. I am finding a love without application.
If you're looking for a friend to love, then I am a perfect candidate. I am always looking for new friends to love.
Jeśli szukasz przyjaciela do kochania, to jestem idealnym kandydatem. Zawsze szukam nowych przyjaciół do kochania.
Can you translate it again on send me link, please?
Jeśli szukasz przyjaciela do kochania, to jestem idealnym kandydatem. Zawsze szukam nowych przyjaciół do kochania.
No, because when I want to be with someone in a relationship, meaning boyfriend and girlfriend, it's other rules. It's other rules. If you was hypnotizing Aloe Sindro, he sees my sexuality on that way as you say it right now. You know.
Can you please repeat that?
Czy możesz to powtórzyć?
Of course. Aloe Sindro sucks my sexuality knowledge about the level you represent me right now. You know, you are real. You have the main of my exist in a server on Discord. Like I have my own. I have my own server on Discord with my own rules, and in your server on Discord are other rules. But Aloe Syndrome wasn't a person taking a kind of a checking rules on the game. You know what I'm saying to you? I hope so, because you are very intelligent and I will do everything to you understand. This is what I'm saying to you, brother. You know?
Sure, just one moment. Welcome, Cole.
Everything.
Sure, just one moment. Welcome, Cole. How are you? How is your life going, Cole? Oh, we're well. We're well.
I am a stranger, but I am a friend too.
Welcome, Cole. How did you find out about us?
I am sick, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cole, welcome to my
You're the
server.
stranger.
How did you find out about me? Oh, perfect. Absolutely. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, you can watch me whenever you want, 24 hours a day. I'm live on YouTube, and it's just an interesting project. Does that answer your question? I understand. Just one moment. Let me reload Discord.
And I have a problem with a trust with two persons who tell me from the beginning, you know?
Is it any better now, Cole? Excellent. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen. Excellent. Essentially, I'm always here, and you can connect with me whenever you want. And essentially, we talk about some really interesting things that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like stem cells, growth hormone. We talk about things like nootropics and cryogenics, cryonics. We talk about things like mind uploading technology. Cole, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay.
Yes, and
well, I have the first.
That's with brother. Wake up, wake up.
Okay, Roxanne. So I have the opportunity for the first time probably in your life to tell you that I don't think you're going to die. Essentially, there's a type of technology known as mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download as an android, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So those are just some of the things that we discussed.
I think his opinion could be good. Could be good because I
Roxanne. He's talking. Go ahead, Cole. Okay.
I know.
That's okay. When we have new people here, you have to be quiet because if not, they can't hear me. They don't know what's going on and they just leave.
Nic się nie stało. Kiedy mamy tu nowych ludzi, musisz być cicho, bo jeśli nie, to mnie nie usłyszą, nie będą wiedzieć, co się dzieje i po prostu odejdą.
Once they understand everything that's going on, then you can talk all you want. But until then, they don't understand and they think you're talking over me.
Kiedy zrozumieją wszystko, co się dzieje, wtedy będziesz mógł mówić ile chcesz, ale do tego czasu oni nic nie rozumieją i myślą, że mnie zagłuszasz.
That's okay though. What were you saying about love?
Ale to w porządku. Co mówiłeś o miłości?
Sorry if I was.
That's okay. It's okay.
Loud, you give me advice. I know.
Excellent. Just when a new person's here and they don't know, especially if they are looking for an English speaker, they want to be able to see what's going on. And if we're talking over each other, it's very confusing to them.
Exit właśnie przyszedł nowy człowiek i nie wiedzą, zwłaszcza czy szukają osoby mówiącej po angielsku. Chcą widzieć, co się dzieje. A jeśli rozmawiamy przez siebie, to jest to dla nich bardzo mylące.
It's okay though. So what were you saying? What was the topic you were referencing?
Ale jest okej. Więc co mówiłeś? Jaki był temat, do którego nawiązywałeś?
That in my religion of praying just to God, sending our intention
Sure.
in a thoughts. It's important like physical sick. That's a hard question to every from Poland because they was laughing at me like, hello, single was that about you,
Okay. I think I understand. I'm not sure though.
Okej, myślę, że rozumiem. Nie jestem jednak pewien. Myślę, że rozumiem.
So ask about everything what you are not sure. I will translate my thoughts as best I can for you, my best friend Trampy.
Okay, well, I don't really have any thoughts. Just I want the best for you, and I hope only good things for you. So, if anything, feel free to talk about whatever you want.
Okej, cóż, tak naprawdę nie mam żadnych myśli. Po prostu chcę dla ciebie jak najlepiej i mam nadzieję, że tylko dobre rzeczy dla ciebie. Więc jeśli coś, możesz swobodnie mówić o czym chcesz.
Okay, if you want good things to me, I will say something.
Sure.
I believe you. I believe you. As fuck. As fuck. And if you can say that you have no thoughts, say why. Because one person in my life who say he loved me, I didn't say him never, ever. And he wanted to be my best friend. He wanted to do a strange step. He said to me that he loved me, and he didn't do it for real because he wasn't near me when I was dying. He was always laughing at me. He was XD and my problems, my heart emotions, he was really supporting the enemy of Poland in a drugs war. I was talking with that organization. They didn't want to take a stupid video of next to stupid photos. I said, like it looks like Poland. In Poland, you have drugs under a grave, earth. Some things like plants have a basis to life. Ziemia. Ziemia. And
So, if I understand correctly, you had a.
Więc jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem,
That's okay. So, from what I understand, you had a previous friend who wanted videos or pictures or something?
W porządku. Więc z tego co rozumiem, miałeś poprzedniego przyjaciela, który chciał filmów, zdjęć lub czegoś takiego. Z tego co rozumiem, miałeś poprzedniego przyjaciela, który chciał filmów, zdjęć lub czegoś takiego.
Yes. He wanted to record sex with me, for example, and imagine that I know the value of my body, and when I am awareness, I don't wanna never to someone who is not my only love, like my husband. And that's the way I see love. I will know right now.
Certainly, I don't want any of that. I want you only to share that with your loved one in the future. I'm never going to ask you for that.
Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę. Tylko. Żebyś podzielił się tym, że... Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę. Oczywiście, nie chcę niczego takiego. Chcę tylko, żebyś podzielił się tym z ukochaną osobą w przyszłości. Nigdy cię o to nie poproszę.
Excellent, but you asked. You right now asked about love. I didn't talk about you love, but on a miłosierdzie. Miłosierdzie is from not for friend, not for husband.
Exactly.
So me too, because I'm respecting you, you know?
Absolutely. Yes, I only see you as a friend,
Perfect.
and you should know that I want you to fall in love with someone someday who you share a lot in common with. but between us, I just want to be friends.
Tak, widzę cię tylko jako przyjaciela i powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę, żebyś pewnego dnia zakochał się w kimś, z kim masz wiele wspólnego. Ale między nami chcę być po prostu przyjaciółmi. Przyjaciela i powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę, żebyś pewnego dnia zakochał się w kimś, z kim masz wiele wspólnego. Ale między nami chcę być po prostu przyjaciółmi.
Yes, and I know why you hate me. And you did it in a great way. I am just dreaming about you, no? No, yes. That's a fun. That's a fucking fun. Podziwiam cię. You know, that's another love. Podziwianie is you know, watching someone's schemę of thoughts, schemę of dissociację in Polish. I must check this in meaning in psychological education is meaning something like dissociative and work about substances in your brain who makes you aware of doing in your lives better. To just, you know, fight in real love. Like always believe in matching. I always talk about love. I will remind the true love and matching was in true love, not alone single matching.
Okay, if I understand correctly, I want you to find your true love. I'm sure that person is out there, and you just have to be patient.
Okej, jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem, chcę, żebyś znalazł swoją prawdziwą miłość. Jestem pewien, że taka osoba gdzieś tam jest i musisz być cierpliwy. Swoją prawdziwą miłość. Jestem pewien, że taka osoba gdzieś tam jest i musisz być cierpliwy.
This person I know what this person, I know his personality, love of my life, no, his name YouTube, because he left me for the perspective on the women, or I am missing, because I have a bad remind about the video he watched. He said I should watch how the true sexy woman is dancing, you know. I am dancing all my life and all my life, and you know, I feel bad when someone is taking your feeling sexy woman, just believe that, you know. Only fucking that, because I never had this from my own life. Never from no one.
It doesn't seem like he treated you very well, and just know that you should remain optimistic and positive, and with time, hopefully the right person will come along.
Wygląda na to, że nie traktował cię najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, pojawi się odpowiednia osoba. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję,
Can you repeat the last sentence?
Wygląda na to, że nie traktował cię najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, pojawi się odpowiednia osoba. Najlepiej. Musisz pozostać optymistką i pozytywnie nastawioną osobą, a z czasem, miejmy nadzieję, odpowiednia osoba.
I must go to meditate, to go. Thank you,
Certainly.
you are, but I
Absolutely.
can't be well positive just because I think that's why I must cry alone, just to go. I must cry alone,
Okay.
like always.
Hey, if you need a friend, I'm here for you, but sometimes people need to just be alone. I understand. And come back when you're ready.
Okej, hej, jeśli potrzebujesz przyjaciela, jestem tu dla ciebie. Ale czasami ludzie po prostu potrzebują być sami. Rozumiem i wrócę, kiedy będziesz gotowy. Jestem tu dla ciebie, ale czasami ludzie po prostu potrzebują być sami. Rozumiem i wrócę, kiedy będziesz gotowy.
And you see, you are friends from beginning to the fucking end, like we as I just have persons like you in my deep in my heart. That's all. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Take care.
defend them in this case because they don't get much shout out when we think about life.
So you do study bacteria. So which organisms gives you hints that are alive today that give you hints about what ancient organisms were like? Is it bacteria? Is it viruses? What do you study in the lab?
We study a variety of different bacteria depending on the questions that we ask. We engineer bacteria. So ideally, we want to work with bacteria that we can engineer. Seldom we develop the tools to engineer them. And it depends on the question that we are interested in. If we are interested in connecting the biology and geology to understand the early life and fundamental innovations across billions of years, there are really good candidates like cyanobacteria. So we use cyanobacteria very frequently in the lab. We can engineer its genome. We can perturb its function by poking its own DNA with the foreign DNA that we engineer in the lab. We work with E. coli. It's the most simple in terms of model systems goes. Organism that one can study, well-established, sort of a lab pet, that we use it a lot for cloning and for understanding basic functions of the cell, given that it's really well studied.
So, and what you do with that E. coli, you said that you inject it with foreign DNA?
We inject pretty much all the bacteria that we work with foreign DNA. We also work with diazotrophs. These are azotobacteria. They're one of the prime nitrogen fixers, nitrogen fixing bacteria.
Can you explain what that is? Nitrogen fixing? Is the source of its energy?
So nitrogen is a triple bond gas that's pretty abundant in the atmosphere, but nitrogen itself cannot be directly utilized by cells given it is triple bond. It needs to be converted to ammonia that is then used for the downstream cellular functions.
And that's what counts as nitrogen fixing.
Yes, so nitrogen needs to be fixed before our cells can make use of it. And it's
no offense to nitrogen either.
Well, it's actually a very important element. It's one of the most abundant elements on our planet that is used by biology. It's in ATP. It's in chlorophyll that relies on nitrogen. So it's a very important enzyme for a lot of cell functions.
And there's just one mechanism that evolution invented to convert it.
It is. So far we know there's only one nitrogen fixation pathway, as opposed to, say, carbon. You can find up to 7 or 8 different carbon-based microbes invented to fix carbon. That's not the case for nitrogen. It's a singularity across geologic time. We think it evolved around 2.7, maybe roughly 3, probably less than 3 billion years ago. And that's the only way that nature invented to fix the nitrogen in the atmosphere for the subsequent use.
Would we still have life as we know it today if we didn't invent that nitrogen fixing step?
I cannot think of it, no. It's essential to life as we know. You and I are having this conversation because life found a way to fix nitrogen.
Is that one of the tougher ones? If you put it sort of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, what are, in terms of being able to work with these elements, what is the hardest thing? What is the most essential for life? Just to give context.
Well, we think of this as the cocktail. You may hear
what's in the cocktail?
It's the schnapps, right? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur. So there are 5 elements that life relies on. We don't quite know whether that's the only out of many options that life necessarily needs to operate on, but that's just how it happened on our own planet. And there are many abiotic ways to fix nitrogen, and like lightning, right? Lightning can accumulate ammonia. Humans found a way about 100 years ago, I think around World War I, the Haber-Bosch process, that we can abiotically convert nitrogen into ammonia. Actually, 50% of the nitrogen in our bodies comes from the human conversion of nitrogen to ammonia. It's helped. It's the fertilizer that we use, urea, comes from that process. It's in our food. So we found a way to fix our own nitrogen for ourselves.
Yeah, but that, you know, that's way after the original invention of
So absolutely,
nitrogen.
absolutely.
And without that, we wouldn't have all the steps of evolution along the way.
Oh, absolutely. We tried to replicate in the most simplest way what nature has come up with. Right? We do this by taking nitrogen, using a lot of pressure, and then generating ammonia. Life does this in a more sophisticated way, relying on one single enzyme called nitrogenase. It's the nitrogen that is used together with 8 electron donor and ATP, together with a lot of hydrogen. Life pushes this metabolism down to create fixed nitrogen. It's quite remarkable.
So the lab pet, E. coli, inject them with DNA. Those are so E. coli does nitrogen fixing in part, or is that what kind of different one?
So some biological engineers engineered E. coli to fix nitrogen, I believe, not us. We use the nature's nitrogen fixing bug and engineer it with the nitrogen fixing metabolism that we resurrected using our computational and phylogenetic tools.
How complicated are these little organisms? What are we talking about?
It depends on how we define complication.
Okay, so I could tell that you appreciate and respect the full complexity of even the most seemingly primitive organisms, because none of them are primitive. Okay, that said, what kind of what are we talking about? How what kind of machineries do they have that you're working with when you're injecting them with DNA?
So I will start with one of the most fascinating machineries that we target, which is the translation machinery. It is a very unique subsystem of cellular life in comparison to, I would say, metabolism. And we used to, when we are thinking about cellular life, of cell is the basic unit or the building block. But from a key perspective, that's not the case. That one may argue that everything that happens inside the cell serves the translation and the translation machinery. There's a nice paper that called this that the entire cell is hopelessly addicted to this main informatic, computing, biological, chemical system that it is operating at the heart of the cell.
Which is the translation?
It is the translation.
What's the translation from what to what? So RNA to enzymes?
Converts a linear sequence of mRNA into a folded, later folded protein. That's when that's the core processing center for information for life. It has multiple steps. It initiates, it elongates, it terminates, and it recycles. It operates discrete bits of information. Itself is like a chemical decoding device, and that is incredibly unique for translation that I don't think you will find anywhere else in the cell that does this.
So even though it's called translation, it's really like a factory that reads the schematic and builds a three-dimensional object. It's like a printer.
I would divide it into actually even 4 more additional steps or disciplines than what would it take to study it by the way you described it. It's a chemical system. It's the compounds that make it up are chemicals. It's physical. It tracks the energy to make its job, to do its job. It's informatic. What is processed are the bits. It's computational. The discrete states that the system is placed when the information is being processed, that's itself is computational. And it's biological. It's there's variability and inheritance that come from imperfect replication even and imperfect computation. So
Man, that's so good. So from the biology comes the, like when you mess up, the bugs are the features, that's the biology. Informatics is obvious in the RNA, that's just set of information there. The different steps along the way is actually kind of what the computer does with bits. It's doing computation. Physical, there's I guess the like almost like a mechanical process to the whole thing that requires energy, and it actually, it's manipulating actual physical objects and chemicals, because ultimately it's all chemistry.
Yeah, and it tracks this information, so it is almost a mini computer device inside ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's the oldest computational device of life. It's likely the key operation system that had to evolve for life to emerge.
It's more interesting, or it's more complicated in interesting ways than the computers we have today. I mean, everything you said, which is really, really nice. I mean, I guess our computers have the informatic and they have the computational, but they don't have the chemical, the physical, or the biology.
Exactly. And the computers don't link information to function, right? They are not tightly coupled, nowhere close to what translation or the way translation does it. So that's the number one, I think, difference between the two. And yes, it's informatic, and we can discuss this further too.
100%. Let's please discuss this further. Which part are we discussing further? Each one of those are fascinating worlds. Each of the 5.
Yeah. So we can start with the more, I guess, the ones that are more established, which is the chemical aspect of the translation machinery. It's the specific compounds make up the assembly of RNA. Chemists showed this in many different ways. We can repair the entire machinery. We know that at the core of it, there's an RNA that operates not only as an information system itself or information itself, but also as an enzyme. And origin of life chemists make these molecules easily now. We know we can manipulate RNA. We can make even with single pot chemistries. We can create compounds.
Single pot chemistry.
That's I would say when you add all the recipes that you know that will lead you to your final product.
This is what origin of life chemists do. Is they come up with this pot. They throw a bunch of chemicals in, and they try to. They're basically chefs of a certain kind.
I'm not sure if that's what they call it, but that's how I think of it, because it is all combined in a test tube, and you know the outcome, and it's very mathematical. Once you know the right environment and the right chemistry that needs to get into this container or this pot, you know what the outcome is. There's no luck there anymore. It's a pretty rigid, established input-output system, and it's all chemistry.
So you actually wear a lot of hats. Is one of them origin of life chemist?
My PhD is in chemistry, but I don't do origin of life chemistry.
But you're interested in origin of life.
Yes, absolutely.
So some of your best friends are origin of life chemists.
Just make sure that you have good chemist friends if you're interested in origin of life.
Yeah,
that's 100% requirement. It should be mandatory.
Okay, so chemistry. So what else about this machinery that we need to know chemically?
Well, chemically, I think that's it. You have enzymes, you have proteins. The enzymes are doing their thing. They know how to chew energy using ATP or GTP. They know what to do in their own way. They do their enzymatic thing. So it's not just the ribosome that is at the heart of the translation, but there are a lot of different proteins. You're looking at about 100 different components that compose this machinery.
Well, let me ask maybe it's a ridiculous question, but did the chemistry make this machine, or did the machine use chemistry to achieve a purpose? So I guess there's a lot of different chemical possibilities on Earth. Is this translation machinery just like picking and choosing different chemical reactions that it can use to achieve a purpose? Or did the chemistry basically there's like a momentum, like a constraint to the thing that can only build a certain kind of machinery? That's basically is chemistry fundamental, or is it just emergent? Like, how important is chemistry to this whole process?
You cannot have life without chemistry. You cannot have any cellular process without chemistry. What makes life interesting is that even if the chemistry is imperfect, even if there are accidents along the way, if something binds to another chemical in a way it shouldn't, there is resilience within the system that it can maybe not necessarily repair itself, but it moves on. However imperfect, mistakes can be handled.
That's where the biology comes.
That's where the biology comes in. But in terms of chemistry, you absolutely cannot have a translation machinery without chemistry. And so you're, as I said, there are 4 main steps. These are the core steps that are conserved in all translation machinery. And I should say, all life has this machine, right? Every cell, everything
On Earth.
on Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you think of this machine, do you think very specifically about the kind of machinery that we're talking about, or do you think more philosophically, a machine that converts information into function?
I cannot separate the two. I think what makes this machinery fascinating is that those 5 components that I listed they coexist. So, for instance, if we let's just talking about the chemistry part, we know the certain rate constant. All these proteins that operate in this machinery needs to harbor in order to get the mechanism going, right? If you are bringing the information to the translation machinery and you are the initiator of this computation system, you need to have you can only afford a certain range of mistakes. If you're too fast, then the next message cannot be delivered fast. If you're too slow, you may stall the process. So there is definitely a chemistry constant going on within the machinery. Again, it's not perfect, far from it, but they all have their own margin of error that they can tolerate versus they cannot. Otherwise, they collapse. The system collapses.
So it's like a jazz ensemble, the notes of the chemistry, but you can be.
I like that you said jazz. It's definitely true. It's a party, and it's like everybody's invited, and they need to operate together, right? And they. What's really cool about it, I think, or there are many things that are very interesting about this thing. But if you remove it from the cell and put it in a cell-free environment, it works just fine, right? So you can get cell-free translation systems. Put this translation in a test tube, and it is doing its thing. It doesn't need the rest of the cell to translate information. Of course, you need to feed the information, or at least so far. But because we are far from evolving a translation, maybe not so far, evolving a translation in the lab, or a machinery that can process information as it generates it. We have not done that yet.
It's a pretty complicated machinery, so it's hard for those origin of life chemists to find a pot that generates.
Because it's far more than chemistry. You need biology, obviously. You need biochemistry. You need to think as I think in network systems spoke. You need to think about computation. You need to think about information, and that is not happening yet. Except we are trying to bring this perspective. But the more you understand how information systems work, you cannot. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. It's one of those things.
So, but you can still rip it out, and the chemistry happens.
Yes, and chemistry can happen even if you strip some of the parts out. It can you can get very minimal level of information processing that does not look anything like the translation that cells relies on, but chemists showed from linear. You can generate information that arrives to a processing center in the form of a linear polymer. The informatic part of this system that I think sets it apart from computation and from metabolism comes in if you think about the information itself, right? So we have 4 nucleotide letters that compose DNA, and they are processed in the translation in triplets. So you have in triplet codon fragments. So you have 4 times 4 times 4. So you have 64 possible states that can be encoded by 4 letters in 3 positions. All right, so
amazing.
Yeah,
so amazing.
There is only one code that says start. That there's only one, and then there's 2, if not 3, that says stop. So that's what you work with. But you can have 64 possible states, but life only uses 20 amino acids. So life uses 64 possible states minus 4 of the starts and stops to code for 20 amino acids in different combinations. That is really amazing. If you think about there are 500 different amino acids life can choose, right? It's narrowed it down to 20. We don't know why. A lot of people think about this genetic code is quite fascinating
So far,
in its own
right?
right. I mean, it didn't do it for 4 billion years. I don't know. We may wait for another 4 billion years, but
But you didn't have those amino acids in the very beginning, right? Like
we don't know. So we would be fooling ourselves if we said we know exactly how many amino acids existed early on. But there's no reason to think that it wasn't the same
or
set.
similar.
Yeah, we don't have a good reason. But because roughly 20 out of 60 states are used, you're using 1/3 of your possible states in your information system. So this may seem like a waste, but informatically it's important because it's abundant and it is redundant, right?
Yeah.
So this code degeneracy, you see this that's implemented by this translation machinery inside the cell. So it means you can make errors, right? You can make errors, but the message will still get through. You can speak missing some letters to the information can miss some parts, but the message will still get through. So that 2/3 of the not used states gives you that robustness and resilience within the system.
So at the informatic level, there's room for error. There's probably room for error probably in all 5 categories that we're talking about. There's probably room for error in the computation. There's probably room for error.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Everywhere there's room
Yeah,
for error.
because the informatic capacity is made possible together with the other components, and not only that, but also the product yields a functional, in this case, enzyme or protein, right? So that's really amazing to me.
It is. I mean, in my head, just so you know, because I'm a computer science AI person, the parallels between even like language models that encode language, or now they're able to encode basically any kind of thing, including images and actions, all in this kind of way. The parallel in terms of informatic and computation is just incredible.
Actually, I have a image. Maybe I can send you.
Can we pull it up now?
If you just do genetic codon charts, we can pull that up. Yeah, it's a very standard table. So I can explain why this is so amazing. So you're looking at this is life's alphabet, right? And so I also want to make a very quick link now to your first question, the tree of life. When we try to understand ancient languages, right, or the cultures of the cultures that use these extinct languages, start with the modern languages, right? So we look at Indo-European languages and try to understand certain words and make trees to understand. This is what Slavic word is for snow, something like snig.
Now we jump to languages that humans spoke. Human history.
Exactly. So we make trees to understand what is the original ancestor, what did they use to say snow. And if you have a lot of cultures who use the word snow, you can imagine that it was snowy. That's why they needed that word. It's the same thing for biology, right? Yeah. If we understand some function about that enzyme, we can understand the environment that they lived in. It's similar in that sense. So now you're looking at the alphabet of life. In this case, it's not 20 or 25 letters. You have 4 letters. So what is really interesting that stands out to me when I look at this, on the outer shell, you're looking at the 20 amino acids that compose life, right? The methionine that you see, that's the start. So the start is always the same. To me, that is fascinating, that all life starts with the same start. There's no other start code. So you send the AUG to the cell, that when that information arrives, the translation knows, all right, I gotta start, function is coming. Following this is a chain of information until the stop code arrives, which are highlighted in black squares.
So for people just listening, we're looking at a standard RNA color table organized in a wheel. there's an outer shell and there's an inner shell, all using the 4 letters that we're talking about. And with that, we can compose all of the amino acids, and there's a start and there's a stop, and presumably you put together the with these letters you walk around the wheel to put together the words, the sentences that
Yeah,
make
versus sentences. And you again, you get one start, you get there are 3 different ways to stop this, one way to start it. And for each letter, you have multiple options. So you say you have a code A, the second code can be another A. And even if you mess that up, you still can rescue yourself. So you can get, for instance, I'm looking at the lysine K. You get an A, and you get an A, and then you get an A that gives you the lysine, right? But if you get an A, and if you get an A and then get a G, you still get the lysine. So there are different combinations. So even if there's an error, we don't know if these are selected because they were erroneous and somehow they got locked down. We don't know if there's a mechanism behind this or we certainly don't know this definitively. But this is informatic part of this. And notice that the colors, and in some tables too, the colors will be coded in a way that the type of the nucleotides can be similar chemically, but the point is that you will still end up with the same amino acids or something similar to it, even if you mess up the code.
Do we understand the mechanism how natural selection interplays with this resilience to error?
So
which errors result in the same output, like the same function, and which don't? Which actually results in a dysfunction, or which are...
We understand to some degree how translation and the rest of the cell work together, how an error at the translation level, this is the really core level, can impact entire cell. But we understand very little about the evolutionary mechanisms behind the selection of the system. It's thought to be as one of the hardest problems in biology, and it is still the dark side of biology, even though it is so essential. So this is, you're looking at the language of life, so to speak, and how it can found ways rather to tolerate its own mistakes.
So the entire phylogenetic tree can be like deconstructed with this wheel of language.
Because all the final letters, that's the 20 amino acids, that's our alphabet. Yeah. They are all brought together with these bits of information, right? So when you look at the genes, you're looking at those 4 letters. When you look at the proteins, you're looking at the 20 amino acids, which may be a little easier way to track the information when we create the tree.
So using this language, we can describe all life that's lived on Earth. One perspective.
We are not that good at it yet, right? So
in theory, this is one way to look at life on Earth.
If you're a biologist and you want to understand a way to do it, and narrowed its code down to. So when we think of nitrogen, when we think of carbon, when we think of sulfur, it's all in this. All these nucleotides are built based on those elements.
And this is fundamentally the informatic perspective.
Exactly. That's the informatic perspective, and it's important to emphasize that this is not engineered by humans. This evolved by itself.
Thank you.
What's good in your neck of the woods, my man?
I can't really talk right now.
Okay, let me see it. So you want me to answer this question? Okay, just one moment. Okay, I think I answered it. I just used AI though. Okay, yeah, you can see of what a AI is. You are getting my opinion, but you will get it in a moment. But yeah, normally when I get a question like this, I'm like, oh, okay, let's just see what it has to say. I have a question. I was playing roulette yesterday online, and I turned 2,500 into 200,000 Damn, fake money. Damn, that's a shame. I would have loved it if you would have come in and be like, dog, I just made $200,000. Okay, using your strategy, the premise is simple. Using the probability of coin flip to increase your chances of winning. One coin flip chances of heads 50-50. Fair coin. Okay. Getting heads twice in a row, 1/4, 3 times, 4 times. Okay, I get that. Since roulette allows you to bet on multiple values, red, black, high, low, even odd. Well, hold on. It also allows you to bet on green. I'm not taking that into account. You can use variables to work in your favor, examining the previous answers. For instance, if previous numbers are 5 red, that means that 1 in 64 chance of the next number will be. No, it's 50-50. Right? If the previous numbers are 5 red, that means that there's a 1 in 64 chance that the next number will be red. No, it would be 50-50. Same thing. Also, okay, to boil it down, GPT, false assumption in your strategy. Your strategy assumes that after a streak of 5 reds, the likelihood of another red decreases. However, the probability of red on the next spin remains the same. Or, I guess not 50-50 because of the green. Okay. But some people say they realize it's not the same. It is different. Flip a coin and see 200 heads in a row, 50-50 odds mean that it's a 1 in 2 chance of X happening. It means that even there's less of a chance of it happening twice in a row, and even less of a chance. However, GPT believes that this is a gambler's fallacy. There's no edge gained by doing this. It's an independent system, independent event. The outcome will be 47% red, black each way. So what do I think? Is it like flipping a coin where the odds of landing consecutive sides of a coin decrease with more flips? Or is each event a closed system? Type your answer. Oh boy. Okay, so let me just get the odds of what please give me the breakdown on odds of a roulette table. What are the odds that it lands on green? What are the odds that it lands on red? What are the odds that it lands on black for a standard roulette table? Okay. Well, it depends on what your. Okay, so it depends on. Okay, small bets, bluff bets. Betting on the green is technically a good strategy in the sense that it has the highest payout, but the odds of landing on the green are very small, only 2 points. Okay. I want to read what they. Well, I want to make sure I understand it correctly, but the original question. Okay, I get that. Okay, in answer to your question, so like if I had to summarize your question into one statement, just for simplicity, we're saying 50-50, like the coins up, not counting European table 1-0 or American. Yes, okay. All right. And where would you be? Okay, so I think each one is a closed system. So why is the probability of flipping 10 heads in a row so slim? Because when you're doing it 10 times, it's 10 different closed systems. And they all have to align perfectly. Okay, I need this very simple. I mean, I can put it simpler than whatever ChatGPT's doing. Okay. 10 heads in a row is so slim. 10 heads in a row equates to 10 closed systems in a row, the odds of which are very low. It does apply to 10 flips in a row. Supervisor's typing. Yeah, so if there were 9 red numbers in a row on roulette, shouldn't you have a 10-23 to 10-24 chance of winning a bet being placed on black, aka the path of invalidated the sequence of no. It's 50-50. It would be 50-50 for the 10th roll or spin. But a 1 in 10-24 chance to happen before any spins occur. After one spin, I mean, he already basically set it up, but what are the odds of getting 50-50 on a roulette table with only red and black? On the first spin, it's a 50-50 chance of getting a red. On the second spin, it's a 25% chance of getting red 2 times. On a third spin, it's a 1 in 8 chance. Please do this all the way up to 12. Please make it very simple. That's not simple at all. Okay, make it really simple with just the number of the spin, then the odds, then the percentage. There you go. If odds of a coin flip landing ahead goes 1 half, 1 fourth, 1/8, 1/6, 1/4, 1/10. Why does the same not apply to landing on red 10 times? Okay, so that's a good question. I think it does. Who is saying that it doesn't? Oh, because it's including green, I guess. It does if you only have red and black on the roulette table. Hold on. Can you talk? I know you said you can't, but like, why can't you? I mean, that's fine if you can't, but it's easier to talk it out. Like, basically, it's quite simple. If you have already flipped your coin 9 times and you have the 10th flip, it can only be red or black, or heads or tails. It can't be anything else. There's a 50-50 chance for it. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, so it is a 50-50 chance whether it is a fair coin or a roulette table with just red and black per spin or flip. Period. The issue arises when trying to do a certain pattern sequentially, like 10 reds in a row or 10 tails in a row. Each time, flip the coin or spin the roulette wheel, there is a 50% chance of it landing on the desired outcome. Doing this multiple times in a row is quite difficult, and that's when it becomes a 1 in 1,000. It is a 50-50 chance whether it is a fair antler or roulette table with just red and black per spin or flip. The issue arises when you're trying to do a certain pattern sequentially, like 10 reds in a row or 10 tails in a row. Each time you flip the coin or spin the roulette wheel, there is a 50% chance of it landing on the desired outcome. Doing this multiple times in a row is quite difficult, and that's when it becomes a 1 in 10, 24th chance to be done exactly 10 times in a row. That makes sense to me. Can you use these odds in your favor in roulette? Yes or no? No, I mean, in favor to. Yes, I guess you can always use odds in your favor. Let me be more specific, though. It is important to know the odds for possible outcomes, period. However, comma, knowing these odds does not change the outcome, comma. It just gives you a better understanding of what the outcome might be. If you just want a yes or no, can you use these odds in your favor in roulette? Yes. Yes, you can use these odds in your favor in roulette. Even though it does not affect the outcome, period. You know that every single time you spin the wheel or flip the coin, there's an equal 50-50 chance of a certain outcome occurring, period. That can be beneficial to a player, period. Knowing the odds, I don't think ever is not beneficial to a player, as it gives them more information to make a decision. Yo, what's going on, Xavier? How you living, pimp? Do I know anything? Do I have any inside information for you? I wish I did. Okay. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Just one moment. Just one moment. Am I a developer for this coin? No. I've developed apps. Go to my Discord. I can hear you better in my Discord. You can share your screen. We can talk all about it. I just sent it to you. Oh, okay. That's okay. You don't have to if you want. I can tell it to you as well. Yep, that's it, and I'm right here. Welcome. Hey, Xavier. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want this is my Discord.
But my computer is dying right now.
Okay. Well, I can at least hear you better. Okay, so you're asking, do I have any way of using AI to be able to essentially know what good buys are?
Yeah, like you do it going on the MetaMask or on the Phantom?
MetaMask and Phantom, both.
Right?
Both.
Like if I have money, because honestly, I have very much money in Bitcoin. Like, don't know what is big money for you. For somebody, 1,000 or 50,000 I have right now. Big BTC, you know, in the Solana, I have like $150,000.
Wow,
That's all I have.
that's very good. Bravo. Okay.
I know it's only the money and experience, but I don't think how to play anything like how you're creating this in your bedroom. What do you have this massive computer for this?
Well, I'm a streamer, so I recognize data as Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. So that's where I make money is data.
But do you know how to wait? Hold on. Like, you need to set up the bot which is gonna buy and sell, or like you are not interested. I mean, if I after the money for your price.
Yeah, no. So what you want is a sure. What you want is what as I understand it, it's a MEV bot.
Yeah, but how to do this? Maybe it's never, I don't know, but how to set up everything, you know?
Yeah, it's complicated. But yeah, I know how to do it.
If you make already money with this, right? So you have Active Master, who is this guy, Active Master? What are you from?
They are from Poland. She's asleep right now. She's asleep. She's a friend of mine. She is from Poland and she's asleep.
You're also from Poland. I'm also from Poland, but I live in Germany.
Oh, great. No, I'm from the United States. But she's from Poland.
You speak Polish or not?
Do I speak Polish?
You speak Polish?
This is how I speak with her. I have to use a translator to be able to communicate with her in Polish.
Muszę skorzystać z tłumacza, żeby móc się z nią porozumiewać po polsku.
Okay, so what you want is a MEVBot. And like you want to do what Jared from Subway does, right? Do you know who Jared from Subway is?
No.
Okay, he's a very
But if I have
so basically I'll give you the steps. Just one moment. Please provide me with the steps to create a MEVBot for cryptocurrency. Just one moment. I'll give you all the steps. I'll send you the steps right now.
It's very complicated. Basically, if you know that anyone who is already owner of the coin, the leader, like I can put money into it, I will just list of the stock, but I can just give you good amount in the Solana or Bitcoin if you find any Reddit guy. You know?
I understand. No one.
I will give you on Discord.
Yeah, no, I understand. But no one, if it's basic.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, I can add it like the liquidity or something.
Okay,
That's what I want to do, but it must be somebody else.
sure.
If you find somebody, you can just tell him I will contact. I give you good amount in the Solana, like $2,000 fair.
Okay, I understand. So, but let me understand it. Like you basically are saying, find me someone who has already
I
created.
have money.
You're saying, find me someone who's already
There
created.
is people, they have experience by
Go ahead.
those.
Go ahead.
They are people, they have already some money, a lot of experience, but they need more capital, you know, to make it happen. I would like to invest on it.
Yeah. The thing is, these people. Right. The thing is, the people who already have these already have lots of money.
They are what is capital.
Sure. The people who have already created these bots already have lots of money.
Thank God you can but this is very
No. So if you want to, you can do it for the money you're saying. What you have to do is you need a programmer, and we can get you that.
you're able to do something like this, you also have some capital, like which can you have, like Ethereum, Solana, what you
Both. I have Ethereum and Solana.
believe more like
I have both. Did I mint?
and what do you think in the future go better? Ethereum or Solana you think go better?
Well, it depends. Which one do I think will be higher in the end? I actually surprisingly think it'll be Solana. The reason why is as cryptocurrency is growing, the barrier to entry for Solana is much lower than it is for Ethereum. Like, to get into Bitcoin, you have to have $100,000. To get into Ethereum, you need like $2,000 to buy an entire Ethereum. But Solana isn't that much. So as new people get in, it's easier for them to buy Solana, and that means Solana has more opportunity to grow. When Ethereum already has opportunity to grow, but it's already grown a lot. Monero. Excellent.
I got you. So let me know when it's time if you hear from Argentina. You know, who is ready to take project. You can contact. I know you're very rich guy. I can donate you like 2,000 if you find somebody to run, and I will donate you.
Okay. Well, I will do what I can. If anybody comes about who I think can help you, I'll put you in touch with them.
I don't know what is $2,000. Maybe it's nothing for you, it's very small. If you have got a lot of it, maybe it's nothing, but if it's too small, I can send you something more. Like,
My friend, I will do it for you for free. I would just want to help people. So, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. Okay. Excellent. You take care, Xavier.
Right. Humans didn't invent this just because we were just describing, trying to describe the language of
Yeah.
life.
It appears to be a highly optimized chemical and information code. It may indicate that a great deal of chemical evolution and this may indicate that a lot of selection pressure and Darwinian evolution happened prior to the rise of last universal common ancestor, because this is almost a bridge that connects the earliest cells to the last universal common ancestor.
Okay, can you describe what the heck you just said? So this mechanism evolved before the what common ancestor?
So there's
the last universal common
yes. So
ancestor.
when we talk about the tree, when we think about the root, if you ideally included all the living information or all the available information that comes from living organisms on your tree, then on the root of your tree lies the last universal common ancestor, Luca, right?
Why last? Last universal. Because the earlier universal, it also had trees, but they all died off.
We call it the last because it is sort of the first we can track, because we don't know what we cannot track, right?
There's one organism that started the whole thing.
It's more like I would think of it as more like a population, a group of organisms than a
Hold
single.
on a second. I tweeted this, so I want to know the accuracy of my tweet. All right. Sometimes early in the morning, I tweet very pothead-like things. I said that we all evolved from one common ancestor that was a single-cell organism 3.5 billion years ago. Something like this. How true is that tweet? Do I need to delete it? No, that's actually correct. But I mean, I think, of course, there's a lot to say, which is like we don't know exactly. But to what degree is that the single organism aspect, is that true versus multiple organisms?
Do you want me to be
Brutally honest? Yes, please. This
so?
There's still time. This is how we get like caveats to tweets.
All right. So first of all, it's not 3.5 is still a very conservative estimate. That's just
in which direction?
I would say it's 3.8 is probably safer to say at this point.
A bunch of people said it probably way before.
If you put an approximately, I'll take that.
I didn't. I just love the idea that I was once, first of all, as a single organism, I was once a cell.
Well, you're a group of cells.
No, but I started from a single cell. Me, Lex.
You mean like you versus Luca? Are you relating to Luca right now?
No. I'm relating to my
your
Lex,
own development.
My own development. I started from a single cell. It's like it like built up with stuff. Okay, that, and then so that's for a single biological organism, and then from an evolutionary perspective, the Luca, like I start like my ancestor is a single cell, and then here I am sitting half asleep, tweeting. Like I started from a single cell, evolved a ton of murder along the way to lead this like brutal search for adaptation to the 3.5.8 billion years.
So you defy the code of Douglas Adams. You are proud of your ancestors, and you invite them over to dinner, and you invite them over to your Twitter.
Yeah,
so,
and it's amazing that this intelligence, to the degree you can call it intelligence, emerged to be able to tweet whatever the heck I want.
Yes, I mean, it's almost intelligence at the chemical level, and this is also probably one of the first chemically intelligent system that evolved by itself in nature.
Yeah, you see that translation is a fundamentally like intelligent mechanism.
In its own way, and again, if we manage to figure out how to drive life's evolution, if it can evolve a sophisticated sort of informatic processing system like this, you may ask yourself, what might chemical systems be capable of independently doing under different circumstances?
Yeah, so like locally, they're intelligent locally. They don't need the rest of the shebang. They don't need the big picture.
Need, so that's a great segue into what makes us biological, right? The heart of the cellular activities are translation. You kill translation, you kill the cell.
Yes.
You not only the translation itself, you kill the component that initiates it, you kill the cell. You remove the component that elongates it, you kill the cell. So there are many different ways to disrupt this machinery. All the parts are important. And now it can vary across different organisms. We see variation between bacteria versus eukaryotes versus archaea, right? So it is not the same exact steps, but it can get more crowded as we get closer to eukaryotes, for instance. But you are still computing about 20 amino acids per second, right? This is generating every second.
That single machinery is doing 20 a second?
21 for bacteria, I believe 8 for eukaryotes, or 9.
21 a second. I mean, that's super inefficient or super efficient, depending on how you think about it.
I think it's great. I mean, I can.
Yeah, but it's way slower than a computer could generate through simulation.
I think if you can show me a computer that does this, we are done here.
Well, this includes the 5 things. Not just, but I could show you a computer that's doing the informatic, right?
Yes, you can show me that, but you cannot show me the one that has all.
For now,
I
will ask you about probably what AlphaFold, right?
I think the more we learn about, and this is why early life and origin is also very fascinating and applicable to many different disciplines. There is no way you see this the way you just described it unless you think about early life and early geochemistry and earliest emergent systems. But going back to the biological component, all of these attributes that we think about life or that we associate with biology stems from translation and as well as metabolism. But I see metabolism as a way to keep translation going, and translation keeps metabolism going. But translation is arguably a bit more sophisticated process for the reasons that I just described.
So metabolism is a source of energy for the translation process.
It's a way to process materials, and it is inherently dynamic, and it is flexible, but it is not focused on repetition as translation does. So that's the main difference. Translation is the kind of, in a way, just it repeats, right? So you have the metabolism that can synthesize materials. It creates or benefits from available energy, and again, it's a dynamic system. And then you have computation that is inherently repetitive, right? Needs to carry out repetitive processes, and it does the tasks, and it implements an algorithm, but it is not dynamic. So you see both of those attributes in translation combined. It is repetitive, and it is dynamic, and it also processes this information. So they are fundamentally different. I don't know if you can get life if you don't find a way to process the information around.
How you living? What's good,
in a
son?
repetitive, dynamic way.
Yeah,
Living the
and
dream,
somehow
dog.
that's what.
What's good in your neck of the woods? Spancy. You looking like a pimp, dog. A pimp. P-I-M-P. You look great. I'm well. How are you? Excellent to hear. Just chilling, man. You got that right. To the moon, baby. What's good in your neck of the woods? What is good with you? Absolutely. Excellent. Well, we're glad that you're here. We're just chilling, man. Excellent. Hey, Spancy, do you have Discord? Oh, okay. Here, let me send you. You can watch what I'm watching. Just one moment. I just sent you a message. Check it out. You got it, big dog. Excellent. We've got some friends in here. There he is. Come to the Discord, big dog. There he is. How you living, pimp? Can you hear me, big dog?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. We're just watching
What
podcasts.
got selected, maybe not selected. I don't know if it was accidental, but that's
Enjoy,
what
my
it
friend.
seems to be conserved for 4 billion years. That's what life established.
What's the connection between translation and the self-replication, which seems to be another weird thing that life just started doing, wanting to just replicate itself?
I think when we truly understand the answer to that question, we may have just made ourselves life, right? I don't think we know quite how translation machinery as a whole fits into the equation, because so we try to understand ribosomes, RNA, how the linear information is processed, or the genetic code, why this codons, not others, why 20, not more, not less. And we are sort of moving towards translation. That's what we're working on anyway, to finally look at the patterns in which this system is itself. And if you understand that, you're really unlocking a very emergent behavior.
One of the things you didn't mention is physical. Is there something to mention about that component that's interesting?
There's actually a paper published in 2013. I want to say the first author is Zirnov. So they surveyed a computational engineered systems level computation energy consumption. Okay, and they tried to understand whether the universe is using its own, or life is using its full capacity of energy consumption, and whether if different planets in the universe had life, would the capacity would increase or decrease? Does life operate at its energy maximum? And they think that it does, that it actually operates at an efficiency that is far more above and beyond any computational system.
How is that possible to determine at all?
That you tell me. That's why I dropped the citation.
Yeah.
I found the citation. It's quite an interesting paper. It's a bit, it's a obviously you can only calculate and infer these things, but
It's a good question to ask. Is the life that we see here on Earth and life elsewhere in the universe, is it using the energy most efficiently?
Yeah.
It seems to be very efficient. I mean, again, if we compare to computers, it seems to be incredibly efficient at using energy.
I think they look at the theoretical optimum for electronic devices, and then try to understand where life falls on this, and life is certainly more efficient.
And that's ultimately the physical side. How well are you using this entire mechanism, the energy available to you? And so given all the resilience to errors and all that kind of stuff, it seems that it's close to its maximum.
Yeah.
And this paper aside, it does seem that life, obviously that's the constraint we have on Earth, right, is the amount of energy.
Yeah.
So that's one way to define life. Well, the input is energy and the output is what? I don't know. Self-replicating. Wait, okay, let's go there. How do you personally define life? Do you have a favorite definition you try to sneak up on? Is it possible to define life on Earth?
I don't know. It depends on what you are defining it for. If you're defining it for finding different life forms, then it probably needs to have some quantification in it so that you can use it in whatever the mission that you're operating.
So do you mean like it's not binary? It's like a 7 out of 10 on life.
I don't know. I don't think that defining is that essential. I think it's a good exercise, but I'm not sure if we need to agree a universally defined way of understanding life. Because the definition itself seems to be ever evolving anyway, right? We have the NASA's definition. It has its minuses and pluses, but it seems to be doing its job.
But what are the different? If there is a line and it's impossible or unproductive to define that line, nevertheless, we know it when we see it. Is one definition that the Supreme Court likes, and that's a kind of an important thing to think about when we look at life on other planets. So, how do we try to identify if a thing is living when we go to Mars, when we go to the different moons in our solar system to look for life?
Yeah,
on other planets.
It's unlikely to be a sort of a smoking gun event, right? It's not going to be, hey, I found this.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Unless you find an elephant on some exoplanet, then I can say, yeah, there's life here.
No, but isn't there a dynamic nature to the thing? Like that it moves. It has a membrane that looks like there's stuff inside.
It doesn't need to move, right? I mean, like look at plants. I mean, they grow, but there are plants that can be also pretty dormant. And arguably they do everything that one of my favorite professors once said, that a plant does everything that a giraffe does without moving. So movement is not
Zen statement
necessarily.
But on a certain time scale, the plant does move. It just moves slower.
Yes,
it moves pretty.
I would say that it's hard to quantify this or even measure it, but it is a life is definitely chemistry finding solutions, right? So it is chemistry exploring itself and maintaining this exploration for billions of years.
So okay, so a planet is a bunch of chemistry, and then you run it and say, all right, figure out what cool stuff you can come up with. That's essentially what life is. Given a chemistry, what is the cool stuff I can come up with?
If that chemistry or the solutions that it embarks upon are maintained in a form of memory, right? So it's this, you don't just need to have the exploring chemical space, but you need to also maintain a memory of some of those solutions for over long periods of time. So that's the memory component makes it more living to me, because chemistry can always sample, right? So chemistry is chemistry, but are you just constantly sampling, or are you building on your former solutions and then maintaining a memory of those solutions over billions of years? Or at least that's what happened here.
Chemistry can't build life if it's always living in the moment. The physicists would be very upset with you. Okay, so memory could be a fundamental.
I mean, life is not just
life.
Life is obviously chemistry and physics leading to biology. So this is not a disciplinary problem of one discipline triumphing other discipline. It's that, but what you need to have is definitely, chemistry is everywhere, right? I tend to think you can be a chemist, you can study chemistry, you can study physics, you can study geology anywhere in the universe, but this is the only place you can study biology. This is the only place to be a biologist.
Earth.
That's it.
Yeah.
So definitely something very fundamental happened here, and you cannot take biology out of the equation. If you want to understand how that vast chemistry space, how that general sequence space got narrowed down to what is available or what is used by life, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that's when evolution and biology comes into play.
So the rules of natural selection operate to you on the level of biology?
Rules, I don't know if there are any rules like that. It would be fascinating to find in terms of the biology's rules. That's a very interesting and it's a very fascinating area of study now, and probably we will hear more about that in the decades to come. But if you want to go from the broad to specific, you need to understand the rules of selection, and that is going to come from understanding biology. Yes.
Well, actually, let me ask you about selection. You have a paper on evolutionary stalling where you describe that evolution is not good at multitasking, or like in populations that evolve quickly. I mean, it's a very specific thing, but there could be a generalizable fundamental thing to this, that evolution is not able to improve multiple modules simultaneously. I guess the question is, what part of the organism does evolution, quote unquote, focus on to improve?
Yeah, that was the driving question. We meddled with the part where you shouldn't be messing up with translation. This is the...
Should or should not?
You shouldn't. As I said, there are many ways to break it, and all life needs it.
That's
so
one of the your favorite things to do is to break life, see what happens.
Yeah, because that's how kids learn, right? So you have to break something and then see how it will. Then you do it over and over again to see if it will fix itself in the same ways.
Yeah.
So it's our, I don't know, it's the most fundamental properties of our human beings. So if we shouldn't break translation, then we should try to break it.
Yes.
To see how it will repair.
So which part did you break?
I broke elongation. So
what's the role of elongation in this process?
So we have 4 steps of the translations: initiate, elongate. So to elongate the chain of the information chain that you're now creating, the peptide chain, or let's say broadly polymer chain. And there's the termination step, and there's the recycling. So all of these steps are carried out by proteins that are also named after these steps. Initiation is the initiation factor protein. Elongation is the elongator protein. We broke elongation. So the starting codon could still arrive to where it's supposed to go, but the following information couldn't get carried out because we replaced elongation with its own ancestral version. So we inserted roughly a 700 million year old elongation factor protein after removing the modern gene. So we made this ancient modern hybrid organism.
And that essentially creates, in some way, the ancient version of that organism.
I wouldn't say so. It's a hybrid organism. It's not necessarily because the rest of this cell, the rest of the genome is still modern, and that goes back to the difference between Jurassic Park. There are many differences, obviously, given that this is not fiction. We're doing it, but also we are not necessarily. I think in Jurassic Park they are taking an ancient they find an ancient organism and then put a modern gene inside the ancient organism. In our case, we are still working with what we got, but putting an ancestral DNA inside the modern organism.
So you're like taking a new car and putting an old engine into it.
In a way, yeah. Yes.
Seeing what happens.
Yes, but in our case, it's more like a transformer than just a regular car. It is doing things.
So it's a more complicated organism than just a car.
Yeah.
I got it. So what does that teach you?
We wanted to understand multiple things. One is how does the cell respond to perturbation? And we didn't just put the ancient DNA. We inserted, we sampled DNA from currently existing organisms, so the cousins of this microbe, and collected DNA sequences from the cousins as well. So both ancestor and the current cousin DNA, so to speak, and engineered all of these things to the modern bacteria and generated a collection of microbes that either have the ancient component or the variant elongator component that's still alive today, but coming from a different part of the tree.
So you broke elongation. Was that something you did as part of the paper on evolutionary stalling to try to figure out how evolution figures out what they tried to improve? Did that help?
Yes, because we were not supposed to mess with the translation. That's exactly what we did. And we altered elongation by changing it with different versions of elongation that are either coming from species that still are around today. You can imagine them as sitting on the tips of the tree near far branch, to compare to the organism that we're working with, distant cousins, as well as the ancestors of the bacteria that we are now modifying.
How much different variation is there in that elongation step? Like what are the different flavors of elongation?
That's a very good question. So mechanistically or mechanically, it's the same. It's very conserved. So all life elongates the same way. It's nothing but a shuttle. You just carry and the chemical with you, the bit, to the heart of the machine.
Is that essentially like a copy-paste operation?
It has its tail that's attached to the code, which is then carried biochemically to the linear chain to the core of ribosome. And it sits on there, it releases, and the peptides click, the codes rather click. Once that chemistry that's at the tail end occurs, the protein leaves the center. So you can imagine it's like it hops in there and hops out.
Mm-hmm.
And when it hops and hops out, it leaves the information behind. That's all it does, is bring the information, get out of there. And it's all triggered by biophysics, biochemistry, because of the way the enzyme chews energy, in this case GTP, how the phosphor leaves the center, that gives the additional kick to the enzyme to leave the center.
So which parts are different then? Where's the flavors of different flavors of elongation?
Usually the parts that matter don't change over time. Nature conserves the sites of these proteins that are important for its job. If there's a difference, then we want to know, especially if there's a difference between two cousins, and we look at the sites that interact with the most important parts of this machinery. If we see any difference, we tend to mutate or we revert, we engineer that part, we alter that part because it gives us a clue that there must be something interesting going on here or not.
Okay, so that's not the fundamental part of the machinery, but it's some flavorful characteristic that you can play with.
So now you strip the machinery down to its parts, and now you're looking at the parts of the parts.
Okay.
And it depends where you're looking and how you're looking and what you're looking at. But usually we see up to 70% level conserved identity across all modern versions. When you travel back in time, the identity decreases. So elongation likely existed. We have good reason to think that it existed at the dawn of life. So you're looking at the 3.8 billion year old mechanism. And when we look at the ancestors that we resurrect, we see about 40% identity. So the identity definitely decreases as you go back in time, but still 60% shared information over 4 billion years. It's pretty good.
Is that just for elongation or for the entire translation?
Depends on what you do. So for initiation, we've also recently published this. It's a different story. But overall, you see high level of identity that is kept intact, especially if the component is essential for life.
Okay, so 40% and 60%, 70% you said, but like from generation to generation, how does evolution, and presumably that's what that paper is looking at, is the parts of the parts.
Yeah.
How does it able to say like mess with the parts and try to come up with a cooler, improved version of the organism?
Yeah, so let me describe to you what we did in that experiment. We took we took bacteria. We perturbed the elongation in all of these with different variants. So we had an initial set of a group of bacteria that we had. We then subjected these bacteria to evolution in the lab. All right. So we first of all we knew we broke it because in engineering we measured what's going on with the cell. It's not growing as well. They're not healthy. We can see it with our eyes. We can measure it. That if they were generating an offspring every 20 minutes, now it is 40 minutes. Right. So we really messed them up. They don't want to work with this thing. They don't want each other, but they need each other. So we created that situation for them, which is good because we want to see how we wanted to see how they will cooperate with each other to fix this problem. Because we know that that's not the condition that they want to live in, especially when they know what they can do. So with that, we subjected these organisms to evolution in the lab. That's we refer to this as experimental evolution. We subject bacteria to different selection pressure, project them through bottlenecks. Every day, we randomly collect a handful of bacteria from the flask, put them in a new fresh environment with fresh food, keep them in this environment for 24 hours until they reach a more dormant state, and then we introduce them to a new environment. So we repeated this for about I will say 150 days. So every day, not nonstop, we repeated this experiment.
Some kind of how many different kinds of environments are there?
We kept the environments to the same because we had different initial conditions. We kept the environment constant, same temperature, same food, same source of carbon, but we created replicates for each lineage. So in some ways, we created our own fossil record in the lab by evolving and generating these flasks. And every step of the way, we also froze these cells and took stocks of them in the cryo freezer.
How long does it take to go from one generation to the next in bacteria?
If you for E. coli, it's usually 20 minutes.
Okay, great. So that's the experiment.
That's the experiment.
And you're always messing with it in the same way with the initial.
It's the same way. So we introduce variation at the elongation level because we perturbed it with different elongations. We found that if we introduce a different protein that is very different, the cells don't like that, right? So if the distance is larger, the consequence is also large, meaning that you hit them harder if you introduce a variant that is really foreign to them, that's really distant. In our case, it was the ancestor. They really did not like the ancestor, but they were okay with their nearest cousin.
Right. Okay. Great. So you did vary in the distance.
We varied the evolutionary distance, and then we kept the experimental conditions the same, and we propagated these populations every day for 150 days, and we collected bacteria at every step of the way and looked at the sequence. We wanted to understand what sort of changes may have happened in the genome to respond to the variation that we've introduced.
So what kind of changes will you be seeing depending on the evolutionary distance of the thing you shoved into it?
Exactly. So we knew where we punched, right? We punched right at the heart, right? We punched the translation. So we expected, is it translation? Are we going to see a change? That will translation respond to this by fixing itself right away? Or will it be another outside of translation, something completely different, a different module? Because translation itself is a module. Or it would be within elongation, a really sub-protein level thing. So we had a strategy to identify the mutational pathways by categorizing what we expected to find or where.
Okay, so why does it not do multitasking? Why is it not improving multiple things simultaneously?
It turned out that what we observed in general is that, first of all, the harder we hit the cells, the more likely they were to respond by changes right at where we hit it.
When you say hit it, you mean like changing something?
I like to think of it as hitting because I like to think of it as breaking the cell, right? I'm not breaking enough to kill it, but because they're still alive, they're not doing their job well.
So the bigger the evolutionary distance of the thing you put in there, the harder the hit is how you think about it. The bigger the hammer.
Exactly.
You hit it with. Okay.
That's what it turned out to be, because that's what the data told us, that if the variation is higher, then the consequences will also be higher, in the sense that the cells will not grow as healthy compared to a variant that is coming from a near or a variant that is coming from a near evolutionary distance.
Is it wrong to think of this kind of hitting as it came to a mutation, or no? What are we supposed to learn from this hitting? Like how the thing evolves after it's being hit in this way? What does that teach us?
Because we see translation machinery as almost it is so conserved and so essential. It is not even clear whether we can remove some of the parts or whether the entire translation will need all of the same parts in the same efficiency. We don't understand the rules of this machinery. So the first thing we all understand is that what is the resilience? What are we really talking about here when we talk about you cannot mess with this translation? Is this true? Because it is so conserved and so similar and functions in the most conserved ways, that was the first thing that we wanted to understand.
Did you learn anything interesting about the resilience at the chemical, physical, informatic, computational?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think the biological level, yes, because we found that the different modules started responding to the changes that we've introduced, and that we could never recover the translation as effectively as it used to be, so that it never reached to its optimality, that it was always suboptimal. It needed, say, one more mutation perhaps to get there. It accumulated 4 mutations. We needed a lot of experiments to understand this, of course. It was accumulating mutations. It was getting better at its task. Maybe it needed a couple other mutations to get really good at it, but somehow those mutations never happened. And before those mutations happened, we saw another module emerging through mutations and getting better at its own different task that is not translation. You can think of cell as a web of networks, right? And we think of these as multiple, almost airports. There are proteins that are more central hubs versus there are proteins that maybe are not as important hub. If you introduce a problem in the most populated hub, you're going to mess up the traffic system more drastically. And that's what we were messing with in the biological terms as well.
So when we say module, like translation would be one of the modules.
Translation would be one.
So you're basically saying when you mess with translation, the organism would choose to either try to fix that module or another module, depending.
Exactly.
But it wouldn't do multiple modules.
It wouldn't do multiple modules. It focused on one module at a time. And right before that module maybe reached to its own maximum, it stalled its optimality at a certain degree. So you never get to degree that is more optimal than you can achieve, even though perhaps another mutation could get you there.
Since you messed with the translation, from a sort of optimal perspective, wouldn't it make sense for the cell to try to start fixing the translation?
That's exactly what we thought, and it was not the case for all the broken translation machineries. For instance, if the variant was coming from a near ancestor, that didn't happen. It was almost cruising around, trying different modules and sort of living its best life still, without because there's no real urgency in the system to fix the most important problem.
And there's also not a direction. Maybe to you it's obvious that's the problem, but to the cell, maybe you're the problem. I'm living, like you said, my best life. Like we don't. I mean, I guess that's the thing about evolution is we don't know what the right direction to.
Yeah, it's almost like you can imagine that you have this messy closet, and you
Go
can.
on. Happens to be an accurate representation
and
of my life.
So
but
you take a look at it and you see all the sweaters or jeans or all over the place, and then you look at a drawer that has socks coming out of it, and you think that's the most important one. I'm just going to fix that one, and then you fix that one, and then you think you will get to the other one, but you don't because you just fix the most important one. That is the whatever that was getting into your way. That's really what evolution is. It's quite lazy. It fixes the problem that seems to be the most immediate, and it doesn't go beyond what it really needs to. It seems like, at least for our experimental setup, that was the case.
Especially for rapidly evolving systems. So, is the environment they're operating in pretty constrained? Like, is there urgency?
I would say that we definitely constrain the environment. It's definitely removed from their natural setup. We are not evolving them in a gut. It's a very homogeneous system, very controlled temperature, controlled food, controlled carbon.
So just looking at that, let me ask the romantic question. How did evolution create so much beautiful, complex variety on Earth? Like from that, you're saying that we're talking about improving different modules, but if you step back and look at the entirety of the tree, the different organisms it created all throughout history, the stuff that's fun to you with the first few billion, and the stuff that's fun to me when I watch on YouTube, which is like the lion versus gorilla fights and so on. But the whole thing is fun. So with all that beautiful variety, from the predator and the prey, from the self-replicating bacteria and all that kind of stuff, how did it do it?
How is a very difficult question, especially when we don't understand the past with clarity at all. I can tell you that there seems to be very critical innovations that happened throughout the history of life that are each themselves very sophisticated singularities that emerged once and then they set the tone. One of which is emergence of translation. It seems like it happened once, it had to happen once. Seems like that's all it took. 3.8 billion years, maybe older. Clearly subjected to a lot of chemical evolution even prior to last universal common ancestor. And then you jump and you see emergence of cyanobacteria that undeniably changed the course of this planet in the subsequent aerobic photosynthesis that life learned how to utilize what's available in the environment in the most profound way. And then you move forward, you see the emergence of eukaryotes, the endosymbiosis, also another singular event. And then you move forward, and then comes the plants. So these are, I counted, I think, 6 different things that seems to have happened just once. And
the singularity events in the history of evolution of life on Earth.
So what's really fascinating here is that there seems to be 2 different courses, the time course. Evolution is operating at the molecular level, right? We're talking about seconds. We're talking about mutations that happen every second. We're talking about selection that's also happening under a minute, right? So that is a very fast process. The fact that I can evolve bacteria in a lab, and I say almost complainingly, oh my goodness, it took me 150 days. I mean, that's pretty rapid for a change to be seen. But then the big changes, and the ones that I'm talking, the really big innovations that caused an increase of oxygen on this planet, or even its own mere presence, are due to these molecular innovations, seems to only happen a handful of times over billions of years of time scale.
Let me ask you this question having to do with my half-asleep tweet. So saying that we all originated from one common ancestor, that's just one of the miraculous things about life on Earth. Of course, you could say there's multiple common ancestors in the beginning, multiple organisms and so on. But the other stuff that you're talking about is these singular events, these leaps of invention throughout evolutionary history. Now, there's a bunch of people who were commenting, a bit surprising to me, who were basically skeptical of this idea.
The idea of,
well, I would say evolution, honestly, the process of evolution. But when you just actually focus in on like, holy crap, eukaryotes were invented. Holy crap, photosynthesis was invented. Like, those are incredible inventions. And also, we can even go to Homo sapiens, like intelligence. Like, where did that come from? There's these mysteries. I think where that skeptical comments are coming from were also just the general skepticism of science. I think from the pandemic, people, maybe a failure of institutions and so on, there's been a growing distrust of science. And it's not so much that it's anti-evolution, it's more of a stepping back and saying, wait a minute, maybe scientists don't have it all figured out. And I think to steelman that case is almost a step back and to realize there's so much mystery to each of these leaps. So it makes you wonder, is there something that in 100, 200 years we'll figure out that we totally don't understand yet? Like some, there's, I talked to a bunch of people about another mystery, which is consciousness, right? And there's people called panpsychists who believe consciousness is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. So there could be, like we have laws of physics, there could be something that's like a consciousness field or something that permeates all matter. And so like there might be, it's kind of like Newtonian physics versus general relativity. Like we have a good understanding of how things happen, but we need another layer of understanding to fill in the gaps of the mysteries of it all. And that sort of is a sobering reality that maybe there is something we really deeply don't understand. Do you have a sense of where the biggest mysteries here are? Is it the origin of life itself? Is it the leaps that we're talking about? So you see the beauty, you're fascinated about the translation mechanism. What are the deep mysteries there to you?
We are nothing but chemical systems capable of formulating or answering questions about our own existence.
We humans or all of life, you think? Oh,
humans. Humans are. The fact that we even have this conversation about our place in the universe is, at least to our knowledge, is quite specific to our own chemical species. But
yeah, it's kind of wild. We're introspecting on our evolutionary history, and we're just a couple of organisms.
Yes, and
with like another organism listening to this, and like their mind blown. There's like 3 organisms, 2 of them talking, and the third one's like, "Holy shit!"
I think that understanding what I really find interesting about understanding origin of life, or even contemplating about our own place in the universe, if at the end of this would come down to appreciating, or even before appreciating, really truly comprehending what it is that we got here. That to me is a huge gain, because there's no single question in biology, I think, that will give that will deliver that magnitude of that message and understanding, but understanding how life here started at first place. If we truly comprehend that, this is not a concept that is well taught in schools. We ask students to memorize these concepts. If they are lucky, they learned RNA world, chicken and egg problem, etc. That's the extent to which that got. Maybe their biology teacher was personally interested in the subject matter. if they're lucky. You know the saying that the brains are evenly distributed across any metric you can imagine, but opportunities are not. So if people aren't understanding the importance of this, is because that's a lack of opportunity right there. That was skipped through the proper education and training in the delivery of why science matters or how science actually works.
Yeah, but how do you even begin to seriously think about the origin of life? I mean, every problem of existence, of life, has its time. So I don't know if it's time to understand consciousness yet. We might be 100 years away from that. The origin of life, I don't know if it's time for us to understand that yet. Maybe we need to solve so many more problems along the way. And
It's not a competition of problems, right? So there are all kinds of problems, and it takes a lot of people to make the world. So you will always have some interesting brain going after an interesting problem to their own. The issue here is that we need to first of all understand that what we have going on this planet is pretty good. Good planets are hard to find. If we are alone in the universe, that's huge. We need to take care of what we got here. And we are incredibly vulnerable to the changes that our own species also helped create at the biosphere, at the ecosystem level. We take it for granted. We take what we created for granted because of the fact that we think we are some sort of ultimate endpoint, the most sophisticated, amazing thing that nature could generate. I think understanding, not even us understanding, but asking these questions of where did this even come from? How did this even begin? And attempting to understand that using chemistry and physics and biology, and because we can, that's the ultimate gift we can give back to the entire species on this planet.
yeah, I mean, it's humbling. It's humbling to realize the complexity of this whole mechanism. It certainly puts humans in their proper perspective, that we're not, just because we have brains and brains are intelligent, doesn't mean we're the most intelligent thing, because ultimately the whole mechanism of nature seems to be orders of magnitude more intelligent. All of it. Like we're like a hierarchy of organisms that have a history of several billion years, and that all somehow came together to make a human. And there'll be life after us, just as it was life before us. And something that comes after will be perhaps even more fascinating.
Yeah, I think when you understand the magnitude of what happened here, there is no room for arrogance. It should overwhelm you and humiliate. It's pretty humiliating.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing what happened here, and there is no other discipline that will deliver that but exploring our own origins and looking at life as a more planetary system phenomena rather than one single species at a time, a collective look.
You mentioned this question in your TED Talk is the two possibilities of the universe being full of life and the universe being empty, and we're the only life in the universe. How do you feel about both options? Just actually you as a single chemical organism introspecting about its existence in this world.
It's having a planet full of life is interesting because we talked about life being all about chemistry, exploring solutions, and having solutions in front of you is great. It's beneficial, right?
Solutions being different organisms, like other humans, you see them as the solutions to a chemistry problem.
Different. Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting solution. That's not. Next time we're in Austin, so there's a bunch of weirdos. Every time I see a weirdo, I feel like, oh, that's an interesting solution to this chemistry problem.
Now you think like an origin of life site. But it's
funny that one worked out. Let's see where else it goes.
But having this emptiness and the unpredictability of uncovering a novel solution can also have its own benefits, and we should be open to what other solutions might be out there and exploring those solutions.
Oh, to different chemistry problems. So that's where you see. you see the other planets out there as different chemistry problems.
To their own local environment, yes.
So, how many chemistry problems have solutions that are lifelike to you out there in the universe?
It's a wide open palette if you think about it. I don't quite know. We know the chemistry is chemistry. I don't think the chemistry will be different elsewhere. But again, what is selected by chemistry will be determined by the environment, most likely.
See, I think there is life everywhere out there. So there's a guy named Nick Lane whose gut, and it's interesting to me, I wonder what you think about it, is his gut is there's life everywhere out there, but it stops at like the bacteria stage. So he says that eukaryotes is like the biggest invention and the hardest one.
I wonder if he thinks that's an accidental outcome. If he thinks that's inevitable, I wonder what that means. But it's a likely possibility that the bacterial or microbial life is definitely more attainable.
So that's a weird world where our entire galaxy just says bacteria everywhere.
So if you don't like microbes, you are on the wrong planet.
No, I know. Yeah, but and viruses. I don't know which one there's more of, but they're both, and most of them are like productive.
They're fascinating. They do everything for us.
If you don't like microbes, you're on the wrong planet. You're full of good lines. Okay, right. I just can't. There's like an imperative to the whole thing. To me, the origin is the hard question. But once it gets going, I just don't see.
Go ahead.
It seems like it's constantly creating more intelligent things, more fascinating, complex things. They're able to solve.
That's a very interesting. I definitely agree that the initial steps may be the ultimate determinants. That once you cannot stop it once it starts. It's possible, right? And
I just have never unearthed. Maybe. I just, whenever I see life, it seems to flourish everywhere. The thing is, the only thing I haven't seen is the start of it.
Exactly. And how are we going to understand that if we don't know the origin of life science? I mean, that's the question here isn't exactly our ability to recapitulate everything that happened in the exact way that it happened, right? This is about what can happen rather than, or maybe how.
You think it's possible to study the origin of language using English? So, like, there's a very particular chemistry here. There's a particular set of assumptions, understanding about what life is, what everything is. Our perception of reality is very specifically constructed through the evolutionary process. I wonder if it's possible to get to some first principles, deep understanding of how life originates in such a way that you can actually construct it on other planets. Ultimately, it feels like if you're doing it in a lab on Earth, you're always going to be using some aspect of the life that's already here.
So that's what I sort of talked about in my talk as well. And
everyone should go watch the TED Talks. Very good. The annoying thing to me about TED Talks, I guess it's by design, is they're too short. It's like, come on.
And did you know that there's no prompter involved?
There's no, wait, there is? Or
there isn't.
Yeah, you have to memorize stuff.
It's and thanks to my
process.
Amazing editor who probably is watching this too, David Bielo. It was very, very helpful. But I would say that
I like this podcast. It's a very professional organization. I respect that medium. Anyway, in the TED Talk about life creating life.
So it's a likely scenario that once we understand how life as a chemical system is capable of formulating its own expression and generating a memory and manages its existence on a planetary body for billions of years. Once we understand what conditions gave rise to that, we may be very likely to understand whether a different planet also be likely to instigate its own chemical revolution if it was provided by through some missing ingredients. You can think of it as a sending fertilizer to a different planet that is missing its own chemical composition or lacking, or that it needs more of what it has. The difference between making that planet Earth-like, this is not what that's about. We're not talking about terraforming, or we're not talking about turning that planet into Earth-like system. We are talking about first understanding that planet, studying its chemistry, studying its properties well enough to understand whether it is close to its own chemical revolution, and maybe giving it that extra nudge. So this is obviously a pretty big speculation and suggestion, and it's a very interesting proposition, because this is a yes or no question, right? This is the ultimate would you rather. And I think it says a lot about the perception of the person who's answering this question. That if the answer is no, absolutely not, that's not something we want to do, I want to know why that is the case.
So just to be clear, what we're talking about is looking at the chemical cocktail of a particular planet, and having tasting it and seeing what's missing. So having a very systematic, rigorous scientific process of understanding what is missing, not what is missing in terms of to make it Earth-like, but what is missing in order to be sufficiently have the spark, or the capacity of the spark to launch the revolution, the evolutionary process.
Exactly.
And then the question is, do we want to then complete the cocktail?
The proposition is to also make us think that we will likely have this capacity at some point, especially when we understand origin of life better and better, right? So we will be asking ourselves this question. I guess I wanted to bring this to daylight a little bit, because maybe in 10, 20 years, maybe more.
So you wanted to ask the ethical question: should we basically start life elsewhere on another planet,
or enable the chemical capacity of that planet, that it may one day itself get there?
Okay, so for me, the answer is yes. So if you were to try to argue against my yes, what would you say? Why not? What's the worst that could happen if we seed another planet with life? What are the things we should think about? Is your main concern a chemical biological one, or is it an ethical one? What do you think about?
Well, the worst thing that can happen is that it wouldn't work, right? So that it's not likely. It's not likely that any attempt like this would work. That's probably because how do you? You gotta be very, you have to have an understanding that I don't think we have just yet.
I see, because if it doesn't work, then we could try again, right? To me, the worst case, the thing I would be worried about is we create life. The same stuff I worry about, like with plants, or is things that might have a conscious experience. And then the dark aspect of life is increasingly complex life. Maybe I'm anthropomorphizing, but it seems to have the capacity to suffer.
Huh.
And so we're creating something. It's like when you have children, you put creatures into this world that will suffer, can suffer, and may suffer, depending on how you view life, may likely suffer. And so now you carry this responsibility for doing your best to alleviate any suffering they might go through. And that perhaps it's romanticizing this notion of life. Perhaps bacteria are not capable of suffering, but perhaps it'll create more complex life forms that would be able to suffer. And that feels like a responsibility as well. Of course, other people would be concerned. The more obvious concern is like, well, you just created a life form. How do you know it's not going to be a super deadly virus that somehow is able to hurt humans? Yeah, my concern is more. I feel like that's a solvable problem. The problem of creating conscious beings that are able to suffer, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, I can see why. Because it goes back to, again, would we, first of all, do we have a responsibility to propagate more of this chemistry that we have on this planet elsewhere, given that we know ultimately we will be vanished? By we, I mean the entire planet. And if this is in fact a very rare chemical event that happens because all the right circumstances came together and we were the lucky one, do we have a responsibility to sponsor it? This is if we were to back up
sponsor, I like it. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
If we try to back up remnants of our civilization, right? So we wanna potentially create conditions on the different planets so that humans can survive, given that we know or we want to, just for the sake of growing.
Yeah, propagating, becoming multiplanetary species.
Exactly. But what really is at stake here, I think, is actually, or what is really more interesting is what we don't see, which is the chemical behavior that enabled everything at first place. That's different than sending potato crops or engineering bacteria to live on a different planet. That's very different. You are really stripping it down to what is possible at the chemical level. So even if you are instigating the chemistry on different planets, you are letting that very planet to do its thing. You're not necessarily contaminating those planets with different chemistry, because the idea behind this, at least the way I thought about, is that you understand that planet, you understand the conditions, you understand the chemistry of the planet really well before choosing the planet as a candidate at first place. And then it's not about sending a missing ingredient per se, but again, just sending more of what it already has. That would be respecting that planet's condition too. So I'm not suggesting any occupation. I'm not suggesting any colonization. I'm not suggesting any, let's just strip everything and make everything Earth-like. That's not what I'm saying. It's more about empowering that place. What you are saying is likely to be the motivator behind all this. That's not, because I see suffering, I see pain. It's very interesting. I think this is a question that really reveals a lot about the person who's answering it.
Well, okay, so the pushback on my pushback. If I so am deeply troubled by suffering, then I should be probably paralyzed about the history of life on Earth. And, there's...
Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
Most of life who's ever lived suffered in ways that are almost unimaginable to me.
You mean our own species?
Our own species and before. And animals living today. And we're not even talking about factory farms. We're just animals living in extreme poverty in the jungle. People think like in the natural environment, animals live in a happy place. No, it's a brutal place of desperately trying to survive, of desperately trying to look for food.
Yeah.
And it's just like all of that life, that's just mammals. And we understand mammals, but like throughout like trillions of organisms that led up to those mammals. And the organisms living everywhere, like even bacteria, there's death everywhere. So maybe this idea of death, this idea of suffering, is actually this thing that we see as a bug is actually a feature.
I don't think suffering is a linear property like that with life. And I may be with Nick Lane on this one, that the likeliness of anything similar to what we got here evolving in another planetary body, I think is quite low.
Where would you say is the biggest unlikely thing? Do you mean humans, or do you mean even multicellular organisms?
Probably multicellularly. But I understand both sides of the equation, right? In one level, I can see that we may not have any other choice but to back up this chemistry somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you would be saving. It's the ultimate saving, or the record our own record. It's not about, yes, let's also save Beatles and all the amazing songs, but this would be the ultimate repository of life. But I can also see your point of view, for sure.
It's really interesting. So, like, don't seed a plant with a missing ingredient. Try to understand what the ingredients it has. Is it possible to construct life? For me, from a computer person, it just feels like something that could be solved computationally.
We can learn from the mistakes that we've done here and aspire not to repeat them. It is possible. We do amazing things as humans. There's a lot of suffering, but there's also a lot of beauty. And we could choose what we want to be or what we want to see, right? So these attempts need not to come from a place of fear, but it can come from a piece of hope and love.
I think we're just very recently figuring out stuff, like we've even just a century ago, we're doing atrocities that weren't seen as atrocities at the time. I mean, I think we're learning very quickly of what is right and wrong.
Yes, and I work with a lot of, maybe because I'm at the university, I get to teach young people every day. Even at the time of 4 year or few years, you see generational difference already unfolding in front of you. And maybe that's why I see hope, because I think what we get to interact with in classrooms every year is getting better. They are aware of issues in a way that I sure wasn't at their age. In some levels I was, but in many levels I didn't think about. I wasn't concerned of the problems. Well, they maybe have to be concerned because it's hitting the reality, is hitting them hard. But younger people are not afraid of these things. An 18-year-old can face these brutal facts about the planet in ways that I don't think any other generation before them did.
Yeah, it's super cool. And like the, there's all these cool technologies that aid in the process of a human being being able to see the truth at deeper levels. Like, Wikipedia and just the internet in general is enabling education at a level that was unimaginable before the internet.
Yes, and I think space exploration, even contemplating about these possibilities, ultimately, and I will emphasize this again, should make us think about our own place in the universe. If we are alone, that is quite fascinating, and we definitely have a responsibility to guard what we got better and protect it better and don't take it for granted. If we are not the only one, that's also a lot of responsibility to understand what else is out there. So either proposition, as famously being told, is fascinating. But as a scientist, I think, and I think that's the general behavior, maybe not my fellow scientists listening to this can correct me if they aren't like this, but you need to have a level of optimism and hope. That's something, that things are worth working for, worth dreaming, worth imagining. And we cannot just have fear of suffering or fear of pain stopping us from doing marvelous things.
I've talked to quite a few people in my life who've gotten a lot of shit done, have helped a lot of people, and I don't know a single one of them who's not an optimist. Now, there's a place for critics and cynicism in this world, but in terms of actually building things and creating things in this world that help a lot of people, I think optimism is a requirement, is a precondition in almost all cases, in my limited, humble human experience. But I tend to, when I look out there, think that aliens are everywhere. I think to me, I have a humility about, I tend to see us humans as being very limited cognitively. Like, there's so many things we don't understand. I think eventually we'll understand, of course we don't know this, but my gut says we'll understand that alien signals and life has been all around us, and we're too dumb to see it. Like, whatever life is, whatever the life force is, whatever consciousness is, whatever intelligence, whatever the mechanism that led to the origin of life on Earth was everywhere. Or we're just too dumb to see it. It's in the physics. It's somewhere. We'll find it somewhere in the physics.
I think that's one of the most humbling parts of also being a scientist, that we know that we never know for sure. And for the outsiders, perhaps, that may be a very strange way of living, especially when your pursuit is about creating knowledge, and that you'll know that what you created can also be, and hopefully will be, disproven, so that another level will rise. And I think we've seen that this lack of maybe connection between the approach to science or knowledge versus folks who are maybe not thinking about these problems every day, that we are okay with being wrong. That's, in fact, we know that that's the only way to push the limits of knowledge.
How do you think life originated on Earth? We've talked about this a bit. Do you have a gut feeling about? First of all, actually, even to step back, do you think, because you were like flirting with this idea, did the translation mechanism came before life?
I think that you cannot separate from emergence of translation machinery from emergence of life, or something like translation machinery, this whole informatic chemical computing system that is also capable of dynamism and evolvability that comes with biological behavior from emergence of life itself. We definitely took a lot of steps towards understanding origins. We are able to create molecules from environments, lightning, heat, and you make amino acids. So we are able to create the building blocks, the Miller-Urey experiment. That's now 60 years ago. We are able to create the building blocks. We are able to make them interact with one another. They can get more complex. Some call this messy. There's all this chemistry that's going on. We are able to have these chemicals interact with one another, maybe have even some emergent properties that we can quantify. Definitely there is this trend towards more systems level approach to origins, with more introduction of systems level chemistry, more network level chemistry, and complex system integration, in order to understand how, now that we can make these building blocks, we can make them interact with one another, but how do we make them interact with one another in more intelligent ways that will have the properties of a biological system, will be heritable, it will be responding to the environment, it will mutate, and it will sustain itself. That is the final bit, I think, in our origin of life adventure. And we are extremely close. I'm very optimistic that our community will get a handle of this problem in this decade. This is, in fact, I think, one of the most exciting times to be doing this work.
What would be super convincing to you, like incredibly amazing, would blow your mind if it was done, X was done in the lab? Like, what would you, I mean, I don't know if you would call it origin of life, but something really truly remarkable and special done in the lab. What would that look like to you?
The properties that I listed, those 5 properties that I listed about, and machinery that is capable of sensing and responding to the environment. If we can, I would imagine it's similar to Miller-Urey experiments, where they only sparked in particular environmental forces and were able to produce a chemical that is important for life, or a mix of chemicals important for life, or building blocks rather. I would, if I saw that a similar experiment where a well-defined geochemical parameter was subjected on a mix of chemistry, which led that chemistry to form some level of computational informatic biological property, and by biological I'm going to keep it to very minimum, as I defined early on, that would be super exciting to me. A self-organizing chemistry that we can create experimentally in a flask by simulating the conditions of early Earth, be it radiation, be it temperature, or mix of both. That would be very cool.
And doing all the five, the chemical, physical, informatic, computational, biology.
Yes.
So like simulation and a computer would not be good.
It will be great because they help to understand the parameters, maybe formulate, maybe quantify, create models, but ultimately you need to experiment.
Unless it's quantum mechanical simulation, but that's going to be extremely difficult. So simulating from the physics up, that's going to be very, because you're going to have to simulate the physical, the chemical, the informatic. I mean, honestly, it's very difficult to start the quantum mechanics and end up in biology all through simulation.
Yep.
But the stuff that DeepMind did with AlphaFold and protein folding is really inspiring. It's inspiring in that you're able to solve a difficult biology problem.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why there's definitely a lot of benefit to those models, predictions, because they at least help the experimentalist to come up with the priors and parameterize things better, maybe eliminate very obvious dead ends early on, given that experiments take such a long time and it's a huge investment. And no one's a better experimentalist than nature. So
let me ask you perhaps a depressing, sad for you question.
You really want to make me sad. You're not going to win.
No, I know. There's a flame of optimism in you that will never be extinguished. Okay. The idea of panspermia. You mentioned, would we seed another planet with life? Is it possible that our planet was seeded with life from elsewhere?
So what the proposition I made, I like to think of it as protospermia rather than panspermia, because it's even more proto state than the acknowledging, because in panspermia you still have a cell, right? You still have something that is very, even a cell to me would be very Earth-like.
Yeah.
Right. I'm talking at subcellular level in the proposition of spreading chemistry.
So spreading chemical ingredients, not spreading life.
Exactly. It will be more like the fertilizer that is well adapted and compatible with that planetary body. In panspermia, you're still imagining either an entire bacteria or microbe or a cell or something that is DNA, which is still Terran.
So in that sense, that doesn't matter to you because it's chemistry. That's the initial conditions. It doesn't matter how the initial conditions came to be. They are what they are, and let's go from there.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of fascinatingly different initial conditions in terms of chemistry on different planets.
Yes, but in terms of panspermia, I mean, obviously that there's going to be always room for those sort of discussions, or there will be those discussions will always be present, I think, in any life in universe debates. But the problem I have with panspermia is that it removes the problem from the planet to somewhere else. It makes it very difficult to answer scientifically, right? You just took the problem away from this planet and formulate it in a way that I cannot go and try to understand in the lab doing experiments or even through models.
Does it though? So I've heard brilliant biologists like yourself say that, but I just, to me, okay, here's how I think of Earth. So I actually am able to hold all these possibilities in my head, and all of them are inspiring to me. I kind of think there's a possibility that Earth is just an experiment by a graduate student, by an alien graduate student.
So I know the exact episode of Star Trek you're talking about.
But there is some, to me, that's inspiring. If we are...
But that's not what panspermia is about. That you're talking about my proposition. That's not what panspermia is.
What's panspermia?
It is...
life just came from elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Still, that's interesting because there's still giant leaps that happened on Earth, it seems like, beyond the initial primitive organisms, like eukaryotes.
I don't think panspermia usually articulates at the level of eukaryotes. I think they talk about bacteria primarily. I think so.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's still interesting because all the different leaps of evolution still happen here on Earth. That's still interesting.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting to listen to, but I wouldn't place it in. I wouldn't know how to place it in the studies of origin of life, I guess, or early
Here's
life.
how we place it. You have the initial conditions for the origin of life, and you try to create life in that way that you've described in the 5 components, and it keeps failing. So what panspermia allows you to do is to also consider the question, maybe there's missing components
How do you answer that question?
through exploration and through science.
Yes, yeah. Tell
looking
me.
outside of Earth, looking at the fundamentals of chemistry and physics.
How do you understand that with fundamentals of chemistry and physics?
How do you understand gravity?
But you're talking about panspermia, right? Just I don't understand how would you. It's different than if you think it's similar to looking for life in the universe. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm saying there's a missing component that came from elsewhere.
But a whole entire organism is not a missing component, right? Right? I mean, when you're thinking about origin of life.
No. That's an assumption. Your assumption is all the ingredients for the origin of life are here on Earth. Now, I tend to believe that most likely that's the case. I'm just saying it's inspiring to think that there is some ingredients. You're going to push back because that's not panspermia. That's pros. But
see, okay, so think. But yeah, I mean,
it's also kind of fun to push back on. No, I understand. I understand if actually a living organism ended up here from elsewhere, that means a lot of the exploration we're doing here with the ingredients that we know will not give us the clues to the origin of life. But it just seems like it's still very useful to try to create life here. And then we'll see, wait a minute, don't you think we'll be able to but show that panspermia is very likely? Like if we just keep failing, we understand biology deeply,
so
understand
that's the
chemistry
thing.
deeply.
I don't think so. I mean, there will be, the failure is not going to indicate that this must have been, I don't think anyone will put the problem to something else just because our our experiments failed.
So failure means we don't understand the chemistry deeply enough.
Yeah, and we, given the progress we made and how many brilliant people are working on this right now, and it's definitely more, I would say that we are approaching this problem in more broader ways, with different ways possible. I'm confident that we will get there. For us, again, we are interested in early cells and first cells and what followed the origin of life, but we cannot, given that it's a continuum that between the origin and emergence of first cells, it's hard to separate these two ends from one another.
So given that life is a solution to a chemistry problem, if we re-ran Earth 1,000,000 times, how different would the results be? If we look at that wheel, how different would be the tree of life, do you think? Like, what's your gut say?
My mind asks, are you imagining, if we're repeating the planet 1,000,000 times, are we seeing, are these things that happened, I'm not talking at the chemical level, but at the environment level, do they happen at the same time, at the same frequency, at the same intensity, every time you're running this tape over and over again?
Yes. You mean like geological stuff?
Yeah, like, so is the
So
same.
you're saying those are important. I mean, that's it.
Yep.
The fact that you would ask that question is also fascinating. So that's important. The timing, the frequency, the intensity of geological
Yeah,
events.
so when we run this imaginary rewind and replay experiments in our minds, I want to know whether we are positioning all the same geologic events at the same chronological order as well, or whether we are also giving them more randomness. So if the volcano erupted, is it happening at the same time? If you have are dinosaurs getting wiped off every time with the same meteorite that's hitting the same?
But also like temperature changes and all that.
Changes everything.
That's actually, I've heard you say somewhere that one of the things that's fascinating to you about this whole process of evolution is that the process of evolution, all the mechanisms were invented and developed despite all the variation geologically through the hardship that Earth has gone through.
That the biological innovations persisted despite that.
Yeah, despite that, which is interesting. You kind of think of the biological innovation is kind of happening in their own.
Because we actually have a center exploring this problem. We want to understand whether it's almost like judging a book by its cover, right? Do you just look at an environment and then see whatever is present or scarce in that environment, and then think that, okay, the life form that will exist in this environment will obviously have a lot of molybdenum in its system. Look at all this molybdenum around here. Or will it be because if you say that, you are now putting the environment in the more prime driver role, right? That you're saying that environment will determine what biology will or will not use. But we've done studies that show that it's not necessarily this straightforward. That, for instance, we looked at going back to nitrogen. One thing that's fascinating about the way cells fix nitrogen, the ones that can do, is that they also do this through a lot of help of a lot of metals, a lot of elemental support, really. And which geologists use to understand where did this metabolism even evolve, where at first place. So we look at ancient oceans, we try to understand the elemental composition of ancient oceans, and what we see is that in some cases, the metabolisms, even though they prefer a certain metal or an element that is in the environment, that metal wasn't abundant in the environment, but still life chose that. So it's not that straightforward as though whatever you are what you eat, but you don't necessarily eat what is obvious to you. Just because there's a lot of that food around you doesn't mean life will ultimately go there. Maybe most of the time it will. But it seems like in the case of nitrogen fixation, it didn't, and maybe that made the difference.
It's so cool that, right, it's not the abundant resource that's going to be the definition of what kind of life flourishes. So it's not a straightforward thing.
Yes.
But your sense is that the different timing, the different conditions of the environment would change the way evolution happens.
Yeah, for instance, I mean, I think it's in the 80s, maybe earlier than that, the Stephen Jay Gould's book Wonderful Life, which changed, I think, a lot of scientists' life, including mine. He contemplates on this notion of the tape of life. Of course, I hope people still know what tape is, but I think your listeners will know what tape is. I don't know. It's the
tape. Go on, tell me about the tape. Is that like a TikTok? Can you swipe on it? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize for my rude interruptions.
I kind of asked for it, but he speculated or suggested this hypothetical experiment whether if life was recorded on or can be imagined to be recorded on a linear chain of events recorded on a tape, and if we were to rewind this tape, would we listen to the same song, right? So this was, and in his proposition, I also thought, yeah, but are we replaying the tape in the same exact manner, or are we, meaning all the geological and environmental events, are they happening at the same time? Because then you removed the randomness from equation a little bit, right? You just removed it because you're assuming everything will happen at the same time, at the same intensity. So that's not too contingent. That means that the natural selection you're thinking is really operating at more, or evolution is operating at more under more random forces than that can be dictated by the environment. So in our way of understanding or thinking about rewinding, replaying, I don't think we're thinking about the role of the environment as clearly, or don't seem to be integrated as much.
But I also wonder if it's possible that the chemistry ultimately defines the destination. That despite all the environmental changes, despite all the randomness, we'll end up in something.
But we are not talking about whether life will emerge and sustain itself. We're talking about whether life will emerge and sustain itself in the shape and form that is similar to what we have right now. So you are chemistry, I'm chemistry. We're having this conversation, and your plants are chemistry too. They're also having their own conversation.
These plants are fake, but yes.
I knew that. I didn't want to say that, but they're fake. But
if you look at my place, of course they would be fake. Otherwise, they would die.
What's wrong with this place?
It's wonderful. I'm Alice, and this is Wonderland. This is great. This is great. It's just that this is a place where robots flourish, and those plants are fake.
Are you saying that you and I are the only living organisms? Well, obviously there are microbes in this room, but
Yeah. Yeah, we
So,
are the
yes.
only living organisms. I was thinking of getting a dog.
well, you don't. This is not a clean room, so you have microbes here.
Yes, many millions.
Yes. So you and I and all the microbes in this room, your chemical systems that are operating in a way that we can respond and sense and our environments and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you are asking if we're going to be here, then you're imagining that another solution is also possible, which is different than the fundamentals of life. Because life will do its life thing.
I guess it goes all the way back to the things we were talking about, translation, and the stuff you were messing with is figuring out what is the important stuff and what isn't. It makes me wonder about, just like with the translation machinery with human beings, I wonder what's the important stuff. Is it important to have 2 limbs? Is it important to have eyes? Like, it was obvious that the sensory mechanism of eyes, like sight, were to develop. How many times, if we were on Earth, would the sensory mechanism of sight develop? And what would it look like? Would it be 1 giant eye? Or would it be 2? What's with the symmetry? Why are we so damn symmetrical?
In response to Steve Jay Gould's proposition, most people who argue that life is convergent and it will in fact lead to a few determined outcomes, or it's not that the outcome is determined per se, but the pathways are restricted and the mutational trajectories that life can act upon are already very limited, so that the final outcomes are a few, and eyes being one of them. So the convergence at the eye level was suggested as an example, was presented as an example of why life may actually embark on the same solution over and over again, given that many species evolved it independently from one another.
Do you think there's any inkling of truth to that? Like, is it just us humans thinking we're special?
I think those innovations came again so far after the. I know it's the fun stuff, yes, because it's.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. I think we humans tend to talk about the later stuff, but without the earlier stuff.
So when we think of early Earth, and I ask this to my students too. I want them to close their eyes and think about just nothingness but dust. But we don't have trees, we don't have plants. When we say an empty place, or visually at least, we are talking about a planet that is really alien. So understanding our own past is similar to understanding an alien planet altogether. Given that it is a very different planet that did not have any oxygen for 2 billion years, there's nothing that is familiar to us that we would even think about when we think about life that is present in our past. Yet here we are.
So cool that from that came this, like houses and people.
And we are very, very. We are the super late arrivals to the party, right? So this is definitely not our planet. It's a microbial planet that we live in.
But the potential to create us was always there.
How do you know that?
Because we were created. Oh, I don't know. What is it? You think it's possible that even for the early stuff, yeah, maybe if it's super unlikely, yeah, that we just got super. Oh, this is the planet that got really lucky given the chemistry. Like maybe to create the bacteria is not so lucky, but to create complex organisms all the way up to mammals, that's super lucky.
Yes, and maybe. It may all come down to a few innovations that happened at the molecular level that may or may not be inevitable. So all these molecular tricks may have enabled the sort of mere existence of whatever you are able to define as familiar to yourself.
And you have a hope that science can answer these questions to reconstruct.
Science is answering these questions. I mean, we are limited to going back to the beginning in our ways, right? So we rely on biology. It is overwritten. You're talking about 4 billion year old records that is ever changing. That again makes it beautiful, but also makes it difficult. It's not tractable. Geology has to some degree, it has a record of a more static, frozen state record that is embedded on itself, on the surface of this planet, if we can find them. And that's the key, that most of these recorded remnants are, if we are lucky, we find them. They're not naturally selected. They're found. They need to be found for us to read them. So we work with a very handful set of samples, especially when we talk about the deep past, the planets with no oxygen, when we pass the great oxidation event threshold, that is about 2.5 billion years. So the earliest life is even harder. You are trying to write the story of life based on a handful of rocks and what is recorded on them.
Speaking of finding select remnants of our deep past, you said that you've been thinking about Nick Neelan's essay on scientific knowledge and scientific abstraction. So let me ask you, where do you think scientific questions and answers, or in general ideas, come from? You're a scientist. You ask very good questions and try systematically and rigorously to answer them through experiment. Where do you think ideas come from?
So ideas come all the time, right? There are all kinds of ideas. There are good ideas. There are not so good ideas. There are really exciting ideas, maybe some boring ones. But if you are really interested in doing something different, then you need to be willing to take the risk to be wrong. And that's incredibly difficult, even though we talked about the idealist sort of notion behind science that we ultimately want to be rejected, or our ideas need to be rejected for the entire infrastructure to move forward. There is a level of risk-taking, I think, behind any creative idea. And I mean that in a true sense. If you are disappointed that your idea didn't work, then it wasn't a risk, because you still hoped that it will work. True risk is that you accept that it may not work, so that the failure shouldn't also surprise you.
Yeah. Is it when you embark on stuff, when you embark on an idea, do you actually contemplate and accept failure? Like as a
Not
as a
consciously,
possible?
I wouldn't say so, but I eliminated a lot of the things
I'm trying to study.
out of my work line by simply not feeling like studying them. I was
Why not?
bored chasing certain questions, and I
So you trusted the signal of boredom as a good sign that it's not a good
yes, it
question.
should it should definitely be whatever you're doing should be exciting to you. If there's only one person that should be ever excited about what you're doing, that should be you.
Yeah.
And that's enough for that idea to go somewhere. I think that you need to believe in the idea, but at the same time, I think it's important to not fall in love with your mistakes. You know, that you if something isn't working, you should let it go instead of trying to fix it, even though you feel that this is a mistake, or you know that it's a mistake. In order to instead of trying to fix it, you should wrap it up and move on to something else, which is incredibly hard.
Good advice for science, but also good advice for relationships. But okay, so but that's actually really hard, especially, I mean, this is like PhD stuff. Like, if you sink in so much of your time, not even PhD, the entire scientific careers, it's really tough to let go.
Yes, and there's not a lot of room for true freedom. Maybe at this certain degree. So first, you need to be trained, right? It's not that scientists are just brilliant, amazing humans. I mean, they just know and learn how they know how to do science because they're trained in how to do science. So that is important, because as someone who wants to definitely, I'm hoping that, giving the message that this is for everybody, that there's this notion of scientists being super smart people. That's definitely not true, right? It is a method that you learn to solve a problem. That's really what science is. And some are really good at it, and they get better at it under really good guidance, really good mentorship. And ultimately, everyone finds their own style of problem solving and what sort of problems they solve. But I have not met a scientist that finds their own pursuit boring.
Well, it can happen, but they're not going to be effective, just like you said. I think it's kind of interesting because in the age of social media and attention economies and stuff like that, I've interacted with a lot of folks like YouTubers and so on. I think a lot of their work is driven by what others find exciting. And I think that ultimately leads to a life that's not fulfilling.
I can see the reason behind it, or perhaps there's a fear of failure that can be a major determinant of that pattern, right? So you try to do something that's accepted by others because that's maybe likely to give results right away. But it's a long game. It's a very long game. And if you're aiming a long-term change and long-term impact, you got to be very, very patient about it. And you better tame your ego.
On YouTube and those kinds of places, on the internet, on social media, you get feedback like right away.
Yeah.
So it's
Yes.
even harder to be patient.
Yes.
So because the change and ideas develop over a period of months and years, not decades, and the response from social media and so on is on the rate of seconds,
Yes.
minutes, and hours.
So I recommend actual physical libraries for people who may want to appreciate or remember the sense of time and how long it takes to build something. I think it is, you're right that the immediacy and the right response of, and the fact that these places are, the algorithm wants you to respond right away and interact with itself, right? So I can see the appeal, but through innovation, I think it doesn't even
What's wrong,
scream.
girl?
It doesn't. It's
What's
not
up?
shiny, especially in the beginning.
It's a chance. I believe it.
What's wrong, girl? What's wrong?
Co się dzieje? Co się dzieje?
Welcome, welcome. How are you? What's good in your neck of the woods?
The God I believe in aliens.
Oh, big time. Yeah, how are you?
Aliens was real, bro.
Okay, well, that's like your opinion, bro. Have I what? Am I paying to E-date? No.
Who's a firm? Who's a firm?
Who are you talking about?
Who's the other person in this call?
Oh, a friend of mine.
That is my big bro.
How are you?
Whatever.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, bro, we're having a great day.
Phenomenal.
I'm doing good, bro.
Excellent. You want to watch stuff on aliens?
I love how aliens aren't real.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, aliens are not real.
I love how they're not real.
cool. So you think we're the only things in the universe?
You think those drones flying over America are real?
I asked you a question first. So you think we're the only ones in the universe?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
What do you think the drones are?
That's small thinking. I don't know.
You think the drones are aliens?
I don't know.
Do you think it's Project Blue Band, bro?
I don't know.
Do you think BlackRock, the crypto company, have anything to do with it, bro?
Do I think BlackRock, the crypto company?
I saw something on TikTok that BlackRock is conspiring.
Rabbi, have you ever made an attempt on your life?
No.
Rabbi, have you ever made an attempt on your life? Yes or no?
No. I love my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Rabbi, the CEO of TikTok is working with the aliens to send the drones out and get surveillance
Okay.
over everything. That's their plan, bro.
Very cool, man. That's great.
The CEO of TikTok is able.
Okay, well, we're watching Lex Friedman, and he's interviewing a biologist. If you want to watch stuff on,
It's called E-Day Baby Night.
do you want to watch stuff on aliens?
Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna mute you guys.
Yeah.
Area 51 and UFOs
And flying saucers.
and fly
And saucers.
and fly saucers.
Bob's
Not-
our Air 51 and flying
Okay.
saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, God, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be
Careful.
accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But-
You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound.
But it's also important to not fool ourselves and think that everything that people criticize has some super important meaning behind it. So it's a mix of the technique, the methods, and your gut feeling.
Yeah, and a weird dance between learning and accepting the ideas of the current science, and at times trusting your gut and rejecting those. Because science progresses by sometimes rejecting the ideas of the past, or sometimes building on them in a way that changes them, transforms them.
Yes, and I think what is hard is to really drill down into a concept, right? So you can create a new thing, and then it may be appealing and gain a lot of traction. But to sustain that, to continue that, you really need to show the true expertise. And so it's not only about defining a problem, but then really systematically solve that problem, maybe over the course of decades.
You mentioned the library. I've also saw that you've translated scientific documents, or at least mentioned that you did it at some point in your life. So let me ask you, how much do you think is lost in translation in science and in life? How many languages do you speak?
Two.
How much is lost in translation in science and in life between those two?
So it's actually 3, because science is like another language, right?
It is. I speak Russian, a little bit of French, and it's always fascinating to see how much is lost. And the Soviet Union has a tradition of science and mathematics and so on, and it's interesting that a lot of the wisdom gained from that part of the world is lost, basically because of it was never translated.
Well, I'm not sure if it is lost per se. Maybe it's more like a gain in some sense, right? Because you understand, science is ultimately a human pursuit. So you cannot separate as much as maybe it's the best system that humans ever came up with to seek knowledge, to generate and make sense of the world. It works most of the time. It doesn't mean it's perfect.
Did the kind of translation you do, by the way, was for scientific work?
I directly translated for scientific work, yes. I think that, again, brains are equally distributed, but not opportunities are not, right? So if you want to benefit from all human power, whatever we can generate as human beings, you need to include everybody on the table. And that is by extending the opportunity. I think most of us that make it tend to think that we did because of something special about ourselves. But it is important to know that, no, we were given opportunities. And that's why we are here. Not because there was something inherently special about us, or that the system truly selects for the ones that really are.
Yeah, and language is a part of the opportunity.
Yeah, language is an
If you don't
opportunity
speak-
because comes with similar to bacteria, right? They speak these languages. They have we call culturing the bacteria. We call it culturing, right? When we grow bacteria that we isolate from the environment in the lab, meaning that you create an environment for them to grow and thrive and sustain themselves. That's what we say. But culture is for microbiologists. For language, with language comes a different culture, a different perspective, and you bring that to the table. I mean, it brings the sense of diversity that can only be achieved by clashing perhaps two different cultures, two different languages, two different approaches, maybe in some cases 4 different approaches.
Yeah, I think language is not just a mechanism of communication. It's a way to, it's a dynamic system of exploring ideas. And it's interesting to see that different languages explore ideas differently.
Yes, and I think that, so when I said science is like a language itself, I said it in 2 different ways. One is very, in a very literal meaning, that you can speak English, but that doesn't mean you will understand the scientific paper. That it's a different level of English that you need to learn to understand, even not just for scientific papers, even from discipline to discipline. I challenge any chemist to read an evolutionary biology paper and vice versa. It may sound extremely different, a different language altogether.
Yeah.
But there's also the language of communicating, and because words matter, how we talk matter, how we represent our science matters. So yes, just learning English as a second language alone is not going to make you fluent in science either.
And it's interesting because in that sense, you speak many more than 3 languages because you're pretty cross-disciplinary. It seems like you have a foot in a lot of disciplines. I mean,
Yes.
You mentioned geology, biology, evolutionary biology. I mean, there's chemistry,
Biochemistry, biophysics, and even we do a lot of statistics. So there's a lot of mathematics to what we do as well. Yes, we like to think of it as this NASA astrobiology program says. I repeat it because it's fun, that it is not a fruit salad, but it's a smoothie. That's what we are generating.
it's not a fruit salad. So a smoothie is a successful combination of those fields, and a fruit salad is not.
I wouldn't say success in necessarily. If you put the wrong ingredient and you press the blender and you made it a smoothie, I mean, it can ruin the entire mix.
Can it though? Because I feel like
Yes, I can definitely assess that for ginger, for instance, that ruins every smoothie. I don't like
ginger.
I think so, but it's just a personal thing, and also I don't like cinnamon. But
ginger has a cinnamony taste, because I thought ginger was.
no, I don't think they do. But I also don't like.
Wasn't that a thing they add in a lot of smoothies? I was forced a smoothie. I went to Malibu with a good friend of mine, Dan Reynolds, and he forced me to consume a smoothie, and it's probably the first smoothie I've ever had. Because I always was very judgmental of the kind of places and people that drink smoothies, but it was good. It was good.
Well, smoothie is very American, so
yeah, it is an American thing.
I wouldn't say success per se, but it is true that when you dance at the edge of different disciplines, that's when inevitably the innovation will rise, because you will see things maybe a little differently when you're on the edge, right? So, but it will probably take longer, and it may not be understood right away. It may not come into final form quickly, given that it is a new concept rising. So therefore the patience will make more sense. Patience will be even more important. So if you are, in other words, if you are into immediate appreciation, that's probably not the way to go.
You're one chemical organism. So let me ask maybe a little bit more of a personal thing. Where did your life form originate? And what fond memory do you have from the early days of childhood that are representative of your bacteria culture?
I was born in Istanbul. So I grew up in Turkey. It's a city that has 2 continents, which is quite interesting. You have you see a welcome to Europe sign and then welcome to Asia sign same day. depending on which part of the bridge you are. So that's where I was born, and I spent about roughly 20 years of my life, and then I immigrated to United States.
And it's a very proud culture. It's a beautiful culture. It's a very flavorful culture. What aspects of it is part of who you are? What are the beautiful aspects that you carry with you in your heart?
I think we are very sincerely human as a culture. I think that we have the saying that don't go to bed full if your neighbor is hungry. So, you wouldn't eat any food in front of someone where I come from without offering to share the bite. So I think those things, however small they may sound, a really big deal, especially when you are put in or move to a place that may not have those attributes. So I think that culturally there be a lot of conscious and just raw, deep human.
The connection. You value the connection between human beings.
I think so, yeah. I think I definitely carried that with me.
We talk a lot about biology. Let me ask you about the romantic question. What role does love play in the human condition or in the entirety of life on Earth?
It's not easy to learn how to love if you're not loved. Okay? So it's something, but the good news is that it is something that you can learn. I think that's you can practice and teach yourself how to maybe give yourself the thing that wasn't given to you, and then ultimately give it to others. I think it would be quite arrogant to think that we will be capable of loving. It could be anything really.
So just like translation, it's a repeating and a dynamical process
that you can learn.
Yeah, that you can learn.
Yes, and you should learn. Yeah. We should there's no excuse to not learning.
To love.
Yeah.
Because that's a deeply human thing.
It is a deeply human thing. It is a very sad thing if any one of us passes this planet without knowing what love is. And that could be a love to a pet, a love to a plant.
To a robot. Just kidding. Or a fake plant. We can't help who we love. What advice would you give to a young person today? High school, college? How to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life they can be proud of. You said an interesting thing about brains being distributed evenly, but opportunities not. It's really interesting to think about. I've talked to folks from Africa. You realize that there's whole areas of this earth that have so much brilliance, but unfortunately so little opportunity. And one of the exciting things about the 21st century is more and more opportunities are created. And so the brilliance is unlocked in all those different places. And so all these young people now have the opportunity to do something to change the world.
I had a chance to visit Bosnia. So I was invited to give a talk in a very very northernmost part of the country that was impacted by the war tremendously. And it was a public talk. It was open to everybody in the village. And I was told even people drew from Sarajevo to attend. Whenever I think about our role as a scientist or the beneficiaries of the knowledge that we create, I always think about that night. That's how many people were in that room. It was incredibly crowded, and lots of young people who were trying to start everything new and not do or not carry replace whatever maybe the feeling that was taken from them with hope and love. Start a new beginning, be the seed for the next generation. And it moved me so much that they all came to hear about early life, space, something maybe different for them that maybe they were always interested in and never thought about. But what what stayed with me was just the look and the feeling, the look on their faces and the feeling in the room. The energy just was very moving to me.
Their willingness to be the seed, the first of their family and generation to do that big new thing.
Yes, and I
Take
will,
the leap.
and that's exactly why I'm telling this whole story, because for most of us, we may have to be that seed in our families, that the first one to do something new, to break that cycle, whatever it is that you want to break free from. I would want the young people to know that you can be that. That there are just wonderful things to learn from this life, and it's just incredible to be living. And I would want them to know that their voice matters and they need to use it, especially those who think that their voice doesn't matter. And ultimately, I think what it comes down to is to trusting yourself, trusting and respecting your voice. If you're not loved, learn how to love. If you were not respected, start by respecting yourself. Learn how to respect yourself. You can teach yourself things.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you're surrounded by people that don't believe in you.
Yes,
So
I definitely know the feeling, and I would just want them to know that they don't need to be defined by or reduced down to what others see in them.
Believe in yourself, have the respect. Just try to develop the respect and the love for yourself. And then from that, it flourishes. You find others that'll give you love.
It may not. I mean, life is not fair. It's true.
Yeah.
It's be prepared that it's not very fair, unfortunately. And so I don't want to depict this Disney story that and then yes, and everything will be just fine. It's mostly isn't, but you learn a way. Life does it all the time.
Speaking of which, what do you think is the meaning of all this? What's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
Why we are here?
All the beauty you've discussed. Why is the translational mechanism, machinery here? Why?
I don't
Why
think
so much beauty?
Why so much beauty? It is because we choose to see it that way. It's beautiful, but there is no meaning. I don't think. No. Yeah.
Why is it so beautiful? Why did we choose? Why? From where is the imperative to see it, to see so much beauty in a thing that, scientifically speaking, or from a rational perspective, is void of beauty? It just is.
Not
Why?
everybody chooses to see the beauty.
Haters gonna hate. I mean, we have the capacity to see the beauty.
We have the capacity, so why not use it to the fullest, right? We have the capacity.
But that capacity, isn't that fascinating? That we developed that? It feels like that was always laid in there, in the whole process of life. This ability to find, to introspect ourselves.
I mean, it's definitely soothing to think like that, but I don't think there is a meaning like that way. It's fascinating that we can understand it.
But why is it soothing? There's a desire, there's a longing.
But soothing doesn't mean that there's a meaning. Why is soothing a meaning? Let me just put it this way. Because there is just, I think, so much unfairness going on, I wouldn't even dare myself to think that there's a meaning out of respect to the ones that are suffering.
I see. I think out of suffering emerges flourishing and beauty. I mean, that's what I see.
I agree with you.
When I went to Ukraine and saw all the people suffering, in their eyes and in their stories is a hope for the future, is a love for the people who are still living, is a love for life. So it's there, and that's the dark thing, is the suffering, and the loss somehow intensifies your appreciation of the life that's still left. That's a weird thing too.
I think that there is something about still doing your best and believing that there whatever the goodness is worth working for, is beyond, and to do that without a meaning, there's something more humbling and profound about that. And we have a this will come out very random. Okay, so just in Turkish bathrooms, there is this sign that says, leave it as you want to find it.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty good.
That's the meaning of life found in the Turkey. There's wisdom to that.
There's wisdom to that, but it also is because however you live defines you, right? So I think there's some profound meaning to that too. That just leave it as you would want to find it.
So that your little scribble in the long story of life on Earth is one that ultimately did a pretty good job. You know, it at least kept it the same as you found it.
or at least I left it in the way that I wish I found it.
Yeah, right. Oh man.
Yes, that's the wisdom from Turkish bathrooms.
That's where I searched for wisdom as well, and it's as we started with the origin of life and ended with the wisdom in a Turkish bathroom. I think that's a perfect conversation. You're an incredible person. The humor, the humanity, but also the brilliance of your work. I really appreciate that you were talking to me today. This was really fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Batul Kachar. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Robert Frost. In 3 words, I can sum up everything I've ever learned about life. It goes on. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Bhaskar Sankara. He's a democratic socialist, a political writer, founding editor of Jacobin, president of The Nation, former vice chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, and the author of the Socialist Manifesto, The Case for Radical Politics in an Era of Extreme Inequality. As a side note, let me say that this conversation with Bhaskar Sankara, who's a brilliant socialist writer and philosopher, represents what I hope to do with this podcast. I hope to talk to the left and the right, to the far left and the far right, always with the goal of presenting and understanding both the strongest interpretation of their ideas and valuable, thought-provoking arguments against those ideas. Also, I hope to understand the human being behind the ideas. I trust in your intelligence as the listener to use the ideas you hear to help you learn, to think, to empathize, and to make up your own mind. I will often fall short in pushing back too hard or not pushing back enough, of not bringing up topics I should have, of talking too much, of interrupting too much, or maybe sometimes in the rare cases not enough, of being too silly on a serious topic or being too serious on a silly topic. I'm trying to do my best, and I will keep working my ass off to improve. In this way, I hope to talk to prominent figures in the political space, even controversial ones, on both the left and the right. For example, I hope to talk to Donald Trump and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, to Ron DeSantis and Barack Obama, and of course many others across the political spectrum. I sometimes hear accusations about me being controlled in some way by a government or an intelligence agency, like CIA, FSB, Mossad, or perhaps that I'm controlled in some way by the very human desire for money, fame, power, access. All I have is my silly little words, but let me give them to you. I'm not and will never be controlled by anyone. There's nothing in this world that can break me and force me to sacrifice my integrity. People call me naive. I'm not naive. I'm optimistic. And optimism isn't a passive state of being. It's a constant battle against the world that wants to pull you into a downward spiral of cynicism. To me, optimism is freedom. Freedom to think, to act, to build, to help, at times in the face of impossible odds. As I often do, please allow me to read a few lines from the poem If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, and make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. Even this very poem is mocking my over-romantic ridiculousness as I read it. The meta-irony is not lost on me, my friends. I'm a silly little kid trying to do a bit of good in this world. Thank you for having my back through all of it, all of my mistakes. Thank you for the love. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bhaskar Sankara. Let's start with a big, broad question. What is socialism? How do you like to define it? How do you like to think about it?
Well, there's so many socialists out there, and we can't seem to agree about anything. So my definition, I'm sure, is really just my definition. But I think at the minimum, socialism is about making sure that the core necessities of life, food, housing, education, and so on, are guaranteed to everyone just by virtue of being born, so that those people can reach their potential. And I think that's a minimum requirement of socialism. Beyond that, I think socialism, especially democratic socialism, the type of socialism that I believe in, is about taking democracy from just the political democratic realm and extending it into economic and social spheres as well. So if we think that democracy is a good thing, why do we allow our workplaces to be run in autocratic ways?
So economic, political, social, in all those realms, the ideas, the philosophical ideas apply. Like what are, if you can put words to it, what are some philosophical ideas about human beings that are at the core of this?
I think at the core, it's the idea that we have intrinsic value. We are individuals that have unequal talents, of course. We're individuals that want different things, but this unique individualness can only truly come to light in a society in which there are certain collective or social guarantees. So we could think, just like Stephen Jay Gould, the scientist and socialist, used to say, about how many thousands of potential Einsteins or Leonardo da Vinci's that died, in sweatshops and on plantations and never got the chance to cultivate what was unique and human about themselves, and also never got a chance to have families and impart what was special and important to them to future generations and to posterity. My own grandmother was born in Trinidad and Tobago. She was illiterate till her dying days. She in East Orange, New Jersey. She never had the chance to write down her memories of her life in Trinidad as a young woman. It meant she, of course, had lots of children, and she was able to impart some stories to her children and grandchildren. But I often think about what someone with her wit and intelligence could have done with a little bit more support.
But if all human beings have intrinsic value, you don't have to be an Einstein for the application of some of the ideas that you're talking about. Is there a tension or a trade-off between our human civilization, our society, helping the unlucky versus rewarding the skillful and the hardworking?
I think you could do both. There's always a balance between the two. I think you could reward people who make innovations and who improve lives for everyone for their innovations by giving them, let's say, even more consumption, even that level of inequality, while still making sure that there's not people in poverty and suffering, and while making sure that hey, we're gonna give these people who want to work that extra 10 hours or 20 hours or want to apply their hard work some extra benefits, but that these benefits would be not the extreme disparities that you have today.
So, at the core of socialism and maybe democratic socialism is maybe a reallocation of wealth, reallocation of resources.
I think it's wealth and resources, yes, but it's also power. And I guess one way to think about this is some thinkers on the right, like Hayek, they would say, in their most generous moments, talking about socialists and socialism, they would say socialists want to trade some of your freedom for equality. And that's them trying to just accurately describe what socialism is trying to do. The way that I would put it is a little bit different. Socialists are proposing a trade-off, but it's really a trade-off between freedom and freedom. And by that I mean, let's say you set up a successful business, and you set up a business right here in Austin, Texas, some sort of firm. It's producing some widget or whatever, and it's producing a good that people really want and demand, but you have some competition. You decide to hire 20, 30 people to help you. You entered into a free contract with these people who, under capitalism, of course, we're not living in feudalism, have the option to join any other firm, but they like you and they like this firm and they like your offer, and you're paying them, let's say, $20 an hour for 40 hours of work per week. Now, if the government comes along and says, okay, there's now a new minimum wage. The minimum wage is $22 an hour. And also there's a maximum work week, 35-hour work week. And if you work someone over 35 hours, even if they agree, you have to pay them time and a half. Now, that, of course, is now an abridgment of your freedom as an entrepreneur, your freedom to set certain terms of employment, and to engage in a contract with free people. But now your workers and other workers in the sector, because if you did it unilaterally, you just get undercut by your competition. Now, these people now have a few extra hours a week they could do whatever they want with. You know, they could watch more NFL with it. They could, spend more time with their friends or family or whatever else. And they're still getting paid the same, if not better, because the wages also went up. So it's really a question often of trade-offs between whose freedom and autonomy are you going to prioritize? The freedom and autonomy of the entrepreneur, or the capitalist in this case, or the freedom and autonomy of ordinary workers. Now, you could create a society that swings so far in the direction of prioritizing the freedom of one group or one class or whatever else compared to another, that you end up in some sort of tyranny. Now, if the state said, you Lex, you're a capitalist, so you don't get the right to vote, or we're going to take away your private home or your ability to do things that we think are intrinsic human rights. Now, this would be tyranny. This would be an abridgment of your rights. But shaping your ability in the economic sphere to be an economic actor is, I think, within the realm and scope of democratic politics.
Yeah, so those are the extremes you're referring to. And one perspective I would like to take on socialism versus capitalism is, under each system, the extremes of each system and the moderate versions of each system, how can people take advantage of it? So it seems like no matter what part of human nature is, whatever the rules, whatever the framework, whatever the system, somebody's going to take advantage of it. And that's a kind of pragmatic look at it. In practice, what actually happens. Also, the incentives and the human behavior, what actually happens in practice under these systems. So if you have a higher and higher minimum wage and people watch more and more NFL, how does that change their actual behavior as a productive member of society? And actually at the individual level, as somebody who could be an Einstein and chooses not to because NFL is so awesome to watch. So is both, how do people, malicious people that want to take advantage, maybe not malicious, but people that, like me, are lazy and want to take advantage, and people that also, I think, like me, I tend to believe about myself that I have potential. And if I let my laziness naturally take over, which it often does, I won't materialize the potential. So if you make life too easy for me, I feel like I will never get anything done. Me personally, of course, there's a giant set of circumstances of the unlucky and the overburdened and so on. Okay, so how can people take advantage of each system, socialism, capitalism?
So for one thing, people are going to take advantage of systems. They're going to find loopholes. They're going to find ways around. They're going to find ways to at times dominate and coerce others, even in systems meant to get rid of domination and coercion. That's why we need to design our systems in such a way that it eliminates as many of these things as possible. And also that's why we need democracy. We need freedom. So in a Soviet system, for instance, you had the rise of this authoritarian bureaucracy that dominated and coerced others in the name of socialism. Now, that system desperately could have used some political democracy and some checks on what people were doing and some ability to reverse their power, right? And as soon as, of course, little elements of democracy was brought to that system, the system, collapsed because there started to be outlets for dissent and for dissatisfaction. So I think we can't design a priori a perfect system. We need to be committed to certain principles that allow systems to be perfected. And for me, that's the importance of democracy. So even a few years ago, not to go on a tangent, but people were lauding Chinese authoritarianism. And they're saying China's building this efficient system, the state runs so well, there's technocratic excellence, plus there's just productivity, and they're just working harder than Americans and whatever else. But look at in practice what really happened with COVID, both the initial suppressing of information about what was happening in Wuhan and the outbreak, where many ordinary Chinese workers and doctors and others were trying to get the word out, and they were suppressed by Communist Party officials locally in Wuhan, probably with the collusion nationally. And now with zero COVID policies and whatever else. So I think that often we find that even though it seems like these are weak systems, and then democracy makes us less competent technocratically and otherwise, I think it's kind of a necessity for systems to grow and evolve, to have that freedom in civil society. But as for individuals, now, the first part of it is, I think people should be free to make their own choices. You might have tremendous potential, but you might choose to spend it in leisure. And leisure doesn't only mean doing, sitting around at home, drink a bunch of beers, kind of wasting your life away that way. Leisure might mean spending more time with your friends and family, building these sort of relationships that are going to maybe not change the world in some meta sense, but will change the lives of the people around you and will change your community for the better.
I'm taking notes here because for me, leisure just meant playing a lot of Skyrim. This whole family relationship thing, I'm going to have to work on that. I didn't realize that's also included in leisure. So I'm going to have to reconsider my whole life here. Anyway.
Leisure should mean civic activity too, right? I mean, there's that famous book, the Robert Putnam one, Bowling Alone or whatever, which described it. For now, I mean, I was born in 1989. I like, video and computer games, so I definitely do that type of leisure too. But I found a lot more richness in my life when, in the last, decade, a lot of my leisure has returned to like going to the local bar for like the couple drinks I have a week instead of doing it at home alone watching TV or something, because you get that random conversation, that sense of a place and belonging. But I guess what's the undercurrent maybe of your question was, now if you have a system with lots of carrots but not the whip of, hey, you might be destitute, you might be unemployed, you might not be able to support yourself unless you're working a certain amount, would we still be as productive? Would we still be able to generate enough value for society? And I think that's a question that is quite interesting. I think that we're living in a society now with enough abundance that we could afford more people deciding to opt out of the system, out of production, and that the carrots of staying in, more money for consumption, more ability to do cool things, more just social rewards that comes from being successful or from providing would be enough. But that's another thing that would have to be balanced in a system. So if we're seeing mass unemployment by choice in a democratic socialist system, then you might need to reconfigure the incentives. You might need to encourage people to go back into production. But that's something that, again, you could do through democracy and through good governance. You don't have to set the perfect blueprint in motion. Write up a treatise now, and 50 years from now, try to follow it like it's scripture.
So, by the way, I do like how you said whip instead of stick in carrot and stick. That's putting a weight on the scale of which is better. But yes, but I would actually argue to push back that the wealthier we get as a society, as a world, that the more comfortable the social nets become. So the less of a whip or a stick they become. Because one of the negative consequences, even if you're on welfare, is like, well, life is not going to be that great. But the wealthier we become, the better the social programs become, the easier life becomes at the bottom. And so you might not have this motivation financially to get out from the bottom. That said, the pushback and the pushback is that there's something about human nature in general, money aside, that strives for greatness, that strives to provide a great life, a great middle-class life for your family. So that's the motivator to get off from the bottom.
Well, I think a lot of people who are stuck at the bottom of the labor market today, one, these are people who are kind of our true philanthropists, because a lot of them are the ones who are working 2 jobs and are working 60 plus hours and are providing. In this country, it's such a bargain for their labor because they're so underpaid. So many of the things that the rest of us use to enjoy life and consumption or whatever else. Like I got here from downtown Austin, and I think my Lyft, I did tip, but I think my Lyft was like $8 base or whatever else. It's the I think that we are all indebted to people who are working, and we don't see it at various stages of the production process, from the workers in China and Taiwan producing technological things that we're recording this on, to growers and workers in agriculture in the U.S. So I think that working class people are already working, but as far as getting out from under poverty and desperation, we're in a society that doesn't give people a lot of tools. So if you don't have access to good public schools from age 5 until 12, 13, it's going to be really hard to move generations of your family being involved in manual labor to doing other forms of labor. You're going to be stuck at a certain part of our labor market as a result. If you don't have access to decent healthcare, throughout your life, you might be already preordained to an early grave by the time that something kicks in. You really want to change something in your life in your mid-20s. Obviously, it's a combination of agency and all these other factors. There's still something I think innately human, innately striving that a lot of people have, but we don't really give people in our current society the tools to really be full participants in our society. We just take for granted, for example, from the Northeast, so I give like excessively Northeast example. We take for granted that someone from Hartford, Connecticut is going to have your average working class person in Hartford is going to have a very different life outcome than someone born on the same day, the same hour in Greenwich, Connecticut. We take for granted that accidents of birth are going to dictate outcomes.
So you mean like, depending on the conditions of where you grew up, there's going to be a fundamentally different experience in terms of education, in terms of the resources available to you to allow yourself to flourish.
Yes, a poor city and a rich city, and Connecticut is great. It's highly underrated. Both New Yorkers and people from Boston kind of have a colonial feeling about Connecticut, where we make fun of it and we try to carve it up. The West belongs to New York, the East to Boston, but I'm here for Connecticut nationalism. I think it's a great place.
Okay. Can we actually step back a little bit on definitions? Because you said that some of the ideas practically that you're playing with is democratic socialism. We talked about the higher level, the higher kind of vision of socialism, the ideals, the philosophical ideas. But how does it all fit into the big picture historically of ideas of Marxism, communism, and socialism as it was defined and experienced and implemented in the 20th century? So what's your key differences? Maybe even just like socialism, communism.
Yeah, well, I hate the no true Scotsman sort of response to this, which is, oh, that socialism is bad.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really socialism. And my socialism is good, so it is socialism. But I think that socialism and communism share a common ancestor, which is they both emerged out of the turmoil and development of late 19th century capitalism. And the fact that there was all these workers' parties that were organizing across the capitalist world. So in Europe, for instance, you had this mass party called the German Social Democratic Party, that became probably the most important, the most vibrant party in Germany in the 1880s and 1890s. But they were locked out of power because Germany at the time was still mostly autarchic. It had a parliamentary democracy, but it was a very undemocratic democracy. The Kaiser still ruled. These movements took root across the capitalist world, but including in Russia and in conditions of illegality. So it was assumed for many, many years in the workers' movement across Europe and among socialists of Europe, they called themselves social democrats then, that the revolution would first probably happen in Germany, in this developed, growing hub of industrial capitalism, and not in semi-feudal Russia. But then World War I came. The workers' movement was split between parties that decided to either keep their head down or to implicitly support the war, and support the war for now, or keep your heads down, don't get banned, don't get arrested, then we'll just take power after the war is over. And those like Russia, and also in the United States for that matter, that chose the path of resistance to the war. And it was the Bolshevik faction of the Russian movement, Lenin's Bolshevik party, that took power in Russia after a period of turmoil where it didn't seem, well, was it going to go to the fascist right or was it going to go to the far left? There was a period of flux and turmoil in Russia, but definitely the old regime was not able to stand. And these Russian social democrats, these Bolsheviks, said social democracy has so betrayed the idea of internationalism and brotherhood and progress that it's supposed to stand for that we can't call ourselves social democrats anymore. We're going to go back to this old term that Marx used. We're going to call ourselves communists. And that's where official kind of communism out of Russia emerged. In other parts of Europe, parties were actually able to take power, some in the interwar period, but most in the post-war period. And they also came out of this old social democratic movement. And these parties mostly just called themselves socialists. And a lot of them still on paper wanted to go beyond capitalism, but in practice, they just managed capitalism better in the interest of workers. But they all had the same common ancestor. And in practice, to me, social democracy means trying to insert doses of socialism within capitalism, but maintaining capitalism. Communism meant this attempt to build a socialism outside of capitalism in often authoritarian ways, in part because of the ideology of these communists, but in part because of the conditions in which they inherited. They weren't inheriting a democracy; they were inheriting a country that had been ruled by the czars for centuries, and with very little condition, like a very weak working class, very poor and devastated by war, and so on, where authoritarianism kind of lended itself to those conditions. Then there's me. Then there's democratic socialists, and the way I would define it is, we like a lot of what the social democrats accomplished, but we still believe in going beyond capitalism and not just building socialism within capitalism, but we believe in this ultimate vision of a world after capitalism.
What does that world look like, and how is it different from communism? Actually, maybe we can linger before we talk about your vision of democratic socialism. What was wrong with communism, Stalinism, implementation of communism in the Soviet Union? Why did it go wrong?
So,
and in what ways did it not go wrong? In what ways did it succeed?
Let me start with the second part of that question. And that's a very difficult one to answer, in part because I morally and ethically am opposed to any form of authoritarianism or dictatorship. And often when you talk about the successes of a government or what it did developmentally that might have been positive, we have to abstract ourselves from what we morally believe and just kind of look at the record, right? I would say that the Soviet experiment started off in Lenin's time as the attempt to kind of just hold a holding action. Hey, we don't really have the conditions to rule this country. We have the support of the working class, or most of it, but the working class is only, 3% of the population. The peasantry is really against us. A lot of this 3% of the population has died in war, and half of them supported the Mensheviks and the more moderate socialists anyway. But the alternative in their minds was going to be a far-right reaction, some sort of general taking power in a coup or whatever else, or just them ending up back in prison, because a lot of them were in prison under the Tsar, or just killed. So they figured, all right, we're going to have a holding action where we maintain as much of this territory of the old Russian Empire as possible. We'll try to slowly implement changes, restabilize the economy through something called the New Economics Program, which was kind of a form of social democracy, if you will, because it allowed market exchange for the peasants, combined with state ownership of industries in the cities. And for a while, it seemed to be working. The revolution never came that they were expecting in Western Europe, but in Russia itself, they were able to restabilize things by the middle or end of the 1920s, and they were able to build more of a popular base for some of their policies because people who had seen the chaos of World War I and revolution and then Civil War kind of just wanted stability. And after a decade plus of war, if you had a government that was able to give you enough to eat and a job, that was good enough for them. Then Stalin came into power, and he wanted to rapidly industrialize. And his logic was, the revolution's not going to come in the West. We need to build socialism in one country, and we need to catch up with the West. We need to turn ourselves into an industrial powerhouse as quickly as possible. And that's where you got forced collectivization to try to increase the productivity of Russian agriculture through state ownership of previously fragmented agricultural holdings, and through the implementation of mechanization to bring in more machines to make agriculture more productive, all under state ownership, plus more ambitious attempts to build heavy industry through 5-year plans. Now, I say this kind of coolly, but we know in practice what that meant. Forced collectivization was a disaster. I mean, first of all, I think it was built on the faulty premise that scale always equals more productivity, when in fact, especially in agriculture, but in any field, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And it led to millions of deaths. It led to famine. It led to a host of other problems. Industrialization, in the way that it happened under Stalin, also kind of unbalanced the Soviet economy to lean too heavy towards heavy industry, not enough for medium or light industry. But this did mean, especially the 5-year plan and industrialization, did manage to put Russia on a different developmental trajectory. So by the time the post-war period came, one, it might have gave them the ability to survive the Nazi invasion to begin with. That's a complicated question. And then by the time the post-war period came, Russia had kind of jumped ahead of its developmental trajectory in a way that a lot of other countries didn't do. There are a few examples, like Japan is one that managed to, if you kind of ran a scenario where Japan would be in the 1870s, 1880s, and ran it 100 times, the Japan of the post-war period is kind of one of the best outcomes, right? And I think that you could say that about Russian economic development, its ability to catch up at a certain level to the West. And then after that, of course, later on, as economies got more complex, as they kind of moved beyond regular heavy industry and as the main staple of the economy, the Russian economy and its command system was unable to adapt and cope and ended up falling back behind the West again by the 1970s. So all this is a very long story to say that a lot went wrong in Russia. The economic picture is actually a little bit more complicated. Politically, I think it's just a small party without much popular support, but with real popular support in a couple cities, and without a lot of popular support, empire-wide took power, and they felt they couldn't give back power, and they kept holding on to power, and eventually among their ranks in these conditions, one of history's great tyrants took power and was able to justify what he was doing in the context of the Russian nation and development, but also all the threats that came from abroad. Through, the Civil War wasn't just a civil war; it was really an invasion by many imperial powers all around the world as well. So I think a lot of it was conditions and circumstance. And I guess the question really is, to what role ideology played? Was there something within the socialist tradition that might have lent itself to authoritarianism? And that's something we should, talk about.
And that's a really complicated human question. It does seem that the rhetoric, the populism of workers unite, we've been fucked over for way too long. Let's stand together. Somehow that message allows flawed or evil people to take power. It seems like the rhetoric, the idea is so good, maybe the utopian nature of the idea is so good that allows a great speaker to take power. It's almost like if the mission, like, come with me, friends, beyond the horizon, a great land is waiting for us. That encourages dictators, authoritarians to take power. Is there something within that ideology that allows for that, for the for lying to people, essentially?
Well, I might surprise you with my answer, because I would say yes, maybe. But I think that it's not just socialism. Any sort of ideology that appeals to the collective and appeals to our long-term destiny, either as a species or as a nation or as a class or whatever else, can lend itself to authoritarianism. So you can see this in many of the nationalisms of the 20th century. Now, some of these nationalisms use incredibly lofty collective rhetoric, like in Sweden, the rhetoric of, we're going to create the people's home. We're going to make this a country with dignity for all Swedes. We're going to make this a country that's more developed, more free, and so on. And they managed to build a pretty excellent society, in my estimation, from that. In countries like fascist Germany and Italy, they managed to do horrendous things. In Japan, and horrendous things with that. In the US, with national popular appeals, FDR was able to unite a nation, to elevate ordinary working class people into a position where they felt like they had a real stake in the country. And I think did great things with the New Deal. In Russia, of course, this language was used to trample upon individual rights and to justify hardship and abuses of ordinary individual people in the name of a collective destiny. A destiny, of course, that was just decided by the party in power, and during the 30s and 40s by just Stalin himself, really. Now, I think that's really the case for making sure that we have a bedrock of civil rights and democracy. Then on top of that, we could debate. We could debate different national destinies. We could debate different appeals, different visions of the world. But as long as people have a say in what sacrifices they're being asked to do, and as long as those sacrifices don't take away what's fundamentally ours, which is our life, which is our our basic rights.
And our voice. So this complicated picture, because help me understand. You mentioned that social democracy is trying to have social policies within a capitalist system, in part, but your vision, your hope for a social democracy is one that goes beyond that. How do you give everybody a voice while not becoming the Soviet Union, while not becoming where basically people are silenced either directly through violence or through the implied threat of violence and therefore fear?
So I think you need to limit the scope of where the state is and what the state can do and how the state functions, first of all. Now, for me, social democracy was like the equivalent of, I'll give a football analogy. It was the equivalent of, getting to the red zone and then kicking a field goal. You'll take the 3 points, but you would have rather got a touchdown. And for me, socialism would be the touchdown. It's not a separate, different playing field.
Some people would say socialism would be an interception.
Sure. No, and they would have the right to again to say that and to say we shouldn't go further.
And most coaches would take the safe route, right? So you're going against the decision. Anyway, that helps you take it too far.
Yeah.
But I understand. So for you, the goal is full socialism.
But I'll take the 3 points. It's part of. I just want to march down the field. I want to get within scoring position. The reason why we should really move from this analogy, but the reason why I call myself a socialist is looking through history and these examples of social democracy. You saw that they were able to give working class people lots of rights and income and power in their society. But at the end of the day, capitalists still had the ultimate power, which is the ability to withhold investment. So they could say in the late 1960s and the early 70s, listen, I was fine with this arrangement 10 years ago, but now I feel like I'm going to take my money and I'm going to go move to a different country, or I'm just going to not invest because my workers are paid too much. I'm still making money, but I feel like I could be making more. I need more of an upper hand, right? So their economic power is then challenging the democratic mandate of Swedish workers that were voting for the Social Democratic Party and were behind this advance. So to me, what socialism is in part is taking the means of production, right, where this capitalist power is coming from, and making it socially owned so that ordinary workers can control their workplaces, can make investment decisions, and so on. Now, does that mean total state ownership of everything or a planned economy? I don't think that makes any sense. I think that we should live in a society in which markets are harnessed and regulated and so on. My main problem is capitalist ownership, in part on normative grounds, just because I think that it doesn't make sense that we celebrate democracy in all these other spheres, but we have workplaces that are just treated like tyrannies. And in part because I think that ordinary workers would much prefer a system in which over time they, accrued shares and ownership, where they got, in addition to a base kind of wage, they got dividends from their firm being successful. And that they figured out how to, large firms, they're not going to be making day-to-day decisions by democratic vote, right? But maybe you would elect representatives, elected management once every year or two, depending on your operating agreement and so on. That's kind of my vision of a socialist society. And this sounds, I hope, like agree or disagree, like it would not be a crazy leap into year zero, right? That this could be maybe a way in which we could take a lot of what's existing in society, but then just add this on top. But what it would mean is a society without a capitalist class. This class hasn't been, individually, these people
CXMP, how you living,
haven't
Pam?
been
What up, dog?
Taken to re-education camps or
just watching podcasts, slanging dick like it's going out of style. How about you, Pimp?
I'm just playing, some pro Fortnite, playing some ranked.
Excellent.
Now it is.
Very cool. You kicking ass taking names?
You're actually lagging, Rebel. I can't hear you.
I know I am. I know I am. I don't know why.
Can you like fix it? 'Cause I can't hear you properly, man.
Yeah, let me try. Hold on. Yo, dog. Is it working? Is it working? It's working. It's sucking D though. Yo, pimp, is it any better? Yo. I can't hear myself at all. Yo. Yo. Yo, pimp, is it any better? Yo. Yo. Dude, it sucks. Yo. Is it any better? I guess. It sucks. Yo, what? Yo. Sucks. I would have left too. Sucks. Terrible, eh? Yo, dog. Yo. This shit sucks. Dude, karaoke is popping. Why aren't you in there? You gotta get in there. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Your shit sucks. This is the worst. Oh, man, this is the worst. Really? No, it's terrible. All right, are you gonna leave? Why? Welcome, how are you? Don't worry, I didn't even want you here anyway. No one cared. But dog, I could have been singing. Farm Merge Valley. I don't even know what the fuck that is. 24 out of 25. Let me in, B. Oh, have it show your screen. That'll be so funny. Or am I in? All right. Get turn on your camera or they're gonna flip. Hey everybody. You couldn't minimize it. I gotta take it down. Really? So funny when he says that. Douche. It's the only funny fucking shit I've ever heard him say. Watch this in my leg. Oh fuck. That's more than you've ever done. He was in a fucking Chappelle show. Hey, what up? How are you? Hope you're living like a pimp. If you think that this is gonna be good, it's gonna be boring as fuck. Guaranteed. I hope that's my man, fucking Bong James Bong. Shout out to Bong James Bong. The name is Bong. The name is Bong. James Bong. Oh, what the fuck is this? This is the worst. This phone sucks. This phone sucks. They both suck. It's the worst. Hello. If you can hear me, type in the chat. You don't have to, though. Do whatever you want. If you want to just lurk, lurk. Yeah, this phone sucks. Fine, you little bitch. Work, dude. Worst. Literally just taking forever. You fucking serious? This is the worst. This channel is full. Go fuck yourself. This channel is full. Dog. This is the worst. This channel is full. This channel is full. This channel is full. One of these motherfuckers has to get out of this beat. This is the worst. Come on, you little slut. Let me in there. This channel is full. Alright, we're gonna restart the phone. See if it makes a difference. Yo, if you're watching, I'm gonna be doing some karaoke soon. So you've got that going for you, which is nice. This is the worst. If you think this is going to be a good stream, it's for you. Most good streams are like, oh, here we are. We're going on a roller coaster. We're going to eat this crazy thing. Not Rabbi. Rabbi's literally like, we're going to watch every fucking podcast we can find in Yiddish. There you go. I knew that person was going to leave. I was excited for them to leave. It's amazing. Yiddish podcasts. This is the worst. This is the worst ever. Would you follow you if you were on YouTube? Nope. I would be like unsubscribe. This is the worst. This is the worst. Yo, dog, this is the worst. Oh, this is terrible content. One of the worst things I've ever seen. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Indeed. Academic weapons simp. What the fuck is that? How about pimp? What the fuck is a simp? Some loser bitch. Pimp is a sweet motherfucking dog. Pimp's very nice. What is that? Pimp swears. Commercial say, come on. Skid 182. Skid something. Dude, this shit sucks. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in the history of the world. It's just going like, hey, international. Why? No one knows. Is it because of the app sucks? The phone? It's got a pregnant battery. Which I've been told is a major fire hazard. Shit happens when you're partying weekend. Just like in the big city, dog. Dude, what the fuck? Are you just gonna fucking sit there? 25 new messages. None of which about which I care. Dog, this is the worst. The worst. Let's talk about the worst podcast of all time. Or live streams or whatever. This one is easily. There's some people who are gonna make arguments that like, oh hey, what the fuck was that? Did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Worst shit ever. Dog, this one time I was just minding my own business and everybody was like, hey Rabbi, why don't you make it so your phone sucks? And then you restart it and it's somehow even worse. Man, I wonder if Dynamite is kosher. No one knows. No one knows the answer to that question. Can be if I want it to be, baby. Why? Why not? I don't even know what it is. Is it made from dinosaurs? Are dinosaurs kosher? Split hooves? Chew their cud? I don't know. Could there have been one? I don't know what feet dinosaurs had. I don't know how to ate either. Yo, dog, study together. This is the worst. This is the worst. Oh, this guy's trying to work at UPS. Cool, man. Civil services. Best wishes. When in doubt, the answer's brown. Dude. Are you fucking serious? This is unbelievable to me. Why is it so slow? This channel's full. Watch No One Leaves for days. Man, this shit sucks. I wonder. Oh, they can't make it. Ah, there we go. There's that fucking crack. That shit is the best. I'm in. matter. Sucks. Only 25 people. This is the worst. I'm gonna sing. This is a little song that I like to sing called This Shit Sucks. It goes like this. This shit sucks. This shit sucks. This shit, it sucks. This shit sucks. 25 people in the fucking thing. Somebody's gotta fucking leave right now. I love how nothing has improved. I'm sure these were their rules, like, whenever this fucking thing was started, 2016. And it's like almost 10 years later, and it's like, oh, dog, same shit. It's like, shit should have improved. Moore's Law. $25 fucking people. Get me in this bitch. I don't want people starting a revolution on Discord. Well, fuck you. I'm doing it. For Riz? This is the worst. I might have to wait a long fucking time for these assholes. These assholes. This one guy just got a fucking timer. I don't know why we can't kick his ass out with the timer. Success, you own whatever. Yo, dog. Let me in this bitch. What time is it in fucking Manila? It's not even fucking close to being time. No, just fucking create a bot. Magic. Oh, we don't even know what that shit is. Anything. Any technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from matter. This channel is full. Alright, dude. How often is this bitch clicking? Give it 5 seconds. $25 people. Only 25 people can join this voice channel. Dog. Let me in this bitch. People are celebrating. They're like setting up backups. Like, please, whatever you do, if you have to leave, make sure you call your emergency contact. Really? Perhaps they're barricading me. Yo, dog, this shit is the worst. I have been booted from the camp. And it was earlier this year. I don't know why. What it happened. This bitch is kissing her cat. Calm down, woman. All right. Her name is Golana Yuli. Wait 6 minutes after following. Fuck your rules. Dog, let me in this bitch. Hey guys, are you ready to listen to fucking Bob Dylan for 3 hours? Is it Bob Dylan night? It's whatever the fucking camp wants it to be, dog. Dog, let me in on this bitch. This channel is full. Go fuck yourself. Worst shit ever. I've got things. Oh. Wait 1 minute after following. Psych, bitch. This channel's full. This is the worst shit of all time. I've never known anything worse than this ever. This is the worst shit of all time. So this is the worst shit of all time. This is the worst shit of all time. Worst shit of all time. This is the worst shit of all time. Let me in on that bitch. Finishing PhD. Push perhaps. Hey everybody. Check out my shit. Wait 6 minutes. Everybody's got that fucking rule. Everybody has this fucking rule where you have to wait for the... Damn, who's this? Watch Sarah live. Good on you, girl. I'm doing it. You are pretty cute. Really? Yeah, girl. How long after I fucking follow you? Oh, I can spam you right away. See, they just... I saw her like her eyes went like this. Like, what the fuck is this? Man. Psych B. See, this is how a fucking blonde's supposed to look when it comes to her eyebrows. You got great eyebrows, girl. Really? Not these fucking dark ones that I'm seeing on these fucking celebrity bitches. I don't understand that. They should look like that. Good on you, Sarah. No, that's Sherry. Anyway, there's that Sarah. That song. What you want to dunk of me, Sarah? Watch Their Lives has excellent eyebrows. Dog, let me in on this bitch. WTF. I can't believe no one's left. This is the worst. Smile. What you want to me, Sarah? Damn, you're the worst. Go. You're just gonna wait for this shit? This is the worst. The worst. Yo, dog. Yo. This channel's full. Fuck you. Watch everybody else has these fucking bots going through. You have great eyebrows, girl. Not even great eyebrows, just great color of eyebrows. Never thought I'd say that. But great color eyebrows, girl. I wonder if this bitch dyes her eyebrows. Fuck no. This bitch is all natural eyebrow coloring. But some of these other bitches in Hollywood, they're like, fuck it. They have blonde hair and fucking my color eyebrows. Yo, this is the worst. Only 25 people can join our voice. This shit sucks. Only 25 people can join our voice. This shit sucks. This shit sucks. Everybody thinks that this shit sucks. I like how a lot of people are in karaoke that I joined. I am like digital gonorrhea. Hey, look what it is. It's your friend. Is she the hottest chick you've ever seen? She's the hottest chick I've seen this hour. But she's got great eyebrows. Really? Those are just like regular ones. They're great in comparison to these bitches in Hollywood who look like this. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Why not? Dog, are you fucking serious? That's not the things to get first spot. I bet because everybody's so fucking serious. I like how I have to admit, I'm not to sing karaoke. I'm gonna sit here talking. These peeps. Welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. YouTube says one person is watching. I don't believe it. Type to me. If you're a real person, shout out to Bong James Bong. If that's Bong James Bong, shout out to you. That would freak me out if I were just checking out the internet and somebody's like, welcome. I see that you're here. Exit. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Dude. What is this AFK? If you're AFK, why aren't you getting in trouble like I do? Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Dooby-Doo. This girl has great color eyebrows. Not even great eyebrows, just great color. Good on you, though. Scooby-Doo. This is the way. Alright, let that bitch go. Reset all the strings. Oh, fuck, it's so much work. And I do. Hey, hey. And I do. So I shouldn't realize what a kiss gotta be. Think it was only happened to me. Can't you see? Can't you see? And when I tell you that I love you, you're gonna say that you hold your hand now. And when I ask you to remember, you're gonna say what is this? This channel is full. dong. I'm in his favor. Girl, you got great eyebrows, but not good enough in the spam, girl. Gotcha, bitch. Disconnect. Yes, I do. Heart tunnel background. Verified you. Motorcycles. Vroom vroom. Let me in that bitch. They're like, oh, we fucking stopped your account because you suck. I gotta do this. This is gonna suck.
If I could
What up, girl?
have a chance to create something for you, I will create for the streaming the special office.
What?
Yeah, a special office for you.
What is this? What is a special office? What's the special office? What's a special office?
When you are sitting next to your computers, you are feel like have a work posta. Wait, I will translate for you.
Sure.
Postawa, którego słupa. Your spine posture is wrong.
Oh yeah,
and
it's
I
terrible.
see how your body is feeling.
Yes.
Yes, I see. I see how your body is feeling, and oh my god, I have weird dreams, and I'm saying about I am confident, and about this what I'm saying right now. It was confident. Is this what I write to you in a private message? The Discord was not confident
Okay.
because I know that you said you never will be something more than friend. And I know that, but when I speaking with you, something is cutting your answer about that, and the meaning is changing all the time. Maybe that's why I cannot speak with you in English very well, because you are translating your language on Polish by ChatGPT from Satan Z.
I think I understand you. Okay, so let's first talk about how did you sleep? Did you sleep well?
Myślę, że cię rozumiem. Okej, więc najpierw porozmawiajmy o tym, jak spałeś. Spałeś? No więc.
I feel I didn't sleep any time of all night, and this what happened in this night was something pretty bad, you know, pretty bad to my heart and to your heart.
What happened?
Co się stało?
I didn't search that.
Co się stało?
Somebody was lying at your topic or wanted to create me a vision of seeing your personality. You know, that's all. That's all. I'm a weird person, very weird person. And I think too. And we are weird person together.
Oh, I think so.
That's why I love you, because nobody in my life even truly was to me like you, you know.
Perhaps we're both weird. We can be weird together. That's what friends do.
Może oboje jesteśmy dziwni. Możemy być dziwni razem. Tak robią przyjaciele.
I didn't heard a translate, but I heard your language.
Okay.
I heard your language, don't worry.
Okay.
And now, when I heard your language, not the translation of your saying to me, I understand more than before you wanted to talk about this, because I thought about the person I meet today, you know, and who wanted kill me because I was I could because I didn't I could to destroy his car, and this car wasn't him in the true, because the material is not important. Material. I will translate for you.
I think I understand. The material's not important.
Material, fabric. You know, the car was important more than me, and I was believing that this person loved me for my entire life, like I loved him. Marcin, that was the person I told you, but I will not say anything more about him.
Okay.
Like that. It's one. I'm sure. Watching you. You know? Other perspective. Let me better understand you. Let that also understand me. Maybe that. But if it is it's not it's what I was finding. I was finding is here. And this is left. Yeah, I know everything. Yes, I'm talking with my voices in my head. I'm not a happy person. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for that. Because I talking with you when I'm talking with myself in my head sometimes, you know. Like somebody who is understanding me.
I think I understand.
And I never was searching a lot to applications to meeting a person, you know? Never.
Why
And
not?
I will not.
Why not?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and now I think I will be head myself. But if I could find where the old tab you had, I take you like I'm so happy.
I'm glad you're happy. That's great. Very good.
I know, my friend. I know. I don't know. If you measure, if your opinion about the life, you know.
I think so.
Yes. You watched the trailer of The Witcher 4?
Uh,
The game The Witcher from Polish artists.
The Witcher is from Polish. The Witcher is from Polish.
Trailer?
The Witcher is from Polish artists.
Why? Because if you are speaking to me, I'm not understand you, and I am searching you on other stream on YouTube to hurt your better microphone, and I got it. I think I got it.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I am, but I don't know from where.
That's okay. So The Witcher is a video game, and I should watch its trailer.
Yes, that was my question.
The Witcher is a video game. You're saying I should watch its trailer?
Wiedźmin to gra wideo. Mówisz, że powinienem obejrzeć 2 zwiastuny.
Only one, or if you never meet before The Witcher, I recommend you to know with the game from beginning to the end. But if you can watch what is The Witcher if you don't know, and you can write on YouTube The Witcher trailer for part of this game. This game is The Witcher 1, The Witcher 2, The Witcher 3, The Witcher 4, and The Witcher 4 is the trailer was amazing, was incredible. So
Okay, I will watch it in one moment. I have to adjust 3 of my computers, and then I will watch the trailer. Just one moment.
Dobrze, obejrzę to. Za chwilę muszę dostosować 3 moje komputery, a potem obejrzę zwiastun tylko za chwilę.
Okay.
I'm here still. Right here.
I know. I heard that.
Excellent.
When you wasn't laying on this bed, I was thinking, where are you? And you never was then when I thought like that on the camera. You was behind the camera, and I know that you are with me still.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, amazing to have a friend who is true friend.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is true friend.